Hello and welcome everybody to day 6 of Alliance Tournament 12, day 2 of Studios. I'm sitting here with CCP Rise, CCP Fozzy, and Sir Squeebles. This is probably a fanboy's wet dream. You have a bunch of very beautiful CCPers.
Yeah, and me.
Oh, really
Yeah.
good. Yeah. But we're gonna keep the chatter to a minimum now because the teams are already on field and they've been waiting for 20 minutes for us, which is like we like to keep them waiting. So, Fozzy, why don't you tell us a little bit?
Yeah, so just quickly I'll go over the bans these two teams made. RVB banned out the Tengu and the Mollusk, and Nully banned out the Armageddon and the Rattlesnake. So the Nully bans, pretty standard. We've talked about those before because they're pretty common bans. The RVB bans, I think, are very clever. You're banning out the Tengu, which is the most powerful shield Tinker centerpiece. You're not banning out the Loki, which we're seeing people that don't, other teams that don't like the Tinkers banning as well, because you don't really need to, because the Loki's a lot weaker in that role. And then using that new ban that you freed up to get rid of the Mollusk, one of the most powerful tournament ships. So I think it's basically them being very clever about trying to ban out the Tinker and then also only using one ban to do it.
You said already that you wouldn't have anything to add to this because that's a fairly good analysis.
Right, I said I was just going to go, yes. So, yes. Yeah.
Rice, anything before we go on field?
No, I'm with Squeebles on this one. Yes.
What are your predictions, gentlemen?
I'm a little caught up on this one because I'm, of course, a huge Nully fanboy and a big RVB hater, so I feel compelled to take Nully, even though kind of my brain, my logic says RVB is actually a really strong team and have a really good shot, so I'm going to go with Nully.
So my heart was actually with RVB on the other way around this time, but my brain was with Nully coming into this. I think Nully was going to win, so I circled them down and we'll see how they do.
I made the right decision. I went for RVB right off the bat because they're more fun, and I will stick with them until they're no longer in the tournament.
And I simply love being purple, so let's go on field and see what happens.
Another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic systems.
This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh no, it's so cool, but not very good.
Good morning, EVE Online! I'm Bach and Alien here with Elise Randolph, and we have a fantastic series of matches up for you. Right now, we have Red versus Blue against Nully Secunda in the first match of the day, and we have some exciting setups here. I think it's going to be a really great match. Why don't you tell us about the setups, Elise?
Yeah, RVB took a Claymore Gila core that we saw a lot yesterday with a different support wing with Worms and Merlins. Meanwhile, Nully took a more throwback to Week 1, Week 2 setup with EOS, Navy Vexor, and Standard Vexor, but they have a little bit more control than we saw in Week 1 and 2 with this Celestis and Blackbird core. So as we start off, they both came into the beacon at 50, but because they came in from the same angle, they're actually very close to one another, probably not where they want to be. So we'll see how this guys goes. The match starts in 3 seconds.
I think this is going to be really interesting. The support wing from Nully is kind of interesting. I'm not sure what to make of the Vengeance Malediction, but we'll see how this works out for him. Immediately Damps laying down across the RVB team. Claymores, Gilas, Worms now all Damp, so great Damp coverage spread right away by Nully Secunda. No jams yet from the Blackbird, which is interesting. And a web right away on Professor Cleo's Scimitar. Immediate web on the Logistics. We have a Malediction taking damage. Presumably that's who's webbing him, but this could be bad. Oh, the Oneris also webs, so this may be a quick match.
Yeah, they're going straight for the Logi trade on both sides, which is what you've got to do.
Oh, that Scimitar is getting melted. Look at him. He's boosting back shields, but he's taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, Professor Cleo's not going to live too long in this one. And if this match goes much longer, I mean, RVB are trying to kill the Celestis for some reason.
That's an interesting choice when you're about to lose a Scimitar. You're trading a Celestis for a Scimitar and leaving their... I guess their Oneris is taking damage too. Maybe they're spreading a little bit of damage. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe the Worms are on the Celestis and they have the rest of their damage applied to the Oneris.
Still, I think you want everything on this Oneris because this Celestis and Oneris are going down at the same rate. Imagine if you just focused everything on the Oneris, you'd be winning. Meanwhile, Professor Cleo's
He's hanging in there.
About to be off of reload cycle, and he's gonna go poop.
Here he goes, but that Oneros is in really low armor. He's gonna start bleeding
Nocturne's
structure.
Gonna drop at the same time.
Scimitar is down, but the Oneros is going to follow shortly. Oh, wow, a lot of his armor just came back. You see a overheated low rep there. Celestis, meanwhile, also about half armor. No remote reps on the Celestis yet.
There are none of the rep drones around the Oneros, so that was just AAR reps coming in.
It's really incredible to still see no remote reps on that Celestis. The Oneros isn't jammed. I'm not sure I understand what's happening, but Nocturne, he is going into structure. He is going to go down here, it looks like, and there he is gone, so it is still an even match. We have a web on MacGyver III's Gila and a web on one of the Merlins. Vexer, meanwhile, for, I'm not even going to pronounce Praetor, whatever, web down on his Vexer. So
yeah, if MacGyver dies, like, this is going to be a real big advantage for Nully. They're going to trade a Vexer for it, but Gila's way stronger than a Vexer, and even more points. And there he goes.
And there he goes in structure and down. So we have a Celestis still at half armor. That Vexer is going to go down here in just a minute. Target painter is coming down across them. It's interesting. There's no tackle on him at the moment. We have a Newt on Zandrakov's Claymore. We have a Newt on the Worm of Syleth. Maybe that's why we're not seeing the tackle come down. That Vexer is into structure now, so he is going down. We have the Worm of Syleth starting to take some significant damage. He'll be in trouble here in a minute.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nully caught another of the healers, so it's just a matter of time before the drones catch up. And actually, all the healers are tackled for the RVB side, so Nully's doing a real good job with their tackle, keeping these things pinned down.
Well, that Gila is lasting a while. He's webbed down, he's taking shield damage, but the longer he lasts, the better chance that they have of getting back ahead in this match. The Vexer Navy issue of Zuko is into pretty low armor. The Celestis drops. They can drop 2 quick ships like that. They may be able to stay in this, but that Gila is going down. It's into structure, and he's going to pop.
Died before because of that Vexer. The split damage between the Vexer and the Celestis. This Vexer Navy survived for a little bit too long.
But he is going to go down here, and there's not really significant damage coming across any of the RVB big ships right now. So they are still in this, and they have a Vexer above a 12 taking some serious damage now. One of the tackle ships of Max Scriptorius. Whoa, the Vengeance just gone. So I wonder if that, I feel like he was at high health. It might have been a boundary.
Yep.
We have Malediction is down. The Celeste is starting to take damage. So RVB are turning this around despite losing those Helas and the Scimitar earlier. They seem to be in control of this match now.
Yeah, RVB is focusing on this Celestis because they realize that with the Celestis alive, their Claymores can't do squat. Meanwhile, the Nully Eoses, they're free to apply all their damage, and they are onto this final RVB Gila. He's not tackled, but he is neuted, and the drones caught up to him, and he's gone.
Yeah, I still think these Claymores are going to be a force to be reckoned with. They do quite a bit of damage, and actually those Worms are very, very strong frigates. They do a ton of damage for what they are. The question is, against 2 EOS, are they going to come through? I mean, the Vexer Bubba 12 is about to go down, it looks like, and the other Vexer, Andrew Curtin, hasn't been touched, but meanwhile, we're not seeing any damage coming to the RVB team at the moment.
Yeah, the neat thing about these Nully Secunda Vexers is that they're actual tackle Vexers. They got the tackle on that Claymore before he obviously died. But they're not just kiting Claymores, they're brawling Vexer, they're brawling Vexers. So
RVB, are they turret fit maybe?
Let's take a
get
peek.
An awful lot of damage if you do that. Celestis, meanwhile, of me, of course, is taking damage. He is in half armor. Claymore of Zandrakov taking a ton of damage. ASB cycles coming in, but he's absolutely taking a ton of damage.
The Vexers are just newt fit, it seems like. They're brawling, newting Vexers. And again, RVB are splitting damage across the Celestis and the Vexer at the same time. The Claymore's tanking for now, but he's going to run out of reload cycles. I don't know if... I mean, they're going to win the trade, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, but against 2 EOS, Claymore, 3 Worms, I don't know. So, because the Vexer is going to go down. He's low structure here. The Celestis into structure. Meanwhile, that Claymore is starting to take serious damage. I wonder if his reload cycle's up because he is not boosting.
Oh, baby.
And here he goes. The Celestis is going to go down about the same time as him, but that leaves you a Claymore, 3 Worms, Raptor, 2 Merlins against double EOS.
Yeah, that's going to be a hardcore to break, but maybe this RVB tackle wing is like really experienced. They're feeling good about this.
Oh, Nully up by 3 points at the moment.
It's
really,
a tight one.
RVB need to get something down. That EOS is starting to take damage, so maybe they're just going to go all in on him.
Yep, they've definitely caught the RVB EOS.
No, it's a Worm down. I feel like
he's
almost
free to go now.
I feel like you kill that Blackbird now that they've lost the Worm, not so much, but I feel like you kill off the Blackbird and run away. I don't know about going for the EOS here because they're not really doing enough damage to break him, and they're going to continue to lose frigates. We have Black Cowl about to go into armor, Green Gambit's Merlin about to start dropping shields here, and that Worm just volleyed through armor and structure, and he is down. Nully have a pretty firm lead, but that EOS about what, half armor right now?
Yeah, EOS is half armor. He's dropping pretty quickly. These Merlins and Worms are dying, but the RVB side are doing a real smart maneuver. They're moving their Worms away from one another and just throwing the drones out.
Yeah, they really need to get through that EOS before those frigates all die, though, because that Claymore is not going to fare well against 2 EOS.
Yeah, the EOS is currently tackled, it looks like, by the final RVB Merlin, so they're going to try and break them down. Oh no, they're just going straight for the Claymore. They're going right for the jugular.
And that would, to me, be the smart move. When you have as much DPS on the field as you do with 2 EOS, get that Claymore off. It's a lot of points, it's a lot of damage, and it's going to hold the match for you. If you can break through that before your first EOS drops. And right now that EOS does not look like he is dropping very fast.
Yeah, it's whoever wins this DPS race right here is probably going to have a huge advantage in the rest of the match. The Claymore looks like it's probably jammed. Like, this Blackbird hasn't been doing all that much, but we finally see some jam cycles going off onto this Claymore. Matthias isn't able to apply too much damage to the final Nully EOS, or the primary Nully EOS. So, man, this is a race.
Hard time for him, too, because you see damps on him. Presumably, I would imagine there's scan resolution scripts in that, so that when he comes unjammed, if there is a cycle missed, it's going to take him that much longer to relock that EOS. The EOS is about to bleed into structure, though. Claymore half armor, or half shields, I should say.
He's out of reload cycle. He's going to go down.
So he will go down, but that EOS may go with him. Look at that EOS about to bleed into structure here. I don't see armor pulled back for him, but the Claymore's not taking a ton of damage, and he just did get a boost off of some sort. So
oh, he's back. He's just baiting. Oh man, what a clever move. This EOS is probably going to definitely
on the
drop.
Blackbird now, so they have, it looks like they probably put some support over to him, and maybe they're going to try to tear him apart because he's really causing problems for the Claymore. But that EOS low structure, Ajax 33, just a sliver of structure now. The Claymore about to bleed into armor, and he is down. The EOS, there he goes.
But the Claymore's still going to die.
I think that is the key. That is the key. Unless he manages to pull off something fancy.
There are
some
drones
is about to
catching up to
MJD.
him
Look at this.
now.
Is that what that is, or he's just webbed out? Let's
no,
see.
he's just webbed, I think. Oh no, he's
MJDing. There's no web effect on him.
Oh,
and there he goes. Look
off
at
to safety. He applied his drones and then ran away.
Oh
what
my
a smart
goodness! And the
dude.
question is, can they kill off the drones or escape them that way? Oh, the Claymore into structure. I don't think he's going to get a reload in time to save himself here. RVB ahead by 3 points, but 2 minutes left, and that Claymore probably will not survive. Another jam goes off on him. Blackbird is into armor. Question is, I don't think Worm Raptor
I have
Merlin...
a feeling Nully might have misplayed this a little bit. The drones are no longer on the Claymore.
Oh, did he get out of drone control range, perhaps?
He blinked himself out of drone control range and assigned it to something else, so they did not stay.
Oh, no.
There is one augmented hammerhead, actually, that is going for him, so...
What percentage structure is that Claymore at?
He's at 53% structure.
But the longer they have damage off of him, the quicker he's going to be able to start boosting back. His reload cycle is going to come in, and he's going to be able to boost back to 100% shields. Meanwhile, that Blackbird seems to have stopped taking damage. There's a little bit of damage applied to Shanian's EOS here. There's a minute 15 to go, and this is really looking kind of dire for Nully now. They need to get back in there.
They got it one drone back. They got one drone back. It looks like Matthias is trying to kill this drone, though.
So now it's a race between those couple drones and his reload cycle, and he's not making very much headway on that drone.
Yeah, okay, all the drones are now back. Okay. Crisis averted for the Nully team, but that was really close.
I don't know,
they almost screwed that one up. He's going down. He's going to fall. But he may have reloaded.
He may reload it. That's what I'm wondering. Does he get a reload off? They took so long to get damage back. 17%, 16%, 13, and he is down.
All right. So
Finally
Nully
gets
take
the
a
volley,
commanding
so it looks like
lead.
Nully have secured a win here. We'll see. 37 seconds. I don't think is enough time to get down both. Well, they would really have to get down the EOS at this point, given the point situation. So.
Yeah, no, they can't do it. They're done. But man, what a great showing. Only 30 seconds left in the match. That is insane. RVB are going to be dropped down to the elimination bracket after this. Great showing. Taking kind of a more of a boring setup, I guess. Meanwhile, Nully just saying, hey, whatever. I'll just take my week 1 setup, make a few tweaks, and just go ham on it.
I gotta say I was disappointed not to see broadswords, but I guess this is more of a hunting team.
Yeah,
than
maybe
an
that's their
team,
super setup. That
right, they're
gonna
bring that in
later.
the final if they get there.
Yeah.
So looks like clock's gonna tick out here. Congratulations to Nully Sakuna. They move on in the winners bracket. I believe they'll have another match later today. RVB, like we say, drops into the elimination bracket. Good showing from them though. We promised good matches early, and we started off with a great one. So we'll go back to the desk now and let these guys talk about that match a little bit.
We still, those teams are still undefeated, but wow.
Yes, yeah. So RVB is not eliminated. They're going to just get dropped down to elimination matches later today. They're going to be, actually, both of these teams are going to be fighting again later today, but RVB will be up against the wall in it. And that was an amazing match. We were talking here while that match was going on about why the last Claymore wasn't boosting at the end there, and I think, Rise, your explanation makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, I have a feeling he managed to burn up his ASB because he should have had enough charges. He only probably reloaded once. He obviously had enough time. So I'm guessing that in the attempt to stay alive while the first cycle was running, he managed to burn that out. But it'd be interesting to know for sure.
I think he had additional heat on his MWD trying to run away from those drones. And he probably burned it out like 40 seconds into the reload. So just...
I hope both these teams talk about this match somewhere later so we can find out details, because there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on here. I mean, the Blackbird played a really important role in that match, and it'd be interesting to kind of hear his perspective. And also the EOS decision to MJD away towards the end was really interesting. I don't know, exactly what the point of him doing that was. Probably trying to keep the ship alive, thinking he would still have drone control range, but he had a lot of options there in terms of how he handled that situation. So. A lot of really cool stuff going on here in this match.
It was great. We talked about how Nully Secunda has been bringing the sort of same themed setups for the last 2 weekends, and now they brought AOSs, but they had a slight variation of their lineup.
Yeah, they were running a heavier DPS EOS and Gila setup, and they ran almost identical setups the past 2 matches that they had. And then this time they traded down 1 VNI, which still does a fair amount of damage, but they picked up a lot of control.
Yeah.
So definitely see teams valuing the damps and the jams a lot more.
And I mean, yeah, it's interesting how at the start of the match it seemed like that control wasn't playing a huge role, that they kind of traded the first couple ships evenly, but I think later in the match the control was a really big deal. I mean, the impact the damps had on the small ships and the jams had on that last couple Claymores, I think was probably really significant. So,
so that switch was for the better.
I mean, it worked out, obviously.
Yeah, and it's possible the damps were contributing to the fact that RVB was splitting damage a lot in that fight, too. People just might not have been able to lock to get their weapons on the right targets. So you might have the Gilas assigning drones, but they need to shoot their missiles at something, too. And if they can't lock out that far, then they have to shoot it at the Celestis, maybe.
That's a good point.
But now we're at the point in the tournament where all teams, unless the ones that are eliminated, they have to fight 2 or perhaps even 3 battles today.
I don't think anyone has to do 3 today, but
no, it was 3 during the weekend.
A lot of people are doing 2 matches today.
Yeah. So this is where things get really, really heated. And the next match we have coming up is a
doozy.
Is a doozy. We have Curatores Veritatis Alliance. Wow. Thanks.
That's what
CVA. CVA versus Hydra Reloaded, and we could say that the Hyperion is on red alert.
Yes, this is a incredibly anticipated match because Hydra, of course, is a team that everyone is expecting to do amazingly well this tournament. They've shown great skill and great theory crafting so far. In their first 2 weekends, they brought the same setup and just dominated with it, as their ad pretty clearly showed. And everyone's just expecting them to continue to be strong. CVA is a team that in the last year and this year have been also very strong. I think for a lot of people, surprisingly strong. And they're also doing it in such fun ways, too. They are one of my favorite teams in this tournament, and I think one of the big fan favorites just because they come in with setups that are outside of the box and yet work really well.
So the bans for this match is CVA banned the Maulus and the Gila, and Hydra banned out the Tengu and the Loki.
Yes, I was watching these bans live, and it was funny, you'd see the little delay as CVA is choosing the first ban, and then it popped up Maulus. And that was the point where my respect for CVA is, a bit more. Because that Maulus is such a key part of the setup that Hydra had brought out earlier. Some people might see that Artie Sleipnir setup and say, oh, well, maybe you ban out Sleipnirs or something to block it. But actually, the Sleipnirs are much less integral to that setup than the Mauluses are. It's really a DAM setup that happens to have Artie Sleipnirs rather than an Artie Sleipnir team that happens to have DAMs. And so they decided they wanted to make Hydra bring out something something different. And then Hydra switched up their bans. They had banned the same things the first 2 matches because they wanted to bring out the already Sleipnirs with Damps, and so they didn't want to face Marauders in the last 2 matches. Now that they couldn't bring out the Molluses, they've switched up their bans, which suggests they're going to bring something different. And new Hydra setups are always going to be fun to see.
Yeah, it's taken too long to force them to fly something new, I feel like, so now it's good. Every time the bans came in and they weren't like the Mollus, or even the Sleipnir for that matter, which I do agree is the weaker ban, they just got to comfortably kind of drift through with this really capable setup, so I'm hoping to see something crazy from Hydra, and we're guaranteed to see something crazy from CVA.
Yep, and CVA has also done a great job of like bucking expectations and setting expectations, then bucking them for their MR roleplay. So they're, of course, one of the most famous role-playing groups in EVE. They're dedicated to the MR Empire. And so people might expect them to fly MR ships. And they've actually, the last 2 tournaments, they've opened up with all MR teams, or mostly MR teams.
I think they did this year as well, right?
This year they had the Damnation Sacrilege.
Right.
But then what they do is once they've set the expectation and people start playing into that, they then switch it up. So then last time they brought a bunch of Gilas and Sleipnirs.
Yeah, they brought actually something really similar to what Hydra brought. And they ran Sleipnirs and Gilas. I don't remember if they were artillery or not, but they flew it really well. So it was kind of nice to see them take the flavor of the tournament and do it well after that Damnation Sacrilege rush, which was I don't know why. I just love the concept of somebody saying that Damnation is primary in a 12v12. That's got to be heartbreaking, and I love it. I can feel the pain on comms from here.
I want to see smart bombing maulers.
Of course you
Smart
do.
bombing maulers, yes.
Of course you do.
The maulers do have a 100% win rate in this tournament.
Do they?
Yeah.
They
went the one match yesterday.
New meta, smart bombing maulers.
My approach to this tournament would be unbeatable.
Yeah.
I feel.
Well, there's always the ATXII. So
yes, there is always that.
Yeah.
But before we go on, we've talked a little bit about how CVA have been mixing it up. What is to stop them from, like, we talked about mind games a lot, and I'm trying to sort of get my words around the mind games that this might be bringing. So Hydra Reloaded are saying we don't want tinkers, shield tinkers.
Yeah.
But what if they just don't care?
Yeah, I mean, so whatever Hydra's bringing, I think they probably have a setup that it doesn't do great against Tinkers. What they probably also saw is that because CVA banned Mollus first, Mollus first ban would be a really common ban if you wanted to bring your own Tinkers. Tinkers are very vulnerable to Damps. So those 2 factors probably contributed to them banning out the shield tinkers. As for what they're going to bring, who knows? Like, we haven't seen CVA bring out shield tinkers, so Hydra is not trying to predict CVA setups. They're probably banning around their own weaknesses to their own setups rather than trying to ban out CVA stuff, which is smart because CVA has been unpredictable enough that you're not going to be able to, I think, get on top of them with that. They, in a lot of ways, they're managing to win the mind games by just not really playing into them very much. They just bring whatever they want to bring.
That's the next level of mind game, though.
And they don't let themselves get too wrapped up, I think, in it. It's very easy to get yourself, especially at this high level when you're like far into the winner's bracket, to like spend hours like agonizing over what to bring. And CVA has kind of shown that they just bring a variety of setups and then just count on those setups being able to do well with good piloting.
That's a hallmark of a good team.
Yeah, they typically have that whole piloting part of it. They're all right.
Yeah.
They do pretty good.
Double-clicking in space can be pretty hard.
And of course, when it comes to piloting skill, Hydra is probably regarded as the most skillful team in this tournament. They are really well known for executing amazingly well on their teams.
And also for great ads. Involve a lot of yelling. Yeah, so.
When the flexing ad for Hydra Reloaded has been playing during the Alliance tournament here, Apothny, which has the first part of the day off now, has been flexing along with him. We've tried to catch it on camera twice, but he's a slippery one.
He actually looks really similar to that guy.
He does.
The tattoos.
Yeah.
So.
And maybe a fairer complexion.
Yeah, slightly more English.
Slightly.
Yeah, but
sort of the milky white of a good tea, I should say. Let's not make any more fun of the Englishman because the match is ready. Your predictions, gentlemen.
I think Hydra is actually going to obliterate CVA. I think CVA is going to do good once they go down to losers bracket after this. They're going to win some more matches, but not this one.
I love CVA, but it takes a lot to make me not circle Hydra on a sheet, and this isn't it. So I've got, Hydra selected.
Yeah, I've got to get on the scoreboard, so I picked Hydra as well.
I'm going with Hydra too. Their tournament expertise is just something we can't ignore. So let's see what happens.
And we're back for CVA versus Hydra. This is Elise Randolph, joined by Bacchanalian for day 6 of the 12th Alliance Tournament. And CVA did it. They brought what you all wanted to see. They brought their Damnation Sacrilege team. And Back, why don't you tell us about a little bit about the other teams?
Well, I love this team that CVA brought, but I was just commenting to Elise while we were at the desk that going up against Hydra Reloaded, you can't bring the same setup. They will have practiced against it. They will have torn it apart on their forums, so they're going to know how to handle this. But what we're looking at are 2 Damnation, Oneros, 3 Sacrilege, 3 Heretic, Malediction, Tormentor from CVA, whereas the Hydra has brought a double Eos, double Ishtar, Oneros, Carries, Celestis, triple Heretic, and Malediction. So what we're looking at is CVA bringing basically the same setup we saw from them earlier. It's a very tanky setup that does actually a surprising amount of damage for what it is. It's going to take a long time to chew through this, but Hydra, you know, they got around the ban bringing Celestis and Carries. They already look like they've lost the damp war on the Celestis side. Oneros is damped down, however, and the Carries is damped. So CVA doing a good job of counter damping here. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, we've got the Hydra team there. They came in very close to each other. Again, these guys came in like 50 kilometers one another, and Hydra team is burning back, throwing their drones at the CVA team, and just trying to get control of the damp war. They lost it initially a little bit, but now it looks like it's well in their hand, and bam, Tormentor down.
Tormentor. So what it looks like they did there, they throw the damps on the Oneros to cut down his range. Hydra know exactly what his range is going to be. They've done these numbers. They know how many damps to put on him, and then they can take out these Tormentors who are probably going to be out of range very quickly, and they know this. So here goes the second Tormentor now. CVA not really applying a whole lot of damage. We have a target painter on a Heretic. Kadesh Priestess starting to take a little bit of damage now. Web on that Heretic. Newts on that Heretic. So we're going to wind up looking like a trade of 2 Tormentors for a Heretic here. If reps did land on him, we'll see if they can power through that.
Yep, Kadesh is a little out of position here, but it's okay. The Heretics were really, really good at killing the Tormentors. Heretics are fantastic at killing light tackle.
And interesting, we're seeing the Oneros take damage now. His shields are gone. Sar Gunnar on the CVA team is starting to go into armor. We'll see how his tank holds up against the damage applied to him here.
Oh, wow, this Eos is melting fast. Or Oneros is melting fast.
This is going to really spell trouble for CVA. That said, I mean, Damnation, Sacrileges, these aren't easy ships to tear apart, but this Oneros is going to go down. And this is going to spell trouble. Not a single ship down on the Hydra side yet. Malediction now starting to take damage, but reps on him instantly.
Yeah, Hydra playing this perfectly. Duncan Tanner is the closest one to them. I think he's just baiting them a little bit. He's not even taking damage. CVA Oneros down. And, yeah, Hydra just going to run away with this one. They've got the Dampor firmly under control. We'll probably see them killing these Heretics off because that's the biggest problem for them.
Yeah, and really, I mean, this is what I was saying. You can't bring, you can't. Is it a Maledict? No. You can't bring the same setup against Hydra.
Hydra has had 2 weeks to deconstruct this CVA setup. Though at the same time, they weren't cutting too well. They got a hard SP tackle.
Hard SP is tackled. The Eos has stripped the shields into armor now. There are remote reps on him, but we'll see. The damage of these Sacrileges and Damnations is going to be pretty substantial. Interestingly, Sten Mattsson's shields are gone, so it looks like they are going for a Damnation here. Eos is holding in armor, just a little bit of damage. A Heretics can go down for Brandy Star. He's into structure.
Yeah, we're going to get 2 Heretics falling at the same time.
And Alpha Bestie's going to go right after him. Although he did get up to pretty good speed, I think he's not going to be able to outrun the drones. Eos, again, still in damage. He's neuted. target painted and webbed, but you
Now
know,
there's a swarm of armor maintenance bots coming onto hard SP, so he's going to tank just fine in the face of these Damnations and Sacrilege, even though the Damnations and Sacrilege are like right on his face, and that hard SP is the only thing he can lock. Bam, boom, headshot, Sacrilege there, Heretic down. Yeah, again, Hydra just going to run away with this one. They got a little bit out of position, but they know really well this CVA setup. Had 2 weeks to deconstruct it, so they're just going to
and
tank
Webb's
it
lost
and chill.
off of hard SP, so
They just gave up. He didn't escape. They just gave up and going for something else.
I mean, at this point, it is kind of, we have a Sacrilege and Armor Gen Silex, so Hydra just, like you said, absolutely taking this team apart. They knew exactly how to handle it, and this is really the problem. I mean, they're going to have prepared for it. Even if they don't expect to see that setup, they're going to know how to use this setup to beat it. I flew with Hart SP and his team in an Alliance Tournament, the FanFest tournament, and really showed up for day 2 or whatever it was. We were actually flying against you.
Yeah.
And Hart had a full dossier of every setup he thought PL could possibly bring, given the meta, and exactly how we would handle it. Down to, I was flying a curse, what newts go on what. So
these guys are definitely 20
Sacrilege
pros
down.
when it comes to it.
I mean, it's really, truly amazing how well they prepare for every match. They know every module and which ship it goes on right away. They probably don't even have to call out, you're on this, you're on that, besides, you know, which target you're assigned to for your damps. And really, another Sacrilege now into structure. This is not going to be a good time for them. And let's see how tanky these Damnations actually are, because it's the only thing left on the field.
Yeah, that's about all we'll be able to see from the rest of this match. But, yeah, CVA, really a fan favorite. They're not eliminated yet. They go down to play, I guess, the winner of...
Let's see.
Shadow Cartel and Waffles, maybe?
94, yeah. No, Afterlife Coven.
Okay, Afterlife Coven. So CVA will be flexing their Amar muscles again later today, and Hydra will play again at the end of the day. And we're just watching some Damnations
They'll
die.
play against Nully Secunda, who won the last one. So.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So that'll be
a
another
nice...
good match. But both of these teams have to go on to play a second match. We're going to start seeing a lot of this now, and that's going to start playing into, you know, how good are these pilots at bouncing back right away, especially after coming off a hard loss with the setup that CVA really liked. We'd run against it. Rocapella run against it in practice quite a bit. It's a tough setup to chew through. But really, what else do they have up their sleeve? You feel like if they've got another ace in the hole, they'd have pulled it against Hydra. There goes that Damnation down.
Yeah, you
just
probably want to bring your best against Hydra. So I don't know. Maybe they're just playing the long game. Maybe they're like, yeah, the losers bracket's where we're gonna make our plays.
Well, I mean, I think
no
CVA
one expects Damnations twice.
Definitely going to be a strong team in the losers bracket there. Oh, he's commenced self-destruct on his Damnation, but I have a feeling Hydra will actually power through it before he goes down. It looks like these Damnations aren't super tanky. I think they're probably fit for a little more damage. They're not an obvious primary, so why not?
Yeah, oh man, they are melting super fast.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to make that self-destruct timer.
But it's nice of him to like try. Like,
right, rather than just
he's
sitting
not going to
there.
make this stream wait. He's a fan of Twitch chat, apparently.
Well, and again, more time he's got to prepare. I mean, it's only 4 minutes, but 4 minutes more time for them to kind of regroup and think about, okay, what do we do later today? Let's analyze our opponent. We know who it's going to be now. And
Boom,
congratulations to Hydra. They continue on in the winners bracket as one might expect, and CVA are down to the elimination bracket. So we'll see them both again later today. And with that, we're going back to CCP Garden at the desk.
Alliance.
Welcome to Wormhole Space, man. We be flying tech trees and smoking them trees. This about Alliance represented by Pandora Spear and Viper Fleet Inc.
And with that, CVA go down to the elimination bracket and have their backs up against the wall later today. But the last match of the day has now been decided that it's going to be Nully versus Hydra.
Yes.
That's going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, the last 4 matches are going to be all, once again, returning to winners bracket matches, and they're all going to be pretty exciting.
It's going to be the quarterfinals, so to speak, of the winners bracket. And Yeah, there's going to be some fireworks there.
Yes, yes, indeed.
But what did you guys think? Hydra Reloaded brought us something we haven't seen from them before.
Yep, but it is something very similar to what we've seen from a lot of other teams. The EOS core, like as you'd expect from Hydra, lots of damps, lots of control, excellent piloting to generally keep themselves out of range of those damnations and sacrileges, and just win the support war. I mean, you saw both sides had a wing of 3 heretics, but the heretics from Hydra were doing the job a lot better.
Right. Yeah, it just, as much as I was cheering for the CVA team, and I like that they chose style, bringing a heavy-plated, slow team against somebody like Hydra, I think is a mistake. I mean, to Bacchanalian's point, flying anything you've already flown, the exact same thing, is probably not going to work. Because even if they only looked at it for 5 minutes, they still looked at it. And they've looked at every single team that's come out, and they've gotten comfortable with, oh, well, we could do this. So I think it was a really good response to the bans for Hydra. That was no surprise. But I feel like CVA gimped their mobility a little too much against a team that is so heavily reliant on control and positioning. So I would have maybe chosen something that moved a little bit more.
I don't know. I actually kind of feel the opposite about the bringing the MR setup thing. I mean, I guess you could try to win the like setup war, but that sounds really hard to me. I kind of like the idea of flying something you're comfortable with. I feel like Hydra matches are often just about execution. They don't win necessarily with like incredibly weird or like I feel like they bring well-rounded setups. They bring setups that can fight against anything, and then they just execute better than everyone else.
Sure.
So I feel like flying something you're actually comfortable with gives you a little bit better shot about executing them. I don't think their setup was particularly an anti like Amar roleplay setup.
No.
It was just strong.
I mean, because
they just flew better.
Right, and I mean, Hydra didn't take a high mobility setup. They just had ships that were slightly faster and they were positioned much better.
And, you know, so I think it would also be reasonable to bring some variation of other things we've seen, like their Gila setup they brought last time. But I think trying to, like, outsmart Hydra in the setup war is probably pretty difficult, and you're probably better served just flying something you feel good about so that you can execute well and maybe have a shot at outplaying them, although of course that's difficult as well. And that's kind of my more general reaction to match. It's just Hydra's just so smooth. They just don't make mistakes. They know exactly how to handle most situations, even like regardless of their like on paper preparation for a particular lineup, they just can come on the field and outfly people. And I don't know what you do about that. They're just really good.
Yes, you just have to try and bring your best, I suppose. Yep. But they seem to have perfected this kind of setup that we've been seeing a lot, like yesterday. But
yeah, I mean, they executed very well with it. The support war was obviously something they did very strongly. I think it may not have been, like, to say whether other teams may have done it better, you'd have to kind of see them use it against a number of other teams, I think. But yeah, they obviously executed extremely well.
But this still isn't the end. Both of these teams will show up again, and maybe CVA will meet them later.
I mean, I think CVA's got a really good chance later today. They're up against who?
They're up against the winner of Coven or Afterlife.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that sounds like a match that they have a really good shot in. So,
and it is worth mentioning. I almost forgot this, but the Damp War was won. Actually, surprised Hydra lost it. They did have the Celestis. They didn't have their beloved Maulus, so they got a little bit behind on the Damps early, but they still couldn't protect their Oneros on the side of CVA. So that was part of the beauty of that setup, is even in, say, the Sleipnirs, had the Sleipnirs been damped, it would have been difficult. With an EOS, it's not that way. So they got right in there, blew up that Oneros really quickly, so it was tough for CVA.
Definitely.
Yeah. That, I think, should be the end word of the winners bracket matches for now, because we're going back into the elimination bracket where teams are facing the possibility of just going home.
And so these are teams that are going to be doing things like bringing out other flagships and bringing out like the best setups.
Let's hope we see a flagship, because in the next match we have Razor Alliance versus Solar Fleet. The often talked about Raven State issue.
Yeah, we're just not going to we're not going to stop badgering them about that until we bring it.
No.
Or they're eliminated.
If you put it on a sheet, if you announce it somewhere, you can't just not show up with it. Like, put your money where your mouth is, so to say, or where your word is.
Yeah. There was a lot of mouth there, so there should be a lot of money. Yeah.
So Razor Alliance banned out the Worm and the Sleipnir, while Solar Fleet banned out the Scimitar and the Rattlesnake.
Ooh, so armor, maybe? Anyone?
Yeah, I mean, Solar Fleet has always liked these very battleship-heavy teams. So like they're a big fan of running armor battleships in the past, traditionally. Much to kind of my displeasure, they tend to run under 12 people. But yeah, if you're afraid of a team that's going to be kiting a lot, knocking the Scimitar out of the equation is a good way to prevent that.
This also leaves the Gila open.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say the worm ban is pretty interesting. It's the first time we've seen that, I think. And even though it's been kind of one of the most common, in a way, most powerful ships this tournament. So interesting step there.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, not that removing the worm eliminates the Gila, but
the guy
Lorenzo.
This is the second time someone's gone out of their way to pronounce something incorrectly again.
Well, you know, after that's all that the forums talk about, I just have to. I'm going to stand firm on this whole Gila
Great.
issue. So. But I think the worm is such a powerful ship, and the worm is one that can really capitalize on positioning mistakes in a way that the heretic can't. So the heretic can win you the support war. The worms can straight up win you the war. I mean, they can chase down logistics in an ASB reload and really close out, which is cool.
Yep.
So your predictions for this? I'm going with Razor Alliance myself because I want that State Raven.
Seconded.
I'm going to say Razor Alliance, though I think if Solar Fleet manages to bring 12 human beings, then I think they have a very good chance.
I was about to circle Razor and like something felt really weird about it, and I can't explain it, so I switched, and so I'm hoping for Solar win.
All right, so let's send it up into cyberspace base from the table of people who can't pronounce.
War target has engaged bait. Jump, jump. Target has been broadcast. Kill the pod. Red versus blue, shooting people in the face all day, but best friends after.
Welcome back, guys. I'm Buck and Alien here with Elise Randolph and Alliance Tournament 12, Day 6. We have match 89, Razor Alliance versus Solar Fleet, and Solar Fleet has done the same thing they've been doing and brought an undermanned setup.
Yeah, but they brought a lot of DPS with that undermanned setup, and they said, screw you, Logi, I need more space for DPS. They are taking 2 Ishtars, 3 Navy Vexors, 3 Gilas, and Razor are taking more of a kiting setup, with actually 12 people, so that's pretty good. They've got a Vulture, Bassi, 3 Gilas, 2 Serbs, and then like a Merlin support wing, which probably have damps. And they came into the beacon both pretty far away, so they're very far from one another, perfectly far. Razor came in at 30, Solar came in at 50, and here we go.
Yep, Gecko's out on the field already from the Solar Fleet group, and they're coming right across the field. They have I forget what is burning across the field here to
it is a
get
crow.
some tackle. The crow is coming in for tackle, so
Maestro is trying to get some tackle on this Solar Fleet team. Solar Fleet are all damped out, but it looks like they got their drones out first, so that first target that they're going for is going to eat it.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous tactic from a crow to just burn into that gang, but it looks like so far he's not taking any damage. In fact, oh, there goes Vexor Navy issue for Solar Fleet. Mr. Mass has his shield stripped right away. We will see where his tank lies. The Basilisk, meanwhile, seems to be the primary target on the Razor Alliance side, so Solar going right for that logistics with all their damage. You got to think they've got enough DPS to break through the ASB right now.
Yeah, right now they do, and Solar have all their drones, even though they're pretty well damped out. All their drones are currently shooting this Bassi. Pretty clever move to ban the Simi and just try and zonk through the Bassi with bonus drones.
And wow, the Crow, there he goes. So that's the danger. You go in for that hero tackle, and he is gone. Mr. Massive Extra Navy issue was webbed for a minute, and that's obviously what the Crow's role was, but the Crow is no longer. Meanwhile, the Basilisk has brought... Whoa! Was that a boundary violation? He seemed to just absolutely vanish from armor all the way through.
No, that was just the drones catching up and just murder zoning him.
That hurt. So another Extra Navy issue for our Angel
Oh,
Chaos.
never mind. I horribly lied. That was, in fact, a boundary violation.
Okay, I was going to say, that is an awfully large volley. So we have a second Extra Navy issue taking a fair bit of damage. He's into armor now. So Razor Alliance getting a freebie from Solar Fleet. And really, with that few ships, that's a big deal.
Yeah, that is a large part of the DPS gone, unfortunately. Solar are trying to do this no logi max kite thing. It's working okay, I guess. I mean,
they're gonna have to be careful.
This Bassie's gonna die.
They've got a Gila at 107. He's gonna be flirting with disaster. That Vexor Navy issue is gonna die at the same time as the Bassie, though. It's not a good trade. Two Vexor Navies for a Basilisk.
Yeah, that's actually a horrible trade.
So this is really dangerous stuff for.
This is the issue Solar Fleet's gonna have now. They're damped pretty well, and they've got so few ships that Razor can keep them all damped. If they can just get MacTep perma-damped, then nothing here will die. Solar will never be able to assign their drones if Razor can get damps on MacTep's Ishtar.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have the Merlin of the Boss, stripped through shields into armor. We have the Gila of Trendafil taking some shield damage. Boss is at a sliver of structure. He should be going down momentarily, and I think that was there he goes. The Gila of Trendafil, meanwhile, through his shield. So there is an awful lot of damage still left on the field. These guys are doing a really impressive job of actually applying it despite the damps.
Yeah,
Two Ishtars undamped now, actually, and that Gila is going to go down. He's in low armor going into structure. This is still a match.
This is, yeah, it's probably going to be...
Oh, there's the Gila for Eleanor 84 on the Solar Fleet side, stripped of his shields now. Question is, does he have an ASB or of any sort? Looks like Trendafil's pulling back a little bit of shields. Come on, guys. This is really, really close. Like, which one's going to go down first? And really, that may be the turning point in the match here.
I think Trendafil's going to do it. He's burning it now.
30,
Solar aren't able to apply their drones anymore.
2,900 meters a second with it. Eleanor Gila is at 117, 119, 120, 22.
Oh, might have a boundary violation
123,
here.
124, and he is down for a boundary violation. Oh, horrible mistake cost Solar Fleet.
Yeah, well, he was kiting really well. It just so happens that the boundary
all the way out. Meanwhile,
really
Trendafil's Gila is actually at 115 himself. He's going to run out of the boundary, too, if he's not careful.
Oh,
he's in structure anyway, though. 129. Yeah, he's going to go down here. Alien GTR is Ishtar stripped right through armor. He is going to go into structure. So this is an absolute brawl now. We have a Merlin down on the Razor Alliance side. Solar Fleet on points just barely behind, but losing this Ishtar is going to just really
now they're
hurt
way
them
behind the 8 ball. That Ishtar for Solar Fleet that died, he tried to activate the MJD to run away, but he just kind of blew past the MJD a little bit, it looks like.
You know, that's really dangerous, too, because you can turn around while doing that if you don't activate it right. We've seen that happen. The Heretic against Pandemic Legion, in fact, I think. He overran it, turned back, activated, faced the wrong direction. Boom. So
Naki's Gila, meanwhile, is... Well, he's got the drones on him now.
Yeah, but we have
MacTep's
the Ishtars in armor. Yeah, that's going to be going down well before that Nanaki's Gila does. I really feel like Solar now are just too far behind.
Yeah, it's when you bring one of these really kitey, high DPS underman teams, damps are your enemy, and also the boundary is your enemy.
MacTep might be making a run for the edge of glory now. He's at 104. These guys are just lemming over the boundary. Will he follow?
Maybe he just wants to go outside to be with his bros. Oh no, he actually no, he's going. He's
going
full speed. He's gonna make it.
114. Oh.
So now it's like just denying kills at this point.
Oh, it's unreal. The Gila of Nanaki actually threw his shields.
Oh wow,
he managed to make the turn, and that Gila is down to armor now.
Nice. MacTep showing that he's still got it.
Might be able to hold on for that Gila to go down, but I don't know. I mean, they still got a Vulture Gila and 2 Serbs to get through, and you're really not going to outrun the Serbs damage. That Gila's going to drop.
Whoever's drones volleys hit first.
Yeah,
they both drop at the same time.
So Razor Alliance have a pretty solid 20-point lead right now. They have a lot more beef on the field. That Vexor Navy issue is not going to be terribly tanky. The Gila of Asaja... Ajasuri, did I get that? Hopefully I got that.
Yeah,
he is going to go down
nailed it.
Probably before too long. He's like taking quite a bit of shield damage.
Yeah, these Razor Serbs can now basically hit the entire arena, and these Solar ships, they can't lock anything. Their drones are all idle, it looks like. Some of them are just auto-aggressing Teabag Serb.
Oh, there you go.
So Teabag is going to get it.
Yeah, he is getting it too. Look at that. That's quite a bit of damage going down on him. And actually, the damage against Solar Fleet here has stopped. It's actually swapped to Mac Lesser's Gila. I wonder, positioning-wise, I guess he might be closer in. Oh, they're both.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So the primary Gila, Estra, was actually sitting on an MJD beacon as well. So maybe the Razor saw this and said, hey, let's not waste
Right.
our DPS. Let's just get this guy.
So Teabag, it looks like, he boosted a little bit there, it looked like, but he's going to go down, I think. But Mac Lesser now into armor. Huge chunks of his armor going away. He's going to be into structure before long and down, and I don't think Teabag Cerberus will die at this point.
Yeah, these Cerbs are actually rapid light, and they are not reloading yet, so they've got a little bit of missile left in them. Mark's going to die before Teabag goes down. And Razor, I think they're just getting a little sloppy right now. They could just all kite away and never get shot, but they're just going to make a game of this.
Why not? You've got, what, a Vexor Navy and a Gila. Maybe you lose a Cerberus, maybe not.
Yeah.
Might as well clean up the field, end this match. Don't just kite for 3 minutes and make us suffer. Get this over with, and there goes actually Teabag Cerb now taking a substantial amount of damage suddenly. Like he was bringing shields back, and he's through armor now.
Oh, Teabag's, he's
That's
gone.
incredibly flimsy that the guy's dying so fast. He's into structure now. One more volley should take care of him.
Meanwhile, the rest of the Solar team are just hanging on this MJD beacon saying, come at me.
And there he goes. Teabag is down, but the Vexor Navy issue of Praetoric is now webbed. That's going to spell trouble. The drones will catch up from the Gila. A little bit of damage.
Estra's activated his MJD. Nope, I just can't see things.
Just kidding. So the Gila now, or the Vexor Navy issue into armor now. No real damage being applied to the Razor team. Solar Fleet kind of desperately trying to maybe scrape something together here, but I don't think they're even going to survive the time. And really, at this point, you don't have enough DPS to get through that Vulture anyway.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do now. Though, to Solar's credit, they took a very weird, very undermanned setup. Very brave of them. They did okay. I mean, they tore this Razor team apart.
They just didn't do it fast enough.
Yeah.
And so the Vexor Navy issue about to bleed into structure here. It looks like 7-9 is taking a substantial amount of damage in his shields, but again, as soon as this Vexor Navy issue goes down, it's probably a little bit under half of the damage they have on the field, and it's just really not going to, I don't know, maybe they get 7-9 down, maybe they don't. It's kind of just a moral victory. The points don't really carry over anyway, so.
Yeah, maybe they just really hate 7-9.
And I guess at this point we're in the elimination bracket anyway, so these guys are, Solar Fleet will be going home or back to station to cry in station, I don't know. But
they'll have some vodka. It'll be fine. They'll make a good thing out of it. But Razor advances, assuming they don't all just boundary violate right now, which, I mean...
They'd have a long way to go. They're pretty far from the boundary.
But I think they could do it if they really believed in themselves. And I kind of want to see that. They got a minute to do it.
I mean, I believe in them. We've seen some pretty amazing throws. It could happen. There's still time. We have Asaja's Gila taking a bit of damage, but he seems to be kiting it, I guess, just kind of doing his thing. Drones look like they're starting to catch up to him now, and he's going to start taking damage again.
The weird thing is they do this really smart tactic, Solar do, and they sit on these MJD beacons, but they never actually activate them. They just kind of wait. They're just kind of playing chicken, and then they just run away from them.
Yep, and so he's going to have shields. That 7-9 looks like he got caught by the drones again, and he's going to go into armor here shortly. Serbs obviously are shield-tanking ships, and once he gets into armor, he's not in a happy place, so he might actually go down. That Gila Asaja's kind of hanging on to the end of his shields, also shield-tank ship. 11% on his shields, 7-9 into structure. He will go down here from one more volley. Meanwhile, that Gila is into armor. The match will come to an end when he explodes.
He is not long for this world.
No, he will not survive out the 41 seconds that we have left right now. 20-point lead for Razor, and I think they're going to get the full 100. Congratulations to them for surviving, continuing on into the elimination bracket, going deeper. Do we know who they're playing much? Let's see.
They play, I believe...
I don't see them on here for today, so they may actually have a break until tomorrow. So
wow,
that is good for them. They get to get a good night's sleep. Ronin.
Oh, they play the Ronin. Yeah, that's the end of the before the break. They'll play the Ronin.
Oh, they do. Wow, they don't have a break.
Go home. They get a few rattlesnakes for their effort.
So Razor actually get what 3 hours of time to prepare. So good luck to them.
They'll
get some
be
rest
fine.
And get some food. We'll go back to the desk.
Go for Tower Wars, free for all on Tower Wars.
Dear Diary, today I saw drones. I'm CCP Gargant, joined here by Sir Squeeple, CCP Fuzzy, and CCP Rice. I don't know if Solar Fleet were trying to fit the entire meta of this tournament into one team, but they did it.
I mean, I think what Fozzie was saying kind of before the match and saying during it is true. They really just dislike frigates. They really just don't seem to feel happy to have support. They just all want to fly big ships, and they've sort of moved past battleships to kind of medium, but they just don't like them. I don't know.
If there's one thing that drone teams obviously do, and only drone teams, it's make people boundary violate.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, the Gila was out of shields when he left, but there was still more to live for. I mean, armor and structure is enough of a reason.
I genuinely think without those 2 boundary violations, they make a really close run for the match.
Yeah. But other than those 2, they actually flew really well. They evaded a lot of the damage. It was taking a long time for the damage from Razor to get on top of them. Basically, if they'd kept those 2 pilots in the arena, it would have been very tight. I still think Edge would have been to Razor. But if they managed to not boundary violate and downgraded one of the ships to fit 2 Logifrigs instead, then I think Solar would have actually been in pretty good shape.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that they opted not to bring links. Like, they really committed to this whole, we're all going to have damage, we could all be the hero, because nobody wanted to bring links. And that not only affects your outright tank, but also your speed. So you could see, like, the Gilas of Razor and even the Kerberos on Razor's side, they were burning around a lot faster than the Gilas could for Solar, which definitely hurt him in the end.
Yep, and that reduces a lot of the damage, as we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, this is one of actually very few matches, it seems like, where teams have opted to just abandon links completely, and I don't think it's gone well in the other ones either.
Yeah.
It's usually a bad choice. We've seen a couple, like, people generally do it if they're really tight on points elsewhere. So if they're trying to do something like this, or if they're doing a tinker, which is, tinkers are all often light on, like, tough to fit everything into the points you want, but doing a tinker without links is always a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's just never good.
Tinker without links.
Yeah.
It's been done.
It's been tried. It hasn't been successfully done.
It's been brought, but it's not delivered. Let's carry on from this match. I will put a happy check mark, as I am 2 for 3 for today. The next match coming up is Castabouts versus the Devil's Warrior Alliance. And I'm going to go straight to the bans because I find them very interesting. Castabouts banned the Dominics.
Okay, yeah.
And the Dominic's Navy issue.
Ooh, they just don't want space
do
potatoes.
not want these ships.
They're just like boycotting the Dominics till we update the model. I bet that's it.
That's probably it.
Devil's Warrior uglying up their matches.
The Devil's Warrior Alliance banned out the Gyla and the Rattlesnake. So
that's much more normal.
Much more normal.
We haven't. Castabouts would have banned the Sin if we gave him a 3rd ban, I bet.
Probably. We haven't seen any Dominics like at all of this tournament.
We've seen one yesterday, right? At some point they brought it.
Yep, we saw Dominics yesterday. Yep, we've seen a couple of them. The one that was brought yesterday was actually a flagship, I believe. So there's been some use of it, but not super popular. But actually, it's been banned quite heavily. It's up there for one of the most banned ships. In Ishtar, there are 2 ships that are not being brought a lot, but it's hard to tell whether they're not being brought because they're being banned so much, or they're being banned badly because no one was going to bring them anyways.
He looks really skeptical.
I mean,
we up their points a lot.
It seems really strange. Yeah. It just seems strange that people like if you guys haven't read the points of Dominic's is set at 20, is that right? And where normal Tech 1 battleships are 17.
So like a Navy Dominic's is actually cheaper in points than a Dominic's. It's 19 points.
And I mean that's just because as we found out last year, the tracking bonus on the Centuries is really strong. So it just deserves.
It's great.
Specifically here. And it's just strange to see people still scared of it, apparently, even though it hasn't seemed to be worth it for most teams. So I don't know.
I mean, if you're doing a team, actually, if you're doing something like, though obviously hopefully a bit more optimized, like the Solar Fleet team, where you're relying on cruiser-sized ships keeping range, a Dominic's is a nightmare. Even with the current point values, seeing curators dropped by a Dominic's is going to be bad news for a team like that.
Yeah.
But I still feel that there are other ships that are better in terms of cost and the fact, like what you get, your bang for your buck, so to speak, in the form of maybe the Gila or the even a Vexor Navy issue.
Yeah, I mean, like sure, with a setup like that, if you see a Dominic's, you're going to be like banging your head against your desk, whatever. But with a setup like that, if you see a Golem, then you're just going to like pull a code and walk away from your computer and leave.
Yeah, that was actually what I was just thinking as well. Like, I'm surprised that teams that are banning Dominic's wouldn't ban Marauders. I would think usually that's the more realistic threat that kind of attacks the same sort of setups as Golems or maybe Paladins, but I don't know.
Banning the Navy Dominics, though.
Yeah.
Come on, that's really doing them a favor, not helping yourself.
I actually think that's a slight against you. You like them, don't you?
Oh, well, no?
You do now. I've decided.
No, okay, well, I'll pretend it for the purposes of this test, but they're my least favorite tournament ship of all time.
So they're just doing it out of solidarity. That's,
Why?
Maybe, like, I guess.
Why don't you like them?
all the ships are going to be
Why don't
coming
I
in
like
named
them?
like for CEO.
Because they get misused every time. People are like, look at how much damage is on this Navy Dominic.
It does a lot of damage.
It does so much damage,
Yeah.
but it does so much damage up until the point where it can't hit anything, which it never does.
Yeah.
And then it dies, and then I end up ranting into the next match. And
Whether
you
or
call
not
me
you
out.
can hit doesn't affect like the EFT number at all.
No, that is true. That is true.
Yes.
Looking good on paper is the first
Like
step.
1,600.
Navy
That's-
Dominics is
what more could you ask for, really?
Navy
hard to
Dominics
find
are
more,
right
no?
up there with like Torp rattlesnakes. Like
Which we
rage
should also
Torp
be
rattlesnakes.
seeing. Yeah, we should
lots
definitely
of
see some of those. Those
Yeah.
would be the new Navy
Maybe that's why
Dominic.
people are banning rattlesnakes.
Rage
It's the
Torps.
Torps that really bring it home.
But both of these teams have brought things that kind of surprised us in the past. What do you guys think they'll bring to the table this time?
Oh, it is hard to say.
Yeah.
What did Devils ban?
Devils banned the Guyla and the Rattlesnake.
Okay. Because I was going to say, like, Castabouts has shown that they're happy to shield tinker, but that gets a little bit harder. I mean, the Ishtar is still open, so they could do that.
I mean, the dual tank Eos is still open.
That almost didn't work for other teams recently, and as much as I'd like to have a heart attack for another match of an Eos and Structure, I would say probably not. Probably not.
But now that we've been talking about those that are going home and those that are still going on, no teams that leave today go home empty-handed, do they? We changed the prize structure.
Yes, so we now give out prizes. For one thing, every time you win any match or a series, when we get to the series, you're going to be getting a set of special rattlesnake skins for your trouble. And so these are going to be limited edition. They're only going out to the tournament teams for now. And so you're going to be like, these are going to be quite profitable. Rattlesnakes, of course, are extremely popular ships. And they look really cool with the new skins. They look a lot like the tournament prize cruiser and frigate. And then we're also giving out Plex spread out. So yes, the teams. Yes, at this point, everyone is is in the at least 5 Plex round, and I think the winners bracket guys who have won are guaranteed into the 15. Maybe I might be getting that wrong, but if they're not there, they're close.
Yeah, they're close.
Yeah,
and the top 6 places then get the tournament
prize
chips.
Yep, and so by the time like the teams that are still in the undefeated bracket are all within spitting distance of that.
Yep. So you guys all have a chance to get something really, really shiny for your troubles, but now we're about to go into the match. What are your predictions? I'm going with Castabouts because they are my favorite.
And despite them banning my favorite ship of all time, the Navy Dominics, I'm also going to go with Castabouts.
Yeah, I'm going with Castabouts as well.
Yeah, me too.
Obviously, Castabouts is doomed.
Obviously, Castabouts is doomed. Let's see what happens.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why Plex are so damn high? Then watch EVE Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. EVE Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
Test have sort of a poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership.
All right, guys, welcome back for day 6 of the Alliance Tournament. I am Elise Randolph, joined in the commentator's booth with Bacchanalian, and we've got Castabouts versus the Devil's Warrior Alliance.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting match to get to see who goes on to play MIF later in the day, and we have Newts and Blasters against Newts and Blasters.
Yeah.
Playing some drones, but Yeah, it's going to be an interesting setup. So Castabouts brought a Vindicator, put it in at 0, brought an Armageddon, put it in at 0. Oneros, 2 Ishimus, 2 Vexers, 2 Ishkers, and 3 Tristans. While Devil's Warrior Alliance have also brought an Armageddon. They brought double Astarte with an Oneros, Vexer Navy issue, Celestis, 2 Vexers, 2 Merlins, and 2 Tormentors. So right away we have tracking disruption down on the Vindicator, damps on an Armageddon, damps on the Oneros, damps on the Celestis. So I'm sorry, damps on a, yeah, it's just already
Devil's Warrior
everywhere.
Alliance are actually doing a really good job. The TDs on the Vindicator and the newts on the Vindicator are going to make him incredibly sad. That said, they're actually not really charging. They're just waiting for Devil's Warrior Alliance to charge into them. So
And that's what they're doing. Webb immediately on the Astarte of Mithrander Min, and we'll see if he starts taking some significant damage. Actually, it looks like Cyborg Detman's taking the damage on the other side. He does have reps on him, but newts on both Astartes, which is where you want to put those. Those do not like being neutered. They can't fire blasters without cap. He's into armor now. The Vindicator, meanwhile, is the primary target for Devil's Warrior, and they put him into armor already. He is getting remote repped, but it looks like he's taking damage faster than he's getting health back.
Yeah, the Castabouts Oneros is actually damped out and neuted. This is a great combination. Damp him to get him close in, and then neut him with the long-range newts. So here we go. This is a great target call.
Yeah,
for,
and he's into
Cass.
low armor. This is going to be a really big loss for Castabouts. They lose that Vindicator. That's a big part of their strategy. That's a lot of points right off the bat. It's a lot of damage right off the bat. Meanwhile, both Astartes and the Oneros on the Devil's Warrior side are webbed, and both the Oneros and the Astarte taking some damage, but that Vindicator's about to go into structure. He's going to go down long before Cyber Detman's
And he's not receiving any reps because of the this Oneros is actually webbed, pinned down in the back and damped, so he can't do much.
And here he goes, just tiny bits of structure. Looks like we got a web on the Armageddon next to Castabout's Armageddon. Will probably be low. Well, web is lost on him. Thought he was me next primary. We will see, but no appreciable damage on Devil's Warrior Alliance anywhere.
Yeah. This
you think maybe they're trying to stress out the Oneros pilot micromanagement-wise, shooting both him and the Astarte, but any experienced logistics know how to do that.
Castabouts have so much control, but they're still not doing as good as they'd like to.
Well, they're not applying all the control either, which tells me that Devil's Warrior Alliance, who are applying all of their control, are doing a really good job here. Neither attack bar are very high. Both teams are really struggling to apply their damage. I wonder if those Astartes are fairly well damped down right now. First Ishimu of Lara Antipov is starting to take a fair bit of damage. He's in a low armor. Logistics still not repping him. Those damps on the Oneros are absolutely devastating. Probably the newts too. He's about to go into structure, receiving no reps, even still 0 reps. Web on him, and he is down. The Oneros, meanwhile, Adrian Dixon into low armor.
Ashimu is down, but they're going to trade it for this Oneros, and that is a great trade. This is going to be like the first big play that Castabouts are going to make, if they can make it.
Yeah, it's going slowly, but maybe so. I mean, to be fair, they lost a ton of their damage. Putting a Vindicator on the field, along with an Armageddon, is a ton of your points. And really, you lose one of those, and you're in deep trouble, and they are in deep trouble. But that Oneros is bleeding into structure now. Adrian Dixon looks like he's going to go down very shortly. Oneros for Tim and Lee just got volleyed through armor, and he is down. He just absolutely melted. Just vanished off the field. He was deleted.
He went with the shield Oneros fit, and that did not last very long.
No.
He got 2 boosts off and completely zonked.
Unbelievable. I mean,
So
Adrian
the lucky
Dixon
trade
does go
actually
down,
happened, but
yeah, Castabouts are really with their backs to the wall right here. They're about to lose a Tristan, Ishimu taking a fair bit of damage, and a TD down on him is going to, do its thing. Vexer's into armor.
Yeah, we see a lot of split fire here, but a lot of this is probably due to just the support war, the way that's going on.
Right, drones auto-aggroing as they might do.
Yeah.
Iridescent Moons, Tristan about to go down, it looks like. Meanwhile, the Vexer Body Shock is webbed. He's getting some reps back, but he is taking a fair bit of damage. I think he's going to go down around the same time as Eophus' Ishimu, who is bleeding into structure now. Actually, the Ishimu looks like he's going to go down first.
Yeah, he's definitely going to go down
We also
first.
have Turgon Celestis,
damage.
so it's like, I feel like if you're having that much trouble with the damage, you get the Celestis earlier, and it goes to Celestis is going to go down, but
the Casts are going to trade way too much for it. They lost the Ashimu. They're going to lose probably these 2 Vexers. Unless, let's see, they're not shooting the Vexers anymore. It looks like they're Devil's Warrior just going to say, screw this Geddon.
Yeah,
Hate
well,
him.
if I'm an Astarte and I'm getting neutered out that bad, I don't like the Armageddon. I have a full cap booster. I'm going to try to apply it, maybe get that off the field. I mean, it's hard to get away from an Armageddon.
This Geddon's actually melting really hard, and in return, Castabouts aren't really getting much for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the Armageddon on the Devil's Warrior side is counter-neuting the Castabouts Armageddon, so he's not really able to apply probably all of his newts. He does have newts on those 2 Astartes, but he's absolutely melting down.
So we see a Vexer pop, a Merlin about to pop for Devils, so Castabouts
Castabout's support are starting to win that support war. I
Yeah,
think.
they're
Now that
doing good in
Celestis is
that
gone.
regard, but they're about to lose their last DPS ship, their last true DPS brawling ship.
Yeah, 2 Vexers, 2 Ishkars, 3 Tristans are not going to bring down 2 Astartes and an Armageddon. Just I don't see it happening. They have a Vexer Navy issue web. Meanwhile, Vilgrazik's Vexer also taking damage. Not a ton of damage being applied right now to the Castabout's team, and Ishkar taking a bit of damage, but that Armageddon's about to go down.
And
so
there it goes. That's actually probably the best trade that Cast has had throughout the entire match, which is probably why they lost this match.
Yeah, that Vexer is going to go down, it looks like, on the Devil's Warrior side. Not going to matter. Ishkar is going to go with him. Really, again, Vexer, Ishkar, or 2 Vexers, Ishkar, and Triple Tristan. Tormentor's going to go down here. At this point, Castabouts are just kind of grasping at kills.
Yeah, Devil's Warrior Alliance bringing Blaster Astartes and owning with them. What do you think about that?
I really love it. I love me some blasters. That was my first. I'm a Galente pilot originally. First love were medium blasters. Love the Astarte, and for just I don't get to fly it a whole heck of a lot, but it is a lot of fun. And I just like I said, I love the in-your-face DPS. I'm coming to get you stuff, and they're applying it really well here. Now that they have no newts on them, they're just happy campers now. They got their cap back. I'm sure they're able to use those blasters, MWD to their targets, and get there and just. Bang, we got off Strife, it looks like, is webbed and probably going to be melting very shortly with those Astartes on him, and there he goes.
And not only do we have Blaster Astartes, we've got, it looks like, no, it's just a tackle Vexer Navy issue. I thought maybe he had blasters on him because he's right up on Offsea's face.
But why not? Vexer is down, so I wonder if maybe that Vexer Navy also has newts. Yeah, so
yeah,
we're
probably.
Saying, yeah. So,
he's got tackle for sure. He probably has newts as well.
I got a web on Seaver Detman's Astarte there, but Ishkar and 3 Tristans, that would be a heck of a fight to bring those down. I mean,
this would be like a huge throw if it happens, but
I've taken an Astarte down with an Oneros, but I don't know about frigates. That's 3 Tristans is going to be a rough fight. That Ishkar is down now.
Yep, so it looks like Castabout's eliminated now from the tournament. As Fozzie mentioned, they do get those fancy blueprints for the Rattlesnakes.
Yep, but Devil's Warrior are going to move on to fight MIF right after the break in match 98. So again, it's a quick turnaround. These guys don't have a ton of time to get prepared. You would assume they have to have that setup already fit, already ready to go. They know what they're going to fly, or at least maybe 2 or 3 options depending on bands.
Yeah.
First Tristan off the field. There's 2 more to go. Well, 1 more to go now. They're just going to get destroyed. If they're in range of these Astartes, they're just going to get blapped.
And that is the curse of the elimination bracket. You have to be ready to play a lot of matches in short order, which is why teams are like grasping at straws not to get put in the elimination bracket. Either way, Devil's Warrior Alliance, they took a really different setup than what we've seen at all this tournament, and I like it. I'm down with it. They got a Celestis for the dams. That's cool.
So we got a Merlin v Tristan
no
duel
drones
going on,
really,
but Tristan is going to lose it.
The 1 Vexer, yeah.
So Devil's Warrior cleans up here, does a really good job. They move on with that interesting setup, and now something for MIF to think about. Are they going to bring back Astartes? They bring like high DPS, or we have to face that. So
yeah, I like their style.
Yeah, with that, we'll go on back to the desk and let the guys talk about that a little bit.
Some people might call it a commentator curse. I just call it incompetence. We can't call for Jack.
Speak for yourself. That was my first wrong one today.
Yeah, we would have been fine up until the point where Rise agreed. And at that point, Castabouts was like, let's just bring the exact same setup that we've already brought.
Yeah, so this was really interesting. We were trying to figure out during the match. There was one small thing that was really different about this particular matchup, which is the Devil's Warrior Alliance actually fielded tracking disruptors, which is something like we haven't seen very much of at all. Obviously, most of the damage in this tournament is coming from drones, and kind of the secondary or the second most popular is from missiles. So tracking disruptors are a weird choice, but thinking it's a really, really good decision by them, both because of the fact that Castabouts brought this setup previously with the Vindicator, and also because they banned that Navy Dummy, which may have tipped them off that they didn't want to fight something at close range with a lot of damage. So.
And something I overlooked before, Devil's Warriors actually did bring Navy Dominixes, so, which probably I think is why they were in the losers bracket. So, yeah, that ban actually makes some small bit of sense, but I still just.
I was very impressed with that match, though. I'll fully admit that I underestimated Devil's Warriors in that match.
Yeah, definitely. They not only like did a good job in the match piloting, but some really good decisions around their setup and. Kind of adjusting to their opponent really well, which is obviously really important.
Yeah, and they'll be up against MIF next, so that'll be interesting. I actually think my vote will be with them over MIF. We'll come to that, of course, later.
The Devil's Warrior Alliance have proven themselves not to be some floozy because we haven't seen them before in a tournament, have we?
This is the first time that they're competing under that name, at least.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, speaking back to the Navy Dummy ban, I think it's kind of odd to choose to ban a ship like that kind of really points out your setup. Like, going out of the typical Gila, like Marauder, I mean, it really says something pretty specific about what you don't want to fight. I mean, we were laughing about, like, it must mean they don't want to fight, like, battleships that are target painting themselves or something like that, which is silly, but actually it does say a lot about what they don't want to fight, and it proved to be true. They had battleships and they had close-range ships, so it's an interesting choice, too.
It's also very possible that we were just overthinking everything, and all they did was like, look at what did Devil's Warrior bring last or in a previous match. Let's ban that.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
Castabouts, I think they probably thought about it a bit deeper than that because they've shown some pretty good thinking before.
Yeah, I mean they've executed some really like their Shield Tinker setup. They definitely have run through a bunch of options. So I find it interesting, like you said, that they would ban something which would already suggest they were going to bring that setup, and it's not a setup they flew 6 weeks ago in a different tournament. It's what they flew like in their last match in this tournament. So definitely a risky play by them, and unfortunately it didn't play out. But Devils did a really nice job.
But now, Castabouts go home. They are not in any more matches. Devil's Warrior Alliance meet up with MIF later today. So we'll see them after the break again. So on to the next match. That's going to be the 4th District versus Sleeper Social Club, or Social Sleeper Club, as we've come to call them.
I'm excited about this one because I heard the commentators burst out laughing when they saw the setups go onto the field. So hopefully there's something good waiting for us. What do you have bans?
Yes, the bans are G-Land Rattlesnake from the 4th District, and the Social Sleeper Club banned the Getten and the Proteus.
Proteus is interesting.
That's pretty weird.
We haven't seen a lot of them.
Well, but 4th District did field Proteus.
Were they the guys that? Yeah, but they fielded Proteus really badly.
Yeah, but they won. That was the point. So they brought the 3 drone Proteus that were set up.
Did they actually win that fight, or was that the one that they got knocked out?
They won on I think the very last Proteus, because I remember when I was watching the match, I grouped it down. I thought it was a frigate, and then when I found out it wasn't a frigate, I got really excited. So they brought, and I could be totally wrong, but I don't think I am. They were the team that brought the rail drone Proteus.
Yeah.
And they were so tanky that they just ground down. They didn't pilot well positionally.
Weren't they the ones with the Rep Legion, and then they moved everyone out of range of the Rep Legion?
Yeah. Well, I won't commit to that.
But,
and then they also, immediately after that, they ran an Armor Tinker. And then after that, they ran a Geddon with the Stardust. So I think the Geddon ban is really targeted. And then I think the Gila ban, on the other hand, is also targeted because Sleeper Social has shown that they know what they're doing with that. So.
You're quite the expert on this match.
Well, this is what
win?
happens when you write notes down before. Otherwise, I would just be here like, you guys look good today.
I was just trying to find water earlier, so I didn't have time to make notes.
I have to, just on a social level, go with Sleeper Social Club.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I've been impressed with SSC so far this tournament. I think they're probably going to take this, though. You could go either way.
I'm going with the 4th District because they earned my respect yesterday.
I actually have the 4th District circled, but I feel like I don't have a reason. So.
We're solid.
But, yeah, we need to discuss this a little bit more because I haven't heard anything yet.
So I like shaking it up by doing predictions early.
Yes.
Now people get some time to think about it.
You never know what to expect.
Now I'm more relaxed knowing that we're going to win, so it's much easier. But, I mean, Sleeper Social, the thing about them is they've shown a little more variety, I feel like. I feel like the Proteus setup from 4th District worked, but, like, it worked. Like, they made it through. It didn't work. And so I don't think they'd return to that, which makes it a little weird that the Proteus got banned. And Sleeper Social having flown Gilas, they did a Stratios comp. They've done a Shield Tinker, albeit not successfully, but it just shows, I think, that they have more options available than 4th District can ban out from under them.
Yep, I think if you're trying to ban out the Armor Tinker, the Proteus also kind of helps with that as well.
Yeah, that is true.
But yeah, it's definitely an unusual ban, but once we see the ships in the field, maybe there's something SSC is bringing where maybe they just watched the Agony match yesterday. That just might be it. Like before this match, they had just been playing through the old matches. They saw the Agony match, like, we are going to ban Proteuses. A little fun tidbit about the Agony match. If anyone's wondering why the Crest API data playback for that match isn't working, so you can't see it on the null-sec 3D viewer and all that, it's because there's a bug that is now fixed that if you win the match too quickly, it doesn't save. Agony broke our system by winning the match too fast with Proteuses.
Yeah, the Winty will do that.
Gotta go fast.
So that's fixed now. So if anyone wants to win another match in 2 minutes, you're welcome to. But
we sort of we want you to. It'll be interesting.
So, question: Stratios. How do you guys feel about them? They might. I mean, Sleeper Social might revert back to them because they're definitely comfortable with them. I don't like them. I've spent a lot of time talking about like disliking them strongly.
Disliking them in the tournament or just generally?
In the tournament. I don't ever fly them on TQ normally, but I mean they've got the armor resist, which is super appealing. They've got drones, which fit into the current meta.
Yep.
And they've got mid slots that you can fit utility in. But I still have huge issues with their application compared to some of the other hulls. Like I just don't trust it, and I don't know. If you're Sleeper Social, that's probably a comp you use a lot, just based on how they fly normally. Does anybody actually like that ship here? Because I'm not.
I think it's quite solid. I think a lot of people are choosing the Vexor Navy issue instead, and that's probably the right choice most of the time because they're at the same points. But yeah, I do think the Stratios is pretty solid.
We should just go into space and check it out because the match is ready.
Welcome back to Match 91, guys. I'm Buck and Alien here with Elise Randolph in Alliance Tournament 12, Day 6. And we are looking at a setup that we've already seen today. 4th District, who have are allied with CVA and practice with them quite a bit on the test server, I know this, decided to bring one of their setups.
Yep, they brought the CVA Damnation Sacrilege setup, which is what Rise heard over here. We were just being giddy little schoolgirls. Meanwhile, Sleeper Social Club took a pretty cool take on a blaster setup. They've got a Brutix Navy, triple Brutix Navy Brutixes, and Ashimu, some Vexors, some Kruors, and a Malediction. So these are an in-your-face team by Sleeper Social Club. This is going to be a sight.
It's going to be interesting. There's a high DPS team with a fair bit of neuting power up against a team that really isn't dependent on cap for their damage that are really tanky. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out. The 3 Heretics are going to cause problems for those Kruors right off the bat. 4th District winning the Damp War of the Uneros, and 2 Vexors damped down. And, you know, you're going to have blaster ships coming in close. So really, at the end of the day, damping the Uneros, I don't know, he's going to be planning to be closer to the fight anyway. Kruor right off the bat, stripped of his shields. So it looks like Sylvanas is going to be in trouble. He's also damped out. So
these teams are meeting right in the center of the arena. They both just want to brawl straight in the face. This is one of the few slap down fights we've had. And yeah, this Kruor is taking damage, but he's trying to kite away a little bit. Let's see if it's going to work. Yep, they gave up on the Kruor. Now going for the Brutix Navy issue.
Yep,
Smart move.
Got to get those off the field. When they're close in like that, you need to put them down. Sacrilege of Tyrellus is taking quite a bit of damage. He's in armor. He is getting remote reps comfortably from the Uneros, so Uneros hasn't lost lock. Reps now landing on Milena Luthien's Brutix Navy issue. We will see if there's enough damage to overpower the Uneros. That is the question, really, in this fight. I'm betting the Brutix Navy issue comp has enough damage to break through that sacrilege before the Oneros really can save it.
It's going to be tricky.
Oh, that Brutix Navy is going down, though. That's an awful lot of damage coming 4th District team.
He's eating it, yes.
And, meanwhile, the Crew War is going down, too, so that the support war is kind of fighting a separate battle. The Sacrilege of Torellis is in a low armor. Brutix Navy issue Milena into structure, which will go down first.
Sacrilege is going up, well, a little bit. Sacrilege is tanking fine, though. This Brutix Navy is down. And
that is going to cause huge problems because now less damage off the field. It's a lot of damage down. We'll see if the Sacrilege actually gets saved.
Look at how good this 4th District team is spreading tackle. Everything that does damage on the Sleeper Social Club is currently tackled.
Oh, the Sacrilege is going to go down the way he's in low structure. He
Great
does pop.
trade, though.
But, yeah, absolutely. And you have a web now on C1 Clunk, maybe. He is nuded, target painted, webbed, and taking a lot of damage. He's remote wrapped. Meanwhile, Nydia Masters, who I flew with once upon a time, is webbed down, taking quite a bit of damage in his Sacrilege. The Oneros is now webbed. That could spell trouble. Why the Oneros is tracking disrupted is well beyond me.
Yeah, who knows? But he's also got some jam drones on him, it seems. And doesn't matter. This Brutix Navy issue belonging to Clunk is going to go down. There's some rep bots, but it's not doing nearly enough damage.
Yep. Meanwhile, 2 of the Crowers are off the field. The 3rd one looks like he is going to go down. He is into structure now.
Yeah, this Heretic support wing from 4th District is just murdering these tiny frigs.
Yeah, that's what they do well. So here goes the Brutix Navy issue of Clunk. Tiny little sliver armor coming back. Tiny sliver structure. He is down. Nydia Master Sacrilege, meanwhile, holding on, half armor, and with every Brutix Navy that goes, that's even less DPS. I'm starting to wonder now, are they even going to be able to get through the Sacrilege?
Yeah.
This is the sort of setup 4th District wanted to face.
Yeah,
they wanted
absolutely.
to face a, in-your-face kind of flimsy DPS team because they have the tanks to survive it, and they knew that. They still have the DPS to break through it.
And they're winning the support war so handily. It's great. These Crew Wars, where Sleeper Social Club were really hoping for because they have so much control, just got obliterated by the 4th District Heretics. And meanwhile, James Argent's going to go down.
Brutix Navy issue going to, yeah, absolutely drop. And that's the other thing with the blaster setup, that these Sacrileges and Damnations are going to be able to apply their damage from outside of blaster range. So if they do it right, don't get caught, they can do that. This Oneros is still webbed, interestingly enough, but there's no damage being applied to him, probably because the Brutix Navy is nuded, webbed, and dying. He's into structure now. He's about to go down. Nydia Masters bleeding close to structure, but I think once that Brutix Navy drops, he's going to be okay. Still 3 Vexers on the field doing respectable damage, but I think the Oneros will be able to keep up now, and he is. As I say, this pulling back armor. Shimu and a Vexer both taking damage on the Sleeper Social Club side. CVA looks like another focus fire on Sean 1121. He is going to take quite a bit of damage.
And both are tackled, by the way, so it doesn't really matter which one they go for. Great job tackling by the 4th District. This is just amazing. These Vexers really want to kite around, but they had no opportunity to do so. The 4th District tackle wing was too strong.
We did criticize CVA for bringing this setup, and the reason wasn't that it's a bad setup. This is a good setup, but from CVA, who have already fielded it once, Hydra are going to expect it. In this case, 4th District have not fielded this setup. Sleeper Social Club probably didn't prepare for this setup.
Yeah.
They're aware it's out there. They know how it works, but they don't know how to beat it necessarily. And
yeah, if you've got a week to practice, you do not spend your time practicing against this team unless you really think you're going to face CVA, which Sleeper Social Club weren't going to do.
Right, so Vexer down. Shimu looks like he's going to be next. Onero's starting to take damage now, but that's a little bit late to be...
So you can see what the Sleeper Social Club were trying to do through the match. It was to just get their drone swarm onto the Logi, and now that it's on there, like, this Logi is melting, but they have nothing left.
Yeah, it's just Vexer and Nishima doing damage. Now, you got to figure if they just go for the Oneros right off the bat, they get through it. I mean,
yeah, if they were able to catch it, that's what they wanted.
He's got Tech 2 Galente resist. He's going to have really high resist to the Brutix Navy issue damage, thermal and kinetic. It's going to be hard to plow through him, but even with those resists, you're still doing a couple hundred DPS most likely. So why not? Power through him right away. There's maybe some rep bots that are going to get on him, but you're going to beat his active tank. Get him down, and then maybe you can get through these sacrileges. But trying to break a sacrilege off from under an Oneros while you're dying is just maybe not the best strategy here. So maybe a misplay from Sleeper Social Club, who now lose another Vexer.
Yeah, wow. 4th District, this is just amazing from them. No one probably really expected this.
No, I definitely had Sleeper Social Club circled on my paper here.
Or at least no one expected as dominant a performance as this is. They lost one sacrilege, and they just wiped Sleeper Social Club, who have been pretty decent in the last couple of Alliance tournaments. They're just super gone.
Definitely.
Just got to throw some supers in there.
Really, really good match from them. Good performance from them. Looks like they're going to go on to face Pasta Syndicate in the second match after the break. So they, again, have a quick turnaround. We've been talking about this a lot. But I imagine, again, they came out with a new setup. And that's part of the advantage, to an extent, of practicing with other teams. Pretty sure they practiced against Rokapal. I know they practiced against CVA. So they have a setup. The CVA ran really well. Shimu down. Nero's about to go down.
Yeah, he went out to the boundary. He didn't want to live life anymore.
You get some fresh, ideas you can bring with later in the tournament. And and see how that goes. So the Oneros is down 4th District with a very convincing win, a full 100 points. They will continue on through the elimination bracket later in the day, and well, Sleeper Social Club have to go home happy with some BPCs. So with that, we're going to switch things up, but we're going back to the desk here in just momentarily.
September 13th, the EVE online gaming event. Hashtag EVE_NT. Be there or be a douchebag.
Ruffin tips it away. Failing it down there. Oh, he got it! He did it! He got it! Not possible! Center ice! Yeah! You better believe it, baby!
I just have one thing to say after that. Super called it.
Yeah. Super. I nailed that one too.
I have a whole bunch more to say.
Go.
The more I think about it, the more I really dislike the Sleeper Social Club setup. I think it's really bad. I think it's really hard to expect the Navy Brutixes to do well in an environment where almost everybody's really strong mid-range and can kite you. You just have to expect to spend a lot of time chasing. And part of the way they tried to solve that is with the crew wars, which are pretty bad otherwise. I think they're like going to be lighter on DPS, they're going to be less resilient, and they can't bring other kinds of support as easily because of not having a lot of mids. I think like you really would rather have worms there or something that can tank a little better at least. And instead they have those crew wars. And I mean, I think 4th District did a nice job proving it. It's cool to see them bring the CVA setup, obviously. But
you know, when you're bringing a setup like that, you really got to think about the fact that we've seen a lot of triple heretic setups, and the heretics and the Tau War too, for that matter, absolutely shred frigates. They just tear them to pieces, and they had no real way to counter that. I mean, Brutix Navy issues aren't going to counter heretics unless you catch them, which you're probably not. And so you just have to assume your support's going to die in that case. I mean, I don't see what they were doing.
That is the one thing about all the Blood Raiders pirate faction ships. They look so good on paper in an EFT, but in practice they're just so easily destroyed, kited, damped.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, and it's weird to like. I can see trying to bring something a little weaker to enable something really strong, but I feel like the Navy Brutix is not. There's no reason to think that it's strong enough to justify a weaker supporting wing. So it's kind of just seems like a weird decision to me. Like I feel like if they do, instead of Navy Brutixes, they have Stratioses, and then they have some more normal support heretics or vengeances or something like that, they already are in much better shape. So it's just kind of I don't know. I just feel like it's pretty bad. I mean, I don't even especially like the Stratios. It's not necessarily that I think they should bring Stratioses. It's that I just think there's a lot of options that look stronger to build around than Navy Brutix is.
It was a very outside-the-box setup, though. At least, I mean, they have that. So maybe they're just hoping to surprise someone. Because in the tournament setting, like 4th District, they're not like the best tournament team historically. So maybe Sleeper Social Club were just like, man, we're going to surprise them. We're just going to bring something they don't expect, and they're going to be caught off guard by it. But nope, not at all.
No, I mean, they had a good setup, and like we were talking about, they
and they played it well. Like that's the thing that maybe we didn't talk about as much as we should have. 4th District played that amazingly well. They did every single thing they needed.
Yep, I mean, very collected, very calm, and they knew that you know, Sacrilege goes down, you're gonna get 3 ships out of it when it goes down, and by the time it goes down, then you've already won the match.
And it's so much tackle and everything. It was just amazing.
Yep.
I am at least not going to underestimate them ever again, and I learned that yesterday. You guys
you're always learning these really permanent lessons.
Yes, I am.
They've earned my respect forever.
I am very permanent in everything I do. Thank you very much. Sleeper Social Club go home. That's very permanent too. But we move on to the next match, which is going to be easily excited, which is Test Alliance Please Ignore. Test Alliance refusing to get ignored despite their name, and the bans are Worm and Gila from Easily Excited, and EOS Armageddon from Test. So these are pretty...
I think those are some really good generic bans.
Yeah,
like just taking out some good support ships, some of the annoying drone comps. We still have a good chance of seeing some drone comp from one of the teams, I guess.
The Rattlesnake is open.
Yeah, so we have that going on. I don't know.
There's yeah, Rattlesnake, and there's all the like Vexor VNI type stuff still
yeah,
there.
the bans don't give anything away, which is a really nice thing to do with your bans.
Mhm.
Like you, even if you have time to read into it, neither of these teams give anything away.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting to me, and this is just kind of a general comment, where I'm waiting, it's going to happen, I feel like. We're in the elimination bracket, and a lot of these teams still have flagships left. A lot of them we haven't even seen them from left. You're at a point now, your back's to a wall, you're one step away from getting, what is it, a 5-plex round?
Yeah.
And why not? You know, at this point, go all in. And maybe these teams are posting, you know, kind of troll flagship setups, but maybe we'll see something this time.
Yeah, the State Raven I didn't expect to see, but I mean, right now we're in the do or die scenario. So a lot of teams actually did lose their flagships in the first week because we saw a ton of flagships in the first week for some reason. But I don't think either Test or Easily Excited lost their flagship.
No, I don't. I know Easily Excited did not. I don't remember about Test.
So maybe we'll see a surprise from them.
Have we seen a lot of the flagships are Balgorns? Is that right?
The ones that we've seen were Gettons. A lot of ones that team selected were Balgorns.
I think Easily Excited has a Balgorn flagship. I think that was theirs. I don't remember what Test's was.
I feel like I don't have a very good feel for how Balgorns are actually doing this tournament. There just hasn't been very many of them around, even though a lot of the flagship selections
I'm nervous
are
about them.
Balgorns.
I'm
It's
not
the
sure
Blooderator curse.
Right. I feel like on paper, like you said, it's a very good ship, but in practice, I think one of the reasons we're not seeing them is that they're not the greatest ship in the current meta. I don't know. Maybe someone will prove me wrong. I hope so, because I love looking at the Balgorn. I love that ship. But
They do got a nice paint job.
Yeah, for sure.
As much as Easily Excited's name is fun to play with, I have felt that Test Alliance have sort of brought it back in terms of tournaments. What do you guys think?
Definitely agree. I think, you know, initially they came out, they were kind of a team you didn't expect much of. We saw them in the Syndicate Competitive League last year a couple times just out there practicing. They didn't do a whole lot of great things with the team, but they've turned it around this time. They've had some good performances, and I think you expect good things from them. It's actually who I picked for. I think the Test Alliance have the advantage here.
Likewise, I picked Test Alliance because of that.
The only thing they lost to were TNT, which have like this weird mojo about them. They make people fail. So I don't know. I mean,
it's a good mojo to have.
Yeah, it is a really good mojo to have. It's a great superpower. So I don't know. I think Test can do it. They definitely put a lot of time into the tournaments. Not just this one. They do the Neos. They do the SCL. They were really dedicated in Alliance Tournament 10 even. So I think all that practice is going to pay off, and I think that they can have like an advantage over Easily Excited. And this is I think Easily Excited, the first time with this alliance in the Alliance Tournament.
Yes, I do not recall seeing the name before.
No. Hey, that is something to talk about too, is the veteran pilots know what to expect. In your first tournament, I mean, by now they've gone through a few matches, but your first tournament, there's still a lot of jitters, there's still a lot of mistakes that can be made, especially if you're bringing, say, a different comp. Say you've gone armor comps the first couple times, and this is your first shield kite comp. You may do what we saw earlier in the day and just all fly out of the boundary. And Solar Fleet, I believe, did that. You know, it's the sort of thing where nerves can still happen, especially if you're switching up pilots. You may actually have pilots who are flying on the very first tournament match, even this late in the tournament. Test Alliance, chances are most of their guys are familiar with how to fly in a tournament. Their teams certainly are. And so you feel like they're going to at least have the experience, calmed nerves, and ready to go.
So their hands are going to be shaking, but they're going to still be shooting.
What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think Test is going to do well. I think they've looked strong, and I can't remember anything about Easily Excited. So usually, if there's nothing super memorable, I feel like they did. Like their last match was actually pretty good, but I don't remember why I think that.
Well,
but I think Test is good. I think they'll actually go pretty deep.
The match is ready, so we can see if Test can keep bringing it, or if they're going to live up to their legacy of, well, being bad.
That last Malediction is at about half armor, and this match will be over before too long. So he's got a raptor right on his tail.
Right, the Malediction down. Looks safe. I just grabbed 250 million.
Sorry, I think I got full.
Okay, you have him.
Roger.
We've got him.
I'm gonna disengage as well.
Pointed.
Welcome back, Space Sports fans, and this is CCP Fozzie, joined by Apotheny. We are bringing you the next match in this 12th Alliance Tournament. Easily Excited versus Test Alliance, please ignore. And Easily Excited has me very excited because they have their flagship Balgorn on the field, piloted by Twilight Madcat, and he is right up at the front of their formation as well. They brought their group in staggered. Twilight is in at 20 kilometers, and then they've got some Vexers a bit further back than that, and the rest of their team, which consists mainly of Vexer Navy issues, Aneros, Heretics, and Molluses, all the way at the very back at 50. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this test team, Apotheny?
So the test team is a repeat we've seen before. They've got their Logi Tengu with Vulture for links, triple Ishtar, triple Vexer, a Blackbird, and a Merlin. I'm worried about this team, given the incredible newts and the incredible DPS of these excited team, though their Molluses won't be as useful, apart from maybe killing some drones. The match starts, and we see damps immediately spread all the way across the test team. Molluses is doing a great job there, but a TP going on the Neros, jam going on the Balgorn, and looks like they're going to try and nuke the Aneros
There
first.
are no newts or NOS applied to the test team yet. That means the Balgorn is either jammed or just taking its time choosing a target. Probably jammed. Drones are moving across the field very quickly. If you remember from yesterday, this test team likes to deal a lot of damage for a Tinker. It's a team that is okay with losing ships, and they're going right for the Aneros.
Yeah,
a great
looks like
primary
he's
choice.
going on. Let's see how his tank holds, just dripping into armor now. What's he going to do? But at the same time, the Blackbird of Test is gone through his shield tank, heading into armor, but that Aneros is losing its armor slowly but surely.
Yep, this Aneros is dropping. He doesn't have a bunch of rep drones or anything like that on him. He's just surrounded by augmented berserkers and warriors and taking tons of damage.
That Aneros is dropping. Looks like Easily are going to lose their Logi, trading it for not much at all.
Not much at all, because that Blackbird is holding on. And of course, even losing the Blackbird isn't actually going to hurt Test that much.
Not
Although
really.
it is seemingly perma-jamming the Balgorn, as the Balgorn still hasn't gotten its newts on anything. And it is within range. It started out within range to be able
Blackbird
to apply newts.
dropping into structure there. Looks like it may
They're
drop
going for the
soon,
flagship
but now
next.
we go for the Flaggorn.
The entire test swarm of drones is heading for that Balgorn. They've got the target painter on it. That Balgorn with no rep support is probably extremely expensive. As a reminder, if you're new to the tournament, flagships can fit extremely valuable, rare modules that make them cost a lot of money and make them very powerful.
The Flaggorn does have its bonus newts, nozes even, on the Tengu, so that thing is going to be dry. However, the Balgorn also has guns on it. It has bonus guns. It represents a huge amount of shooting power, a huge amount of DPS, and as you said, a huge amount of ISK, and it is in structure. It is about to explode.
It is going to go down. And now, of course, a Balgorn isn't actually the best way to beat a Tinker through newting or NOS. You generally want faster cycling newts, something off of maybe an Ashimu or a small, like frigates or cruisers, other cruisers. The Balgorn actually cycles slow enough that the Tengu is getting refilled by the cap transfers of all those Vexers and Ishtars and able to keep running. And that is the Balgorn down. That is a flagship off the field.
I cannot wait to see that kill, Mel.
Yes, I think there'll be a lot of people at F5 and Z Killboard to get a look at that. Test off to a great start, only losing the Blackbird, and they've already taken down the flagship Balgorn and an Aneros, and now they're onto a Vexer.
Yeah, it looks like Easy Excited are trying to go for the Tengu, kind of that core of the test team, but it is repping absolutely fine. They've got their Vexers left, but I mean, these Heretics, they just can't do much when it comes to shooting bigger ships.
Yeah, they do apply like sustained damage over time, but they don't do enough to break through the reps of a Tengu. The Tengu is actually probably the toughest nut, by far the toughest nut to crack on this entire team.
I mean, with Vulture links, the Megas bonus, resist bonus, like that Tengu can tank thousands of DPS.
As we say
ease.
that though, it's getting pretty low.
Unless it just dies and I'm an idiot.
But damage is being killed off for Easily Excited. As they lose those Vexers, it's getting easier and easier for the Tengu to stay up. This is excellent target calling from Test.
Oh, it's beautiful.
They went for the Aneros first, exactly what they needed, got the painters on it, got the drones on it, then took down the Balgorn, which was nice and close to them, and which would have caused more problems as time went on from the NOS. And now they're cleaning off the most vulnerable damage. They don't really need to worry about the Molluses right now. The taking out those Vexers has allowed their Tengu to survive.
Those Heretics getting absolutely nuked. I mean, light drones will just shred them despite the armor bonus. I mean, it gives you a little bit more HP, but really you're still a Desi hull.
Yes.
You just don't have that much base buffer.
So Test Alliance has now brought out this outside-the-box Tinker twice in a row. It's a Tinker that really can just be fine with losing ships because it's trading, punching really hard, and it's won them 2 matches. This is a really impressive setup from a team that I think a lot of people might have underestimated coming into this tournament.
What do you think would do well against this Test team? I mean, personally, I think something that can alpha damage pretty well, something that, because even Ishtars, they don't have a huge amount of HP. Vexers certainly don't. You could take a bunch of that DPS off the field. I mean, what do you think would beat the Test team here?
Yeah, I do think a whole lot of damage up close, like something that's throwing a ton of damage damage around Sleipnirs, artillery Sleipnirs especially. Rapid light missile launcher team like we saw Gorgon Empire bring would do very well because it would be able to tear down these Ishtars and Vexors before they go on to reload. But Test this is a team that is going to be dangerous. Another thing that would actually help a whole lot against a team like this is smart bombs, because the Vexor drones, the Ishtar drones are very vulnerable to a lot of large smart bombs.
Yeah. So Test will be going on to beat Feign Disorder, and Feign Disorder have, it looks like, 3 hours to look at this setup and go, how do we kill this setup? Test have brought it twice. We either need to ban it out or we need to be able to beat it with whatever we bring. Because Test are very confident, and by the looks of it, rightly so in this setup.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Tengu ban coming from Feign Disorder later in the day. The Tengu ban would quite effectively limit this setup. They could still try to bring a Loki. They're going to be less effective, have a weaker tank. If they wanted to really go whole hog, they could ban the Tengu and the Loki like a lot of teams have to be when they're afraid.
Do you think you could get away with it with like a Bazzi or something even, kind of replace it and try and get it in? Or
it's a very different setup. I think when you don't have a Tech 3 in that remote repping role, you get some strong advantages. Like you get to give everyone on your team mobility now because everyone can move away, but it's a very different type of team. And so this is a really creative use of the high damage drone teams with battle balling basically around a Tech 3 repper. And now there's only a Damnation left. Damnations, of course, have a ton of tank, but Test has a ton of damage still on the field.
I do wonder what would happen though if the Balgorn had like 2 large smart bombs fit.
Oh, it would have hurt. These ships do have big drone bays, the Ishtars especially, but the Vexors are a little bit vulnerable to losing their drones.
They've got a 125 bay with 75 bandwidth, so they've got a flight and 2/3 of possibility.
So if you wipe out their first wave of drones, you've weakened their damage significantly. And yes, I do think that's something that's going to be quite vulnerable. These, unlike, say, the medium drones from Ahila, these drones are significantly more vulnerable to smart bombs. They don't have quite the gigantic hit point bonus. And this Damnation now is going to be kind of dropping slowly. He's making his way away from the Test team, trying to, I guess, keep himself alive for the rest of the match, but that's not going to be easy. Of course, yes, as people are saying in Twitch chat, Test Alliance just ran an ad that showed them needing to loot the field before they move on, and I'm sure they're going to want to loot that Balgorn.
Yeah, easily
maybe
excited.
some
Just
officer
facilitating
modules.
the Test is
maybe an officer
here.
web, you know, that could pay for, like, there are modules that you often see fitted to flagship Balgorns that could pay for some team's entire tournament run.
Oh yeah, I mean, like we were talking earlier, I think it's something like we were saying about the Tobias web.
Yep.
I mean, that will give a Vindy a 50k 90% web. I mean, that is just insane on any team. And like, you know, so whatever that Balgorn had, that also has a web bonus. So you got potential for webs, those officer newts, you know, you got some great tanking modules in potential.
Damage mods, because it did have lasers, and that Damnation is down, so Test is not going to have much more time to loot. That is the end of the match. Test Alliance moving on, easily excited, is eliminated from this tournament. And we'll send you back to the guys in the studio.
It looks as if Test Alliance has an innate upper hand because everybody follows their name and ignores them. But even if Easily Excited are going home, you can be glad that CCP Easily Excited is still going to be with us. But Bacchanalian, Elise Randolph, CCP Rise, what did you guys think?
Well, we saw what we expected from a flagship Balgorn. It exploded.
Yeah. So the neat thing is Test banned the Geddon. And so Easily Excited were like, hey, I've got something that's like a Geddon, but it's blingier. So they took their Balgorn. But I think it was kind of like a feint, right? So Test kind of just wanted to see the Balgorn anyway, because they knew they could crush it.
Yeah.
As Fozzie was saying, like the heavy newts don't really kill the Tinker at all. Like the cycle time's too short.
I think Test, it's really cool how they have this like quasi-tinker with a ton of damage. It's completely different from anything anyone else is doing, and that's really awesome. It seems risky, like a very counterable setup, but it's really strong, obviously, if they get the right kind of matchup. And it seems really hard to fly, so it's kind of cool that they're willing to use that despite all the risk. And I'd be surprised if we see it again today, at least, both because of getting banned out pretty easily and also because someone could just answer it. But it's really, really fun to see them fly it.
Yeah, if you're Feign Disorder, who's tested his next opponent in like 3 hours or so, I think you just got to ban the Tengu. Like,
it seems like the most obvious approach.
Yeah, I have to say, for all my hatred of Tinkers, I don't dislike that Tinker. I like a Tinker that's actually going to kill things, and that Tinker kills things. That's a ton of damage.
It also loses lots of parts, but still works.
Hey,
it's like the test alliance of Tinkers.
Right. Rather than boring people to death.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like we should, like, maybe at least if you could talk about what Tinkers are. I know we do that every so often, but people get really mad hearing it, not knowing what it is.
Yeah, so a Tinker team is like, you get a Tech 3 logistics ship, and it has a very high amount of damage that can be output, or that can be repped. But it has no mobility at all. You've got 6 kilometers, whereas like a normal Logi can get you to 70 or so. So the core of the Tinker just stays together. They have a cap chain going between all the ships, so they're very E-War immune. They've got like remote SIBOs and stuff sometimes. It depends what they've got. And so they just stick together, battle ball, and just project as much damage as they can. Usually these teams are very low DPS, which is why the test 1 is so fascinating, because it like just sheds out all the damage, and it killed that Logi. Like that Onero's died super fast.
Yeah.
Like 40 seconds or something.
Right. Usually the setups, they're low DPS partly because they're really low on ship count. Like it's hard to, one of the big limitations of the setup is that it's both hard to fly already, and also the Tengu can only lock, what, 5 things at a time?
5 things.
So managing reps across a lot of the team is really hard, so it's unusual to see a team try and use that strategy in a full lineup.
You also kind of generally want the high HP ships because alpha is an issue.
Yeah.
And that setup, it kind of ignores that. Those Vexers probably get volleyed fairly easily.
Right.
Whereas with, for instance, the Tinker, I believe PL brought yesterday had all really beefy ships.
Yeah, it had like the flag rattlesnake,
2 Eoses and a golem. I mean, it was so that it is very uncharacteristic Tinker, and that's why I like it.
Yeah, it's fancy.
As the self-proclaimed inventors of the Tinker, you and your alliance.
Yeah, PL approves of that one. I think it's a good one. I think it's a very strong Tinker, especially for this meta. You can project your damage very well. You're damp immune, which is like a thing Tinkers hate is damps. So yeah, we saw some other teams get around this by throwing like a Marauder in there, because Marauders are also damp immune. But Test just say, hey, I got a bunch of ships.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Looks like bringing up Algorn is not enough to break it.
No.
But and like I said, easily excited they're now going home. And on to the next match, which is Shadow Cartel versus Wafflestad. Shadow Cartel have banned out the Tengu and the Loki, so no more shield Tinkers. And Waffles banned out the Ishtar and the Vexer Navy issue.
So we'll see some Lorenzos.
It's safe to say we'll probably see Gilas from one of the 2 teams. Shadow Cartel has some pretty devastating drone-based setups. I don't know, Shadow Cartel, like they're quietly, I think, one of the top 2 teams in the elimination bracket. So Waffles really kind of pulled the short straw here to face Shadow Cartel.
I mean, I kind of feel like both of these teams have that going on. They're both kind of quiet horses that could actually do really well.
Yeah.
Both scary teams. Waffles has looked really good this tournament.
Yeah,
too.
though Shadow Cartel, the only thing they just barely lost to last year's champions.
Right.
So, I mean, their one loss is a pretty strong
You know, the one thing to talk about, leaving Gilas open with the bans like that, you figure both teams are going to be prepared for seeing a Gila setup. They're going to be, they should know, like have something that can beat it. And they should, you know, you figure they're going to be looking to that kind of setup, like how do we counter Gilas, because chances are we're going to see them.
And the Rattlesnake is also open.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if I were a guessing man, if I were just like trying to guess what's going to happen, I think Waffles, we might see something like a Gila Sleipnir team out of them. But I wouldn't expect something like that from Shadow Cartel. And I don't...
I'm very curious why they banned the Vexer Navy issue, because it seems to be the sort of cheaper cousin of the
suboptimal version.
Yeah, it is fast. Like the thing about the Navy Vexers, it's really fast. If you don't have a lot of tackle, it's kind of annoying to grab them. But and it works in both shield and armor comps. The Gila can only be in shield comp.
That's true. And the Smart Bomb also chews up a Vexer Navy issues drones a bit faster, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a hint. You should bring more Smart Bombs. I will never stop. Never ever.
Keep at it.
Yeah. The word of Gargant. Bring more smart bows.
And they have like flashing lights too, so they look pretty cool.
Yeah, well, despite us having a Waffle resident here in Young Apothony, I am going to go with Shadow Cartel in this match.
I'm afraid that I'm gonna make my roommate mad and also go with Shadow Cartel.
Yeah, their showing against PL was just too good.
Yeah, it breaks my heart. But the thing I love about Shadow Cartel is they bring like the highest DPS setups imaginable. They always use like the frigate logistics. There's going to be a lot of explosions.
Like broke onto tournament radar for us with like a Talos setup or something 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They've always liked that like huge punch setup. So
yeah, we like to see brawling.
That said, I'm going with Waffles.
Oh,
I can't leave Sis7's side. He's a bro of mine on the Waffles team, so me and Apothony can stick together on this one.
Solidarity.
And I remember that Apothony was talking about even if Waffles goes through Shadow Cartel, they come up against, what was it? I think they come up against Test Alliance then after that? No. The winner of Feint Disorder or Test Alliance, yeah. I think.
So it's the winner of 93 against loser 87. Loser of 87 is RVB.
Right.
Oh, yeah. They have to go through either RVB or Nelly Secunda. This is me being a bad.
Right.
So their next match would also be really hard. Like whoever wins this match has a really hard match the next one in
definitely.
RVB.
Yeah. It's going to be an explosive day for that team. Yeah. But as in terms of what we've seen from Waffles, we haven't really talked about what they could possibly bring. Like, what do you guys think? Shadow Cartel have made that obvious what they're sort of good at, but.
Yeah, Waffles are pretty diverse in what they can bring. Obviously, they're not going to bring Tinkers. The Waffles, I think their flagship again died, so they can't bring that. So maybe Shadow Cartel is pretty happy. I don't know. I really expect Waffles to try and take something really strong that they saw yesterday and just add their own little modifications to it. Because, I don't know, it's good. It works.
Yeah. That sounds about correct. And with that, the match is ready. So we should just fly out into cyberspace based on this Hyperion and see what's going on.
Whether you're into gate camping or jet can mining, you'll find Eve's best music mix at Eve Radio. Visit www.eve-radio.com today.
Do you like waffles?
I like waffles.
I like waffles.
Do you like waffles?
Yes, I like waffles. And pancakes and French toast. Welcome back, everyone, to this next match in the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by a very excited Apothony. We have Shadow Cartel versus Waffles Dot. And as expected, Shadow Cartel has brought a ton of DPS, but Waffles isn't a slouch in that department either. Shadow Cartel with a Frigate Logi team, double Eos, triple Gila, Cerberus, double Flycatcher, double Worm, double Burst. And why don't you tell us a bit about this Waffles team, Apothony?
Well, Waffles have their own Gila setup with only one Eos, but they have, I think, key is 3 Moluses. Burst have very low base locking range, so if you put range damps on them, they just can't lock anything. That means they have to come to close what they're repping, which means that those heretics and even that Cerb are just going to nuke them off the field. At the same time, Shadow Cartel have a bit more DPS, so they're going to be able to burn through Waffles more quickly, but Waffles do have that good core simi, which can rep a lot more than 2 Bursts can.
Yes, those 3 Moluses are definitely not something those Bursts want to see. They're going to probably be eliminating them off the field pretty quickly. We'll see how it goes, though. The match has now begun. Both teams came in at long range from opposite beacons. They're about 100 kilometers.
Shadow Cartel getting the damps off on the Molus immediately of the Waffles team. Really nice pickup for them. Let's see where the damage applies first.
Yes, so the teams there's drones moving across the field. We've got a flight of geckos and augmented Vespas moving across the field from the Shadow Cartel team. The drones, meanwhile, are holding back at the moment from Waffles. Waffles is pulling back. They are keeping their range, and they are shooting drones. They are shooting the geckos.
This flight of drones is going to be the flight of drones that Shadow Cartel wants to use on Waffles. So Waffles go, okay, we're at range. We'll just kill your favorite drones in this point. And I think that's a really kind of wise, patient setup.
Yep, so at the moment, all of the drones for Waffles are staying around, clustered around their group. They're focusing all their damage on the drones. So you're not seeing damage applied to the ship health bars at the moment, but that doesn't mean there isn't damage being applied. Waffles are killing a lot of drones. And now Shadow Cartel is actually pulling their augmented Vespas and Geckos back, but man, there is a lot fewer Geckos coming back to them than came in towards Waffles. Meanwhile, the Waffles drones now are heading across, and we might see something we've seen before, where the teams actually trade back and forth shooting at drones as the flights move back between the different groups of them.
I think both teams are really good at shooting drones. I mean, light missiles are great at that. Serb flycatchers for Shadow Cartel and the double Heretic Serb of the Waffles team. Damps are now spread across the Shadow Cartel EOS and Gilas, making their lives a little bit difficult choosing what they want to shoot at, having to use assist if something is out of their lock range. Now Damps going back on the Waffles team as well.
The long-range missiles from the Flycatchers and the Cerberus are hitting the Waffles Talwar, but he's holding out quite well. The Scimitar of Daniel is doing a great job of keeping him up, and he's now back up to full health. So this is Shadow Cartel testing the tank, seeing if they can knock down a vulnerable ship. I would expect they might try to do something similar with the Molluses if they get an opportunity.
I think this is such a tense match. Both teams have realized that both setups are really, really good at killing each other. Like this could easily go either way with some of those smaller ships falling off or a big ship loss entirely throwing it is. So neither team wants to screw it up, but we do have a time limit here.
Yes, we do indeed. And so at the moment, we're actually seeing the Shadow Cartel team slowly moving towards the middle of the arena. They are advancing against the Waffles. The Waffles, meanwhile, are actually pretty close to one of the micro-jump units.
Waffles, don't do it, Waffles.
So once again, we have another wave of drones moving across the field. This is an offensive push from the Shadow Cartel. Shadow Cartel is trying to get their damage applied to a target. We're going to see which one it is in a moment, as those drones arrive. But I expect the drones will probably get shot as well. The Gilas now are charging across the field as well. Circa in the Gila is leading the charge. In fact, he's way out ahead, so this may be him being out of position.
Looks like Shadow are going for Caesar Shiorida's Heretic, but he's holding reps fine. You know, T2 shield resist, even on an armor bonus hull, are still going to be fine. Target Painter going onto the other Heretic, a Riventel. I mean, we're yet to see where Waffles are choosing to apply their damage.
I expect it's going to be Circa's Gila, because he is leading the charge there. He is definitely in front of the pack, and they're coming in kind of piecemeal. I'm sort of surprised that we're seeing the EOS holding so far back, the Gila's running in. They do have damage applied to the Waffle Scimitar,
damage going on to a Sakura. This could be the first blood of the match. The Heretics seem to be holding reps time. They're switching between the two
There's
Heretics.
damage on the Scimitar.
Making
That's
Daniel's
the
life difficult.
real dangerous moment here. If the Shadow Cartel can knock down this Scimitar of Daniel for Waffles, then they're going to have a much easier time killing these small ships.
Reps going onto the Gila from the burst now, but one of the bursts is in half shield, so Waffles could switch back to that, probably nuke it very quickly before the reps get
below
readjusted.
half shields now. He is boosting back up, but he is in a little bit of trouble here. He's also close to the edge of the arena, so he doesn't have much further he can run away from. He is boosting. He's going to be into his ASB reload any moment, though, and then he's going to drop.
There goes a Gila suddenly out of nowhere.
That Gila died to a boundary violation.
Oh, Shadow Cartel, what are you doing?
Another boundary violation mistake. This Scimitar is still going to drop, though, I think.
But now we're losing Virus in a Maulus. Oh, whoa, there come the reps. Beautiful save. No,
there he goes down, though.
But the thing is, every few seconds, every rep cycle means they are delaying when they go on to the next target. So that even though they lost that, Waffles have got to be happy that they kept those charges.
Daniel's Scimitar is going through armor, and he's going to be dropping off the field any moment now. And there he goes. Scimitar gone for Waffles. Meanwhile, the bursts are still alive for Shadow Cartel. One of them is in Trouser Deagle, and his burst is in such low structure. But he is still alive, and the bursts are repping each other. This is an effective burst combo. Shadow Cartel is doing exactly what they need to do right now, which is kill the frigates. Now that there's no Scimitar, they can take these down really fast, get the Molluses, get the Talwar, get the Heretic down, and that'll clear off a lot of this disruption.
One of the things we see in this tournament, even though Gilas are really, really powerful, once they lose their support, they are done for. And that's entirely what Shadow Cartel are doing now. Looks like they're putting DPS onto Rudix in the Gila, but in fact, they're spreading DPS across quite a few targets.
So the second Gila that just died for Shadow Cartel was another boundary violation. Shadow Cartel has now boundary violated 2 Gilas, and yet is still winning this match.
Waffles, they're losing the match for you.
Raytheon Cerberus is dropping very quickly. That looks like the Gila drone's got on top of him, and he's going down fast. So now it's 2 EOSs, a Gila, Flycatchers, Worms, and crucially the 2 bursts versus an EOS, triple Gila, Cerberus, and Talwar. There is still quite a lot of damage on the Waffle side, but they don't have those reps.
Waffles are slightly ahead in points here, but I do expect to see Waffles falling sooner. The Waffles are desperately going after these bursts, but they are holding reps so well. Frankly, I am amazed at how well these bursts are tanking.
Yes, the bursts are actually doing a great job of it. They had all that dam pressure, as we see a Talwar drop off the field. They had all that dam pressure, which meant that they had to get in right up close to their targets, but they used the speed of the burst to get in there and managed to keep themselves alive. Waffles is still trying to kill them, though, which if they can pull it off would be great.
The match is now tied, 36 points to 36 points. Damps going on to the Waffles teams. Waffles looking to where they can apply their damage. The bursts aren't working for them. I think they do need to choose something else potentially. But, oh, wait, no, look, hang on. Trouser is going into low shield. Is he going to get another cycle before he explodes?
He's going so low, but he's still holding up. And meanwhile, Rodix's Gila is dropping down. He has a huge wave of drones following him. He's just not going fast enough to mitigate that damage.
Oh, now there's a web on him as well. Something has caught him.
Good tackling by the Worms for Shadow Cartel. They got tackle on the target. Rodix would have been able to mitigate a lot of that damage. He was overloading his MWD. You saw him accelerating and then quickly drop down as he got the web.
Rodix goes
and
down.
There he goes. That's a big chunk of DPS off for Waffles.
This is the point where Waffles, you know, this is almost the point of no return. I mean, like the match started so evenly. It was so close, trading back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You know, they picked off a ship each other, but then suddenly the simi was lost. Suddenly, no, these key ships are lost here, there, maybe due to some piloting error, due to possibly just some straight up good moves from Shadow Cartel, and it just caused Waffles to just get the disadvantage, and Shadow Car built on that.
So meanwhile, both teams are actually trying to trade Gilas. The Gila of Asurka for Shadow Cartel, which had initially led the charge, is taking a bunch of damage, but so is the Gila of Sis7 there, who is webbed. Again, great piloting by these Worms, getting webs on the primaries, making sure that they take full damage from the drones. They're probably going to drop around the same time, although that Gila of Asurka is getting reps, so he actually will probably stay up significantly longer.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things people forget about Gilas, forget about Worms, is they are really, really fast ships.
They are indeed. They have pretty big sig radiuses and maybe aren't that fast for a Frigg, but of course, as a Frigg, they can get across the field really well, and they're very durable and do a lot of damage. That burst is still taking a bunch of damage. Trousered Eagle's right on the edge of life. He's bleeding through. It's really just like a volley away from dying, but I think it's going to be too little too late for Waffles. They're going to be trading Trousered Eagle's burst. There he goes, finally down for another Gila. Ryo Chaos's Gila is dropping through shields, has no reps. Now he's webbed again, good web by the Worms, and he's dropping off the field. So this is Shadow Cartel with another just like incredibly in-your-face, high-damage team. They stuck as much damage as they could on and had to actually work with bursts instead of a more expensive scimitar for points.
Looks like Waffles aren't going down with a fight, though. They've got this final Gila into structure, and I'm really looking forward to looking at Z-Kill or Nullsec after this match. I want to see how much damage Trouser took before he died, because he was surviving forever.
Yes, Trousered Eagle managed to stay alive for a very long time and keep repping his team. These bursts, of course, have the advantage. They're the only ships in the game that we allow in the tournament to have 2 of them with reps. So for the logistics cruisers, both Tech 1 and Tech 2, or the strategic cruisers, you can only have 1 of those ships with remote reps. But for the logistics frigates, we allow you to have 2 of them with reps. And they can crucially rep each other, which is how Trousered Eagle stayed alive so long. He had a second burst there to help rep him.
Elise was saying the other day, they are not only good, they are point efficient. They are 2 points each. You know, it's so many fewer points than a T1 Logi. I think it's less than half, but they rep 2/3. So if you're looking at it on a points to usefulness basis, T1 Logi frigates are amazing, and they allow you to bring so much DPS, and this seems to be the philosophy Shadow Cartel have brought to the tournament. You know, using, I think it was either Navsas or Inquisitors in a previous match, and you know, they just really have gone, this is a really good idea, no one else is really doing it, let's kind of do it ourselves and kind of make our way with it.
Actually, one other team that Shadow Cartel had seen doing it was that PL team that managed to fly 2 bursts out of the arena. So Shadow Cartel did, of course, have 2 boundary violations in this match, but that wasn't enough to cause them problems. They were still able to take the match. 2 Gilas, I'm sure, are going to get a talking to from their coach afterwards. But this is a very convincing victory for them.
Shadow Cartel did do their best to give Waffles a chance, but sadly, we did not grab a hold of it, and we still managed to lose. The final ears now going down for God's Messenger. The match will be ending shortly.
Lots of GFs.
I'm very sad for my Waffles bros, but I have to say, Shadow Cartel have done so well this tournament. I am not upset at all that we lose to them. If we were going to lose to someone, I think there is no shame in losing to Shadow Cartel.
Yes, Shadow Cartel has had actually a really, really impressive run. Like Lee said, the only time they've lost is by a razor's edge against the defending champions, and here they are knocking Waffles out and continuing on through the losers bracket. So with that, we're going to send you back to the guys in the studio.
Align, align. The clock bomb. Via, ragazzi, tutto. E via il jump range.
Do you like spaceships?
Do you like explosions? Airlock Media. We make your corporation look good.
It looks like it was waffles for dinner for Shadow Cartel.
Yeah.
Even if they decided to sacrifice two of their gailas for fun, waffles just turned out to be a little soggy mess.
That was a really serious attempt at a throw. They almost handed the match back to Waffles.
Yeah, they got very, very close. Shadow Cartel, man, they must think there's like treasure on the other side of that boundary. Like, I don't know, they keep going for it, and yeah, they almost threw it. But what a great match from both teams, actually. That was, I think, one of the most exciting matches we've seen. Shadow Cartel took that high DPS team that they're sort of their trademark thing, and Waffles, I mean, they didn't bend that hard. They took a 3 core. They did some interesting things. They had the Molluses. I think the pivotal thing is that the Waffles lost the damp ore early on. But even though they lost the damp ore, like you're like, oh, how do you lose a damp ore with Molluses? They did the smart thing.
That's exactly what you actually said.
That is exactly what I said. But they did the smart thing. They kited back. They let the Shadow Cartel dams fail. Then they applied their own Mollus dams, which are better, and then they continued on fighting. Unfortunately for them, like Shadow Cartel managed to have amazing worm pilots. Like we give their Gila pilots a lot of flack, but those worm pilots did the suicide tackle perfectly. They got the Gila's tackle, they got the scimitar tackle at a crucial time.
Well, let's talk about the burst pilots too.
I was going to say,
I mean, you were saying that you would trade yours for theirs.
Yeah,
I mean,
if I could have their burst pilots, I think it's just an easy road to the finals.
An opportunity presents itself.
Yeah.
So
no.
they really did a good job. I mean, that was kind of the turning point in the match to me. I think if Waffles get that burst down, then I think it flips, especially with the two Gilas suiciding themselves. That flips the match. But the fact that they spent so much time trying to kill that burst and just never quite got it, I think made a ton of difference. I mean, he absorbed, like Apotheme was saying, I'd love to see the kill and see just how much damage he soaked up.
Hero bursts, saving lives.
Those bursts are really tricky because it's pretty much the only two teams that have fielded those. I mean, there have been others, but the two strongest teams we've seen were Shadow Cartel and Pandemic Legion. So it's not like something in the meta that you see all the time. So maybe you don't practice against it. Maybe you don't realize just how actually tanky those bursts are and how effective they are. Like, oh, the frigates. Like, they're real huge frigates with their rep power.
Yeah. It seems like frigates get underestimated a lot.
Yeah.
Both by, it might even be people that are watching the tournament and by teams that decide not to field them. But support wings are very, very important.
Yeah, I don't remember if we've talked about this before at all, but it seems like early in the tournament, I don't know, a lot of the big decisions to make and a lot of the theme or focus for us is around what's happening in the main bulk of the setup, which command ships or which battleships or which cruisers are chosen. But it always seems like as we get later in the tournament, the support, the way you use and pilot the support, which support you choose, ends up being much more important in a lot of matches. Like in this match, I mean, the kind of base of the setup isn't all that different, but having the frigate logistics versus normal cruiser logistics and having Molluses versus having more of the flycatchers and heretics are really important decisions that swing the match a lot. And I don't know, it's fun. I actually like that part a lot. It's kind of a cool development. The tournament didn't used to have much focus on support, and
the
more
support
and more
wings,
it's a big deal.
I think the support wings win you championships. Like the in-your-face things may the high damage things like the Balgorns, the Vinnies, they may get like the close-up shot on the cameras, but you're gonna win because you have good support.
That burst, somebody very benevolent just whispered in my ear, took 26,500 damage.
Jeez. And that's for a frigate.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's incredible. I mean, that's
hero tanking right there.
You know, we're talking about the support. I think it's really important to note that the piloting on a support ship is often more difficult. You know, flying a frigate in a dogfight situation where you have, you know, 3 worms coming at you or whatever it may be, especially when they're in the thick of things in a mix of drone, you know, drones chasing you and that sort of thing. Boundaries when you're doing 4 kilometers a second come up on you really, really quickly. So those pilots have to be so on their game, so precise in their movement, so precise in their positioning. And one tiny mistake when you have as little EHP as you do as a frigate can mean you just instantly get volleyed off the field. So to stay alive and do your job is actually significantly harder, I would say, than to fly the Vindicator or to fly the, you know, the big, you know, the Armageddon or whatever it may be. I feel like those pilots are just so under so much more pressure.
Yeah, just like why I usually get put in the EOS.
Just like in Real EVE Online, the little frigates matter.
And
they matter
yeah,
so
I mean,
much.
and like boxing, I actually have kind of struggled with that a lot when I was playing on TQ. I think that people's natural entry into PvP is often through frigates, but they're so fast and unforgiving that it's actually really hard to be an expert frigate pilot. It's actually, even though it's more expensive, it's in a lot of ways easier to learn to fly ships like an EOS or a battleship because it just is slower. Everything is like there's more time to make decisions. Your mistakes don't punish you quite as quickly, and that's definitely true in the tournament.
Yeah, on the same token, if you get good in the frigates, you're going to be good in pretty much anything.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I learned in Tyrannuses, and it's much easier. I don't fly frigates anymore because I just don't have the, I don't want the stress, but that's what I learned in, so I had good instincts moving on into bigger ships later on.
We can actually bring the results screen up on the stream to see what happened, and here you can see the amount of damage taken for the teams. And the burst...
Yeah, by a Trousered Eagle there. He did finally die, and he took 26,000 damage.
Wow, that is very impressive.
In a ship that only cost 12 million ISK.
Super efficient.
Yep.
Right.
Super
only 12 million ISK and 2 points.
I mean, I think the notable thing is you compare that to some of the other ships that died. The Cerberus took, what, was that 11,000 damage? You know, I mean, you're looking at 14,000, 11,000. EOS took 30-something thousand. I can't quite see from here. 22,000 on a Gila. So, I mean, that's hack level at least. Damage taken. That's really incredible stuff.
And in case that doesn't make sense to you guys, it's because he's getting repped back a lot of it. So he's taking the damage and then getting it repped back by the other burst and just keeping that going for a really long time. And over the course of the match, you know, he's absorbing tons of damage that could have gone somewhere else.
Well, and then the other thing to point out is that's actual the raw damage numbers. What that doesn't account for is small signature radius. So you know, drones are effectively hitting for less damage as it may be.
Right.
But we should talk about Afterlife.
Yeah, the next match is actually ready, so let's stop talking about the Hero Burst, even though it's awesome. The Afterlife Dot versus Coven is next, and the Afterlife banned out the Tengu and the Loki, while Coven banned down the Armageddon and the Ishtar. I will need to do predictions really quick just to go on field. We'll let Fossey and the Pothny talk a little bit about what's going on, but what are your predictions?
I'm going to go with Afterlife. I think they have the advantage here. I don't really know much about both these teams, but I have confidence in Afterlife. So.
Yep, I'm going to go with Afterlife too.
Me too.
I'm going with Coven because I've met these people in real life and I know what they can do.
They're the Polish guys.
Yes, they are. Let's go.
welcome back one and all to this next match in the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is Afterlife versus Coven, brought to you by CCP Fozzie and Apotheny. And we have two very similar cores on the field here, but with some very big differences in the way they've decided to run their support. So Afterlife has brought EOS Scimitar, Triple Lorenzo, as has come to be expected. But then they've gone Triple Celestis, Jaguar, and Double Mala. So that is a lot of damps, including a lot of very long-range damps in the Celestises.
Yep, Coven have brought a Nighthawk for links rather than the Ace. They've got a Simi with their own Triple Lorenzo. They've got the Serb, 3 Worms, that, as we've come to expect, the Mullises and the Crows. Now, I'm very interested to know why Afterlife thinks Celestis are good in a shield setup, because personally, I think they're terrible.
I mean, as long as they don't take a ton of damage, Celestis are never going to tank a ton.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
never
when you're
be
shield
something
tanking a Celestis, you can either tank or have damps. You need 2 really important jobs from the same set of slots. We do have the match starting.
We'll see how they hold up.
Spread across the Coven team. Whoa, tons of damps.
Afterlife has won the damp war.
War.
Look at that control bar. The control bar for Afterlife is big and it's full, and Coven isn't applying anything. So at the moment, Afterlife has the ability to basically dictate this match. It's especially useful against the Scimitar, which won't be able to rep out to long range, and to that Nighthawk of Coven, which is using heavy missiles, so therefore has pretty long damage projection range, but can't use it while it's super damped.
Coven currently hate their lives. I want to see what they're doing. It looks like they're trying to pull away. They're just balling up. Like just letting those drones come into them.
One thing Coven will be able to shoot is the drones. They're might take a while to lock them, but the swarm of drones coming from Afterlife, Coven is doing a similar thing to what Waffles did in the last match. They're pulling back. They're actually going to get around a microjump unit, and they are shooting drones, and they're going to try to reduce some of the DPS that's coming from Afterlife.
Hopefully they don't follow Waffles too much, because we all know how that ended.
Meanwhile, Afterlife is going right after a Gila. So Afterlife is primaried the Gila of Veronic there, and they've already got him into about half a shield. He is getting reps though.
Yeah, the damps have dropped from the Simi. Oh, they're back up now. I wonder if that will break the lock. The Gila is no longer repping. There we go, reps back on it. Looks
no,
like
he still has the rep effect on him, so the Scimitar definitely still has him.
That Gila is barely holding on. At the same time, XX Latvian in the Gila is painted, so it looks like that might be the next damage.
It looks like that's who they're trying to hit, but they're not being very successful yet. It looks like the drones are still trying to make their way across, but there's too many damps. And the Gila for Coven is now off the field, so that's one of the damage Gilas down. This is a great first start for Afterlife, getting the big damp war
One of the things I'm noticing here is that all of these Gilas aren't ever going, they're only briefly approaching 1,000. They're staying at quite low speed, which implies they're just turning and revolving. They're not running away from damage, but they're still not having DPS applied to them. Not sure how that's happening now. There's another Gila of Caranto being muted. Oh, it's taking a lot of damage. Remember that Gila's tank is active. If you lose your cap, you lose your tank.
Yes, and there it goes. He drops off the field very quickly. Afterlife is doing enough damage with these triple Gilas, with the EOS, and of course drones from the Celestis, which shouldn't be ignored.
Yeah.
They're just able to burst right through. And of course now they've lost a Jaguar.
Yeah.
That's probably going to be some of their E-War off the field, some more damage, maybe some target painters, but it's not going to be crippling to them. At this point, losing 2 Gilas and a Worm is much worse than losing a couple of Jaguars.
At any point, if you're so damped, if at any point you break through those damps, because the team has invested so much in damps, they're going to lose ships. But so far, the Afterlife are still keeping that advantage. Everything is still super mega ultra damped, and
they're wet, if you will.
They are indeed quite wet.
Yes.
I'd say they're even wetter than the weather outside right now.
Yes, yeah, they are like Icelandic fall wet. And that can't be, it's not pleasant. I have experience with that. It is not pleasant at all. The Scimitar now is the primary for Afterlife. They are trying to knock down the Simi. That means they just won't have to damp that target anymore, and they can spread what remaining damps they have onto more people.
So many damps. It would appear that I was entirely mistaken, wrong, and idiotic in saying that Celestis are a bad idea in a shield setup. Apparently, they're the best thing since Nunny's sandwiches.
You've obviously never gone into nullsec and faced off against the fleet comp that I actually can't say on stream, but they can be very frustrating.
They can. I assumed they were armor.
They're great ships. And so, the Scimitar here dropping off the field. One of the things that we've talked about before, but maybe not in a little while, is the fact that for these E-War heavy teams you see it with ECM, also with damps, once they start knocking down enemy targets, they can focus the E-War onto fewer and fewer targets. You get a snowball effect. Basically, Afterlife's damping power gets stronger and stronger as the other team's numbers decrease.
Yeah, I think one of the things we see from the best teams in the tournament is that they really understand how much much E-War they need and how much is good. They bring exactly what they need. You know, Hydra very famously love having heavy damp compositions, mixing in some jam as well. Mixing jams and damps is absolutely horrific for any pilots. We see now the final Gila for Coven dropping. I think this is kind of a story that's been told. Afterlife's victory seems secure here.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time. Kind of amusingly, Afterlife hasn't decided to damp the Nighthawk, and the Nighthawk's the thing. The Nighthawk and the Cerberus are the things that can actually deal damage at those ranges. They're just counting on the fact that their Scimitar can still rep through a Nighthawk's worth of damage, I think. Yeah, they're just picking off frigates, and they'll be moving on. So this means Afterlife, again, like the team that we just saw from Shadow Cartel. Yes, like Shadow Cartel, Afterlife is another team that has only lost to a defending champion. They've only lost to PL in this tournament. So they're a team that I think a lot of people underestimated coming into the tournament, but did very well in that match, have done very well since. And so they're another one of these teams that are going to be kind of a terror in the losers bracket as they continue through, knocking down Coven in very convincing fashion.
I mean, when it comes to things like E-War, do you think there's ever a point when you can kind of go too heavy? Because I mean, we see 3 Celestis, we see 2 Maulus, and that is a lot of E-War, and it's done them very, very well in this match. Do you think that, say they come against a team like, in the next rounds, like a Hydra, a PL, a Camel, teams that we really know their stuff, do they think they'll go, that's too much damps, and we can really take advantage of it in this way?
So as long as you have a game plan for taking advantage of the control. So you can win the control war, but then you need to do something with that time that you've gained yourself, with the fact that the other team's logistics is unable to rep or anything like that. You need to actually have a plan of how you're going to take advantage of the strength of position that the damp war wins you. Same thing is true of ECM. I've seen teams bring like crazily strong ECM teams that don't have any damage, but then all you're doing is rolling a bunch of dice, and sure, you have a lot of dice to roll, but the match just never ends, and eventually you're going to lose. And the same thing will happen if you don't have DPS on a damp team. 3 Helas and an EOS, though,
they'll
is a
do
lot
some
of
DPS,
damage.
I think.
Yeah, I think a lot of people may underestimate, too, the drones in the Celestis. They've enough room for 5 medium drones, can be used for medium rep drones very effectively, can be used for damage drones, ECM drones. There's a lot of really good options there. Celestis I like a lot. The big vulnerability of them, of course, is you can lose that fast damp war to Moluses, or to any other frigate, really, to like Merlins, or to Herons, or whatever. So you need to make sure that you have a way to win the early damp war as well. So triple Celestis, double Molus, I think is a great damp core. That is a good way to win the control war against almost every team.
Yeah, I mean, we had the ship bans coming in, the Tengu, the Loki. Afterlife did not want to see a shield Tinker. We say that damps typically are exceptionally good against Tinkers, so what do you think their logic was in this?
It's possible that they just didn't want to see the shield Tinker plus Marauder, though they could have banned out the Marauder to get that, because that would be something they'd have trouble with. We saw when Hydra brought out the crazy intense damp teams, they banned out actually both of the shield Marauders, which is another way to go about that. It's also possible that they're afraid of a team like Tess, where there's just so many pilots, they can't damp all of them, and thanks to drone assist, you can always get somebody onto target.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw in the match, they did manage to damp everyone quite horrifically, unfortunately. There we go, the final Coven ship going down. Yeah. So it looks like the end of the match, so we will send it back to you guys on the analysis desk.
Another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's.
This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Coven's full team of autumn wet pilots were no match against the Afterlife's big full control bar. This just shows the importance of E-War.
And raincoats.
Bring raincoats. Although I will say, it's probably not fun flying in a match where you can't lock anything.
No, I've done that before. It's not fun at all.
It is pretty miserable. So when you have Coven head Helas, which are generally kind of immune to damp, sort of, because you can assign your drones, and then someone that can lock on your team can just throw them out there. But the Afterlife had so many strong dams, and they won the damp war so handily that every single ship on the Coven side couldn't lock past probably 30 kilometers. So that had to be the most frustrating thing ever. They can't assign to anyone, they can't do anything. And yeah, just a really strong showing from Afterlife, who are a pretty strong team.
The other thing that happens, even if they're able to assign their DPS out to other ships, is the Scimitar can't rep anybody. So the whole team has to try to hug the Scimitar, which means they don't get as much freedom to kite and run and split that drone DPS up. So even if they were able to assign and get damage out, it still probably had a really negative impact on like their ability to mitigate damage.
Yeah, you saw that with those Helas not moving very fast, and then right after they mentioned that, when there's only one left, I think he just gave up on it and said, "Forget it, I'm just going to run," because he did kick up to high speed. So obviously they had prop mods fit, they just weren't using them because of that. They did want to get out of range of the Scimitar, and Scimitar pilot's probably yelling at him, "Don't burn around, I'm going to lose range on you, lose lock on you." But
the other thing that's good about the damps, like Fozzie was saying earlier, is even if they're able to assign their drones out, there is a significant chunk of damage coming from missiles in Helicopter, and this one especially because of the Nighthawk. So there's a big piece of their damage at least that really isn't immune to the damps, even though the drones can get moved around.
But all that said, Coven didn't have like an awful setup by any means. They had what they thought would be an answer to the damps. They had their own damps. They had Molluses, but it just so happens that the Afterlife had Molluses and Celestis. So maybe if they could do that again, they just ban Celestis.
We were just talking about the importance of the support wing before we went into this match, and it's proven.
Yeah.
Like, I would say that the Celestis, the Celesti, whatever, and the Molluses, they sort of contributed heavily to the fact that Afterlife won.
Could be Celestes.
Yeah, absolutely. What did like instead of like on the Coven side, instead of like the points that were invested in the Celestis, what did they get?
Let's bring up the results and just see.
Ah, perfect.
That would be nice. They had, I know they had the Nighthawk for the EOS. Let's see, they have Serb as well.
This is sorted so helpfully.
It's Worms, it looks like.
Yeah, Worms, I guess.
Yeah. Worms are generally a pretty good ship. You can even fit some utility damps in there if you really wanted to. But they're not strong enough to combat the Celestis. The one thing that we should talk about, the Afterlife Celestis pilots were actually really good. You may not have noticed it. The Coven Molluses actually broke out of lock range and damped 2 of the Celestis down, which could have been catastrophic. But the third Afterlife Celestis said, you know what, I got my bros, I'm going to stop damping whatever I'm damping and put more damps onto the Molluses so I can win the damp war back for my team. And that's exactly what happened. So there was like a 20, 30-second span in there that Coven actually could get a bunch of locks, but then they lost it.
Well, no, only with 2 Mollus on the Coven side, you really... I'm sure those Worms probably had something. You probably had a few more damps spread around the team, but they just didn't have the same raw number of damps. 3 Celestis and the 3 Mollus. I mean, it's just a ton of 2 Mollus, I guess. A ton of damps. Obviously, bonused by the EOS, I'm guessing, and just played havoc.
We should just start calling these happenstances wets instead of damps. They're wets.
I like it.
So the next match, the Afterlife goes on, while the Coven goes home. I guess even with their my experiences of them, they were not able to get through that wetness. Outbreak Dot versus No Holds Barred is coming up, with Outbreak having banned out the Guyla and the Golem, and No Holds Barred banned out the Celestis and the Armageddon. It's almost as if they saw the match before it happened.
Yeah, but those are both really good bans from both sides that don't really say much.
No.
Like the Celestis, as we saw here, is devastating to any type of comp. The Golem is pretty good. The Gen's fairly strong.
Yeah.
So both good bans that don't really say anything about your setup, which is one of the things that you want to think about when you're making these bans. Am I giving too much away with what I'm banning?
Right, showing your hand by banning something that's obviously going to counter your setup, and that tells the other team what your setup roughly is going to be, so that they can find an alternative way to counter it. You know, I think No Holes have performed pretty well so far, and I really expect them to continue that. But Outbreak, they're not a bad team either, so I think it's going to potentially be a close match here.
Question for you: have we seen any Marauders today at all?
I don't think we've seen any today. We saw some yesterday. They were pretty common yesterday, but not today.
Do you think we'll see any more of them?
I think so. I
Okay.
think we'll definitely see some Marauders. They're really strong against Damps, and Damps are, like, now we're in day
That's
6 of the
true.
meta, and everyone's saying, okay, you know what? We knew Damps were strong all along. We're just going to show them now because we need them.
But with Golem banned, what does that leave? I mean, obviously leaves 3 other ones, but the only one I think we've seen other than the Golem has been the Paladin.
Yeah, we've seen a Vargur. We've seen
We
one
have seen a
Vargur.
Vargur? Okay.
That,
At
didn't
least
do
one
too well.
Kronos.
Yeah.
One Kronos.
The Kronos in this format, I don't think is.
The Golem is the best. It's ideally
Yeah.
situated for it because obviously it can hit the entire arena, but I guess you could do it with the Vargur.
Yeah. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Seeing a lot more Ewar heavy support setups now, it makes sense that Marauders could make a return as that gets more popular since they're
Very likely.
Or alternatively, pilot maybe start learning from something Waffles did effectively. Rookpel did it yesterday. Pull back and wait for someone to make a mistake. Wait for someone to come to you. That's another way to counter the damps. If a team doesn't have great damage projection and you can pull out of range of their damage projection, then just sit at range out of their damage projection. Make them come to you. See if maybe they try a hero tackle. You can latch onto a frigate, kill it, and maybe get some sort of advantage out of that. So I don't know. Maybe that's a strategy they're going to be looking at too.
Do you guys think we're going to see any drone teams out of these ones? I mean, the Gila was banned.
Yes.
Which is actually a very smart move. Like, one of the strongest ships. One of the things we've seen all the time. It seems like teams are afraid to ban it because their best teams are Gila-centric.
Yeah.
So do you think we're going to see drones?
Ishtars, Vexors, Vexor Navy issues, all open, all ships we've seen.
The Rattlesnake is also open. We
Yeah.
haven't seen a lot of that today, though. We saw some of it yesterday.
Typically, when we see the Rattlesnake, it's usually got the Gila support.
Yep.
So it's kind of, that almost is an implicit ban. You almost ban out the Rattlesnake by banning the Gila. But the Vexor and Vexor Navy issue, like I said, we've seen quite enough of that. So
We still have EOS's available, right?
That's also true, yes.
So
Yes.
EOS Ishtar wouldn't be surprising.
Yep.
What are your predictions for this match? I myself am going with Outbreak.
I'm going with Noho.
I'm waffling on this one. I circled Outbreak, but
Don't do that. They're out.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Noho can do really well here. Like, they only had one really kind of bizarre match, and I think that was more of like the dice roll not going in their favor. So either way, I'm gonna guess. I'll just say Outbreak, even though I'm gonna regret it in like 5 minutes.
All right. Well, I'm going to switch because I believe I believe you more than you believe yourself.
Is there switching?
And go to Noho.
Oh.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I
Wow.
can switch before I have. Well, switching after bans, except bans didn't have anything to do with why I switched. So.
That's
The bans didn't give
very-
anything
I
away,
think it's
so,
fine.
yeah.
Well, we'll let Twitch chat be the judge of that, I
We'll
feel.
allow it.
While they pass their judgment on you, CCP Rise, let's just go into cyberspace space and see what they have for us.
Welcome back, one and all, to that beautiful vision of two rattlesnakes sitting on your screens. This is Outbreak versus No Holes Barred, and I'm CCP Fozzie, joined by Apotheny. And these guys have brought out some really cool setups. Outbreak with a double rattlesnake, Vulture, Scimitar, similar to the 8AF team that we saw the guys from Rote bring yesterday, but they put in a lot more damps instead of the damage. So they've got double worm, but then triple mollusk, Talwar, and Merlin. Why don't you tell us a bit about the No Holes Barred team?
So No Hole gone kind of kicking it old school with this. We've got 3 Sleipnirs, 3 command ship, tons of links, tons of DPS. Great tank with a Simi, 3 Vexers, and you can do lots of cool things with their mids. You've got a Moa, you've got 3 Jaguars, and a Raptor.
Yep, and we have confirmed that the Sleipnirs are autocannon fit. The Rattlesnakes all have cruises, so everything's kind of fitting into what you'd expect. This NoHo team is pretty similar to what we've seen in some previous tournaments where people would combine Sleipnirs with, say,
Match teams, and half the Outbreak team doesn't move.
Yes, so the Outbreak team started off very close. They put their big ships in very close, and they're waiting basically for the entire NoHo team to move past them, which is exactly what NoHo is doing. So we'll see who gets caught on the way.
Looks like
a Sleipnir. The answer is a Sleipnir.
Going on to the Mauler.
The Sleipnir is dying. The Sleipnir is dying. So yes, the Sleipnir ran right in past the Rattlesnakes and died. They charged towards the Scimitar. Their goal was to move from the middle of the arena past the Rattlesnakes. On the way, the Rattlesnakes got the drones on them, and they just fell apart. Second Sleipnir now is collapsing. NoHo is now moving to try to take down the Rattlesnake, but it's going to be too little too late. The Sleipnir is bursting through his ASB, but it's not enough. He's still taking armor damage.
Yeah, it looks like the AFs of NoHo ran through the beginning. They got through a ton of webs on the different ships, but webs aren't anything if you don't shoot anything, if your DPS is dying.
Yep, the Outbreak team is doing a great job of getting damage on the ships. They screened very effectively with their big ships. We've seen some teams that screen with their smaller ships where they put the big ships back, put frigates up front, and then catch a couple of the enemy ships as they're moving in. But in this case, they actually screened with the Rattlesnakes and the Vulture. They just set those up right in the front, and the Geckos got on their target right away.
I think this is the key story. Look, we have both a jam effect and a damp effect on the Scimitar. We said before in the last match how powerful this can be, though now, forget that, looks like the Outbreak Rattlesnake is about to hit its armor.
Yeah, I may have spoken too soon about that Sleipnir for NoHo's Bard, because he is pulling back and holding on pretty well. Meanwhile, the first Rattlesnake is taking a ton of damage here for Outbreak. Outbreak needs to keep this Rattlesnake alive long enough to take down the Sleipnir, which is exactly what they're doing. The Sleipnir went into reload, it's going to die first, so this is still going to be Outbreak in the driver's seat, even though they probably are about to lose a Rattlesnake.
Yeah, they probably are, but you know, they've lost, they're going to lose a Rattlesnake. What have they gained? They gained 2 Sleipnirs, they've gained a Jaguar and a Raptor. It looks like another Jaguar maybe dropping soon. Whoa, Kitsune of Rudy going down soon. Those are some powerful jams leaving the field potentially.
A little too late probably for NoHo, as we've got another Sleipnir dropping really quickly, and this Rattlesnake is still holding on. There he goes off the field right now. So this is the Scimitar for Outbreak doing a great job of keeping the Rattlesnake down long past when he otherwise would have died.
Maximizing the reps on the Sleipnir here, but it means that the damage that's going on the Jag is being ignored. Simi has to spend all his energy repping up the Slep. In the meantime, what would I assume is the support of Outbreak taking out NoHo's Bar support means that there
is now damage applied to the NoHo Scimitar, very crucially. The Outbreak team moved off of the Sleipnir, which wasn't breaking. They got in. They forced the Scimitar in close. Scimitar is now dead. What they actually did was shoot the Sleipnir, dab the Scimitar. Scimitar can't get in range. It needs to move in closer before it can target the Sleipnir, and then you kill the Scimitar. Great target calling, great target switching from Outbreak.
And at the same time, we saw damping effects on that Simi for so long. It must have been so cap dry. Like, I feel so sorry for that Simi pilot this match.
Yeah, so the Simi now off the field for NoHo. This is really just, I think, a matter of time. The Simi, of course, now for Outbreak actually taking a lot of damage. So Outbreak got the Vexers over there to do some damage to him, and he is taking a ton of damage. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. They do have a big drone swarm following him. He's actually holding on pretty well because he's boosted up to a very high speed. He's got his MWD overheated, and he's outrunning a lot of these drones. The Vexer drones don't have the speed bonus, and the Scimitar is actually holding on really well right now.
And at the same time, the Sleipnir is going down, going into structure, dropping for the Barrack is going down. That leaves NoHo with 3 Sleipnirs versus an almost complete Outbreak team, dropping only the Rattlesnake and the Kitsune. A really strong showing by Outbreak.
It looks like for once, CCP Rise's gut changed, like the feeling that came over him was correct, and he moved correctly. Actually, no, sorry, he switched to NoHo, didn't he?
He did.
Oh, yeah, so never mind, he's back to his normal form. Outbreak, very dominant performance here. They're probably going to lose this Scimitar to the residual drone damage from the Vexers at this point, but it's not going to be nearly enough for NoHo. NoHo didn't bring a bad setup by any means. This is a very flexible setup. It's probably one they've trained a lot because it's one that a lot of teams will have known about for a long time. This triple Sleipnir with support from frigates and Tech 1 cruisers is something that's been kind of a mainstay of tournaments, both in the Alliance Tournament, and actually similar things have been run in the New Eden Open as well recently. So it's something that a lot of people are practiced with, but also most teams will know how to beat.
Personally, I'm just thankful we didn't see any Gilas this match.
Well, that's because they were banned. So I'm sure these guys would have loved to, but yeah, there's no way to bring him in this match. And of course, the Vexer now taking more damage. The Scimitar, I said he was going to die a couple times, but actually he's proven me wrong. He's managing to get his speed away from these drones, very ably keeping himself alive. He's got his reload through and has got some boosts in. And now the last Vexer dropping for no holds barred. So it's just a Moa left.
Typically a very tanky ship, but
not nearly tanky
it's
enough.
It's just going to die so quickly here.
Yeah, it's tanky for a
It was trying to take out this poor Morlus of Jackstar, but the reps got on it. He's not going to pick apart any more on it. It looks like it's going to be a 100-26 victory for the Outbreak team. Congratulations to them. I'm looking at my sheet. They will be going on to play the Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork.
And that's not going to be an easy match, because Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork has been a very strong team.
Elise said, I think it was yesterday, that Ministry are the second best team at running a Tinker. And given that he's obviously going to be biased towards PL for first spot, that is a lot of praise coming from Elise.
So with that, we're going to send you back to the guys in the studio.
Kill the thingy. A thingy just landed. Okay, align to that territorial thingy. Kill the thingy. Snow get thingy. Starburst. Kill the thingies.
So Outbreak barred some holes for no holes barred, and now they're going home. But Outbreak goes on to face the Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork later today. I'm CCP Gargant, joined here by Bacchanalian, Elise Randolph, and CCP Rise. What did you guys think about that? That was a dominant display.
We like kind of agreed that it felt a lot like NoHo lost more than Outbreak won. It felt a bit like some weird stuff happened. The first Slipner just evaporating, and I don't know. It was.
Yeah, it was really bizarre. So I mean, NoHo were forced into shooting the Rattlesnake for Outbreak because they were damped down. They couldn't really project anywhere. So that was an okay decision. But their first Sleipnir died like instantly without repping. The second one seemed to live forever.
Yeah.
And then like I don't know. I think the Kitsune is just made NoHo really, really sad.
Yeah.
Because it got like crucial jams. It seemed to be like at all the perfect times against the NoHo Simi.
I'd be really curious to see the fit on that first Sleipnir. I almost feel like maybe he forgot a module or something. He did. He died so fast. I did see him get one rep cycle off when he was already in structure, but he went from 100 to 10% in 2 seconds.
Well, the thing is, in the tournament, it's so different than in TQ. Like when in TQ, you're like, I'm going to bait a little bit because I don't want to use up too many of my charges. I don't want to overboost. So you wait till you're like pretty low. But in the tournaments, you kind of have to be a little bit aggressive with your repping, I'd say.
You don't overbait all the way to structure, that's for sure. That was.
And I think Outbreak deserve a little bit of credit for banning the Gila because it seems like NoHo really wanted to bring the Gila. This was like their Gila Sleipnir team that they just kind of shoved other things into at the last minute when Gila was banned. At least that's what it seems to me. I don't know.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
And we also saw a Rattlesnake comp being run without the Gila, which pretty much worked.
Works really good.
Yeah.
The kind of weakness, it seemed like the match was going to swing a bit when they killed one because it's like a lot of damage focused into just a couple ships. They really didn't have a whole lot of damage in the rest of their setup. So it was a little scary for a second when they lost that first Rattlesnake because they really lost a lot of damage. But
problem was by the time that Rattlesnake went down, they were about. I think we were just about down to one Sleipnir at that point.
Yeah,
it was kind of. If they get that Rattlesnake down before the second Sleipnir dies, I think it does change the match. But
let's bring the results screen up real quick before we go on discussing the next match. So the first Sleipnir that died, it looks like it only took 19,000 damage.
Yeah, and the rest took like 35, 40.
Well, that one took 43. It was probably the second one. I mean, that's really.
And almost none of them got any reps from the Scimitar. There was for a little while some active towards the end, but in general they didn't really take any. So that is pretty strange. I wonder what the deal is.
I mean, to put that Sleipnir in kind of perspective, one of the Vexers took almost 16,000 damage. I mean, you know, 19,000. It's really, wow.
I just want to echo also what Elise is saying. I think the Kitsune is really strong. If they don't have that ship, I think this match looks a lot different. It's really powerful with the damps, the scan res damps. The Scimitar not only was getting jammed, but taking forever to relock. And I think that was really important. It's a pretty nice ship to just squeeze one of in there for that exact purpose. And this isn't the first time today, actually, we've seen an ECM ship play a really big role kind of on its own. There was a Blackbird earlier that had a very similar effect where it was jamming key ships throughout like the entire match and really made a big difference.
I think the other thing to point out there is the almost 100,000 damage that Rattlesnake took. I mean, you got to credit No Holds Barred. Their team put out a lot of damage because it doesn't seem. I mean, it did tank for a long time, but it didn't feel like it tanked any longer than that second Sleipnir did. But it took almost more than twice as much damage. So I think this is kind of bad luck for Noho to run into a double Rattlesnake kind of vulture comp like this because. At the end of the day, if they run into a flimsier comp, they run into something with smaller ships, maybe they do get the advantage early, but their overwhelming damage they had, maybe they do blast through something else to get DPS off the field faster and their Scimitar is able to keep up.
Yeah, and like we said, with this No Holds Barred goes home, and we move on to the next match, which is Agony Empire versus Triumvirate Dot. Agony banned out the Gila and the Geddon, while Triumph banned out the Vexor Navy issue and the Rattlesnake.
Oh, that's actually a really interesting ban from Tri. They're trying to take two teams out with the bans. A lot of times you see teams saying, I just don't want to see any armor, I don't want to see any Tinker. But Tri is trying to just take away a broad amount of setups with what they've taken away.
Yeah, it's cool seeing more and more kind of like anchor drone ships banned. So good chance of seeing something else again. It was fun last match to see a Sleipnir focus and a Rattlesnake focus, which are both like been a little less common today. Maybe this match we'll see again, like no Helas, no VNIs, maybe some new stuff.
The meta has really been favoring like a lot of cruisers. So like when you see the two core things, it's quite bizarre. But I mean, Agony versus Tri. This is like I think probably the best match in the losers bracket by like the quality of teams.
Yep.
I mean, obviously, I think Shadow Cartel is one of the better teams in the losers bracket, but most everyone else agrees that Tri and Agony are 1 and 2 in the elimination bracket. So this is going to be like juggernauts going at it.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. They're fighting for the right to play against Gorgon Empire later, who put on a pretty good show against Pandemic Legion yesterday. But so tough road for either one of them. But yeah, I don't know. I like Agony. It's who I have circled before we get predictions. But
I have Agony underlined as well. But I think they're going to take it.
Yeah, Tri got really unlucky. They had to face Hydra in the first match, so they had to be in the elimination bracket for the entire tournament, more or less.
Yep.
So I think Agony are going to be a little bit fresher, have a few more setups in their pocket that they can throw out, and Agony will probably barely take it.
I actually have Tri circled.
Don't swap this time.
You're the rebel of the desk.
I'm not going to swap. Most people probably know, but I feel like I should mention since I felt silly when I noticed it yesterday. This Tri team has a lot of the Verge of Collapse team on it that won the tournament, so there's a lot of very experienced tournament pilots on the team, and I'm going to go with them.
Experience has been very important in these earlier matches that we've seen, and some others would say that it separates the great team from the good teams. I mean, having that sort of experience on your team will help, but Agony Empire is they're no greenies.
They're not. They're not new to the tournament. They've been doing well for a couple years in a row now, so they have a lot of experience themselves. They just haven't had quite the same results. I mean, Verge won, and that's really good. Agony got pretty far last year, though. They lost in semis or something.
Yeah, the only teams Agony lost to were PL, basically.
Right.
PL and Hydra, I think, were the only two teams Agony lost to, and they lost to PL twice. So having to run across PL twice is kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
PL eventually won the last tournament, so...
You know, it's worth mentioning both of these teams it's almost a throwback match. I mean, both of these teams, at least the Alliance has been around forever. I remember Triumvirate all the way back in my first tournament, Alliance Tournament 4. I don't know when Agony started fighting in the tournament, but they were definitely around back then. They were running PvP classes. You could take an Agony class to learn how to do scouting, learn how to fly frigates and such. So both of these teams go back as far as I do in 2006 at the very least. So
yeah, Tri has many different incarnations of itself, but
that's true. It was like Tri Mark III or something.
Yeah,
but
we might be at like 7 or 8 now.
Let's see if Tri Mark III can bring it home, or if Agony is going to make us all happy, except for CCP Rise.
With day 4, that means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best. Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into his career. So you always let jump, and let the booty hit the floor, and that is how the do bum.
Welcome back, everyone, to one of the most anticipated matches of the day. This is Agony Empire versus Triumvirate in the 12th Alliance Tournament. I'm CCP Fozzie, joined by Apothony, and we have two really awesome setups, including, on your screen right now, a flagship. That is Triumvirate's flagship Rattlesnake.
The Flagglesnake.
It does have cruise missiles fit, so it has potential for a ton of damage, potential for smart bombs and newts that are more powerful than normal ships can fit in the tournament. That is a ship that is probably worth a whole lot of ISK and going to be very powerful in this fight. Agony has brought a triple EOS, double Stratios to dodge the Vexor Navy ban, triple Vexor, Mollusk Tristan, and then double Navitus for reps. Lots and lots of damage with drones.
Tri have, as you say, got the Flagglesnake. They got two EOS, a Simi, Kerry's Vexor, triple Heretic, which is going to make those Navitas burn. We got two Maulus for Damps, and then a Crow to round off the team.
Both teams came in at max range 50 kilometers from opposite beacons, so they're 100 kilometers away from each other at the beginning of the match, and immediately lots of Damps across from Triumvirate onto the Agony team. That is the Molluses, mainly from Triumvirate, getting Damps across the field, and they've won that initial Damp war.
Looks like 3 of the Tri teams are getting close. I'm trying to figure out what they are. It looks like they are, in fact, these Heretics trying to get in close enough to apply their light missiles. The rest of the team staying back. Looks like they're dropping their drones. Let's see what drone choice they've got from the Tri team. It looks like they've all dropped light shield maintenance drones combined with geckos for DPS.
Meanwhile, Agony has dropped Praetors and geckos as well. Geckos, of course, really effectively using the 100 megabits of bandwidth from the Stratios, and they're going across the field.
Already, one of the Tri Heretics taking a ton of damage. They want those Navitas sake. Heretics can volley through Navitas with such ease. They've got to get them on field.
Commanders,
Scimitar
doing a great job of keeping the Heretic alive. These Heretics went out to the front to try to get underneath the Damps and get a hold of these Molluses and potentially the Navituses, but that made them vulnerable. But he's keeping them alive really effectively.
See, Reverend Elicon going nearly 4k in his Maulus, trying to get away from the incoming damage. Looks like he's pulling back quite nicely. Damps spread really well across the Agony Empire team. They're having a really tough time, but they are using a drone setup, so they can just switch their assigns around, keep that drone damage going, although it's another thing to manage.
So we now have drones crossing the field from Triumvirate. I'm going to see who they're going for. It looks like they're going to be heading for the EOS, potentially. Let's see where the damage... Yep, there you go. The EOS of Eomar there, taking damage from the drones of Triumvirate. Dropping their shield fast, but he is going to be armor tanked with the Navitus in support, and there you go. They do have reps on him, so good work by the Navituses. We'll see how well their reps can hold up against all this damage.
Yep, looks like the Vexor of Silas is now target paint as well. He looks like the next damage primary. They might be switching, going on to the EOS, getting reps, and then switching off. But one of the things about the small reppers is they cycle very quickly, so it's very easy to switch the targets you are repping.
Importantly and somewhat confusingly, War God's Rattlesnake is moving around here, but it hasn't sent its drones out yet. It still has his drone contingent, still just orbiting him, not doing anything. He's just sitting there chilling. He basically, I guess, Triumvirate decided they don't want to use their
Vexor goes down.
Fight.
First blood, loss to Agony Empire. Try still keeping that Heretic up at health. That's a decent chunk of their DPS and potentially a few Damps as well, because the Vexor does have 4 mids. It does have some great utility.
As I said that, of course, War God has now sent his drones into the fray. And for a flagship Rattlesnake, those drones are going to be doing a ton of damage. So expect the damage on Agony to pick up very quickly.
Absolutely. We've got, looks like, the second Vexor of Kekati going down now. Vexors, I mean, they really don't tank all that well. They haven't got a huge amount of lows. They're T1 cruiser hulls. I mean, they're very easy to kill. They're a great primary choice. It looks like a Stratios of Ikovian is next.
Yeah, and of course, with plates on them, as you'd expect, they're not going to be able to very easily outrun the drone damage, which is something we've been seeing Helas do throughout this match, or throughout this tournament. At the moment, Tri is definitely in the driver's seat. They have to be very happy with this start. They're knocking down the Stratios, even through its resist bonus tank. Stratios, of course, tank very well for a Tech 1, for a factory
with
cruiser.
A web and a paint, you know, the cruise missiles of the Rattlesnake, all those drones, they're going to be applying DPS pretty much perfectly to that Stratos. So despite the extra fitting space it gets over the Vexor Navy, despite the resist tank, it is going to drop.
So we've seen a lot of the teams that people expected to be top tier contenders in this tournament bring out the Rattlesnake flagship. I think we'll leave it to Elise, who is part of a team that also chose the Rattlesnake flagship, to talk a little bit about that when we send it back to him later. But it's notable that Tri decided that this is the moment to bring it out. Against Agony, back against the wall,
This
they knew they
Stratos
needed
is actually
something really
holding
great.
on in structure for a surprising amount of time. Looks like they've switched DPS to the Navitas of Alistone. She's probably just finished taking off the field. There he goes at last. Looks like got him Navitas. Both of them are neuted. Frigates do not have a huge amount of capacitor base, so you know, one decent neut cycle and they are out of cap.
Yes, yeah, these guys are got to be feeling the pain from these neuts as, there we go, first Navitas dropped. And of course, the fact that their tank relies on repping each other means that once one goes down, you usually see the second drop very quickly. And there he goes. He's taking a bunch of damage, and he's not going to be able to get reps, so Ollie Geist in his Navitas is going to drop off the field in just moments. There he goes.
I have to say, Tri are looking like a super strong team in this matchup.
They are
Agony
indeed.
are no joke when it comes to the AT. They're long in history, as we were saying before.
And
They've
Agony
done
is
so
doing
well.
what they need to do now. They're hitting the Scimitar for Triumvirate. They've got the Scimitar down to about half shields quite quickly. They, of course, are very far behind in this match. It's going to be almost impossible for them to win it, but if they do want to have any hope at all, killing that Scimitar is the way to do it. They need to get him off the field, then clear the small ships, and then get to work on the big ones.
Yeah, it looks like Starfleet Commander is holding Happy in half shields. I don't think he will drop. I mean, they've already lost so much DPS. They've lost two of their Vexors. They've lost to Stratios. That's, let's see, so much bandwidth. I can't do the maths in my head quickly enough.
It's a lot of damage, and the Scimitar of Starfleet Commander is delaying his death quite a bit by using speed. It's a tactic we've seen a lot of good pilots use.
Vexor and final Vexor dropping, and the Tristan now just barely holding on in a sliver of structure.
It's just going to be another volley from the Heretics before he goes down. These Heretics, of course, are doing a great job of killing frigates, as we've seen from a lot of great teams.
Starfleet.
Yep, so that is the reps off the field for Triumvirate, but it is too little too late. At this point, it's just a mop-up. Agony is probably going to take some more ships with him. They can very easily kill now these Molluses and the Heretics if they get the drones from the Eos and the Stratios on them, but it's not going to be enough to win. They need to be able to kill these Eoses and Rattlesnake, and a faction-fit Rattlesnake is not going to be an easy target.
Looks like DPS is now on Zamo of Agni Empire team. I mean, they spent so much time shooting at and failing to kill, you know, the Heretic, the Maulus. Had they gone for that Simi straight away, if they managed to get their DPS on it, I mean, this match could have entirely gone the other way.
I just think they couldn't get their DPS on it. The Scimitar was staying pretty far away from the fight. He was doing a good job of staying at the back. When they pounced on the Heretics because the Heretics were up front. And it's a fine choice, because as you saw, Heretic almost died. It wasn't as if they had the option, I think, of just switching between one or the other, but they did get to him eventually. Excellent piloting from Starfleet Commander kept him alive for much of the match. Actually, excellent piloting as well from the Navitas for Agony. They also didn't die until much later. And of course, now an Eos dropped off the field for Agony. The Agony damage is being applied to Ugly Eric's Triumvirate Eos, but it's only, again, a matter of time. Stratios is the next primary. We've got Webs and Painters on him, and he's taking the brunt of the damage from Tri.
Yeah, it looks like the final Stratios will be dropping for the Agony Empire team. As you said, we are in mop-up mode at the moment. They're going to try and take another Eos with him, dropping quite quickly. I would expect, well, apparently not, an AAR on him, maybe not. So it looks like Ugly Eric will be dropping down into structure.
There's a good chance that, he's going to die, and that's not going to be something that's going to pay him.
They've already lost. That's going to be a nice pickup. You know, they're going down fighting. I really respect that attitude from Agony. They're not just kind of running around the edge of the arena trying to stay out as long as possible. They're trying to drag as many Tri guys down with them as possible.
And Agony, this is a super strong team. Of course, this is the team that has the record for the fastest win in this tournament so far in their last match. It's really a bit disappointing, I'm sure, for them to see this be the end of their run, but they, of course, are going to be back in future tournaments. These are two teams that we can expect that the pilots in them are going to be back time after time. And Triumvirate, on the other hand, is off to fight Gorgon Empire now.
Yes,
so that's not going to be an easy fight.
That's going to be an insane. Gorgon, as we've been saying, have absorbed the old dark side team, which I feel we keep saying that and it feels a bit mean. I'm sure Gorgon have really fantastic AT pilots as well. It's just dark side are also really good, so we do tend to bring that
and
up.
have a lot of tournament pedigree. Yes, the team from Gorgon has performed quite well. It's another team that has just gotten knocked into the losers bracket by fighting the defending champions PL. So that'll be another great fight, and that's coming up later today. But in the meantime, that Eos is dropping through structure, just another couple of volleys away. And as we see that flagship Rattlesnake that I'm sure we'll see coming back later in this tournament, because that is a very powerful vessel. That is the end of the match for Agony Empire. Triumvirate moves through, and we'll send you back to the guys in the commentary area.
The only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
And now we are covered in the smug fog of CCP Rise, as agony inflicting agony on us, making our sheets contain a lot of X's. They go home. Triumvirate face the Gorgon Empire later today, like CCP Fuzzy said. Was this a surprise? This was a surprise for me, I must say.
I don't know.
I thought Agony had it.
It tries a good team. Agony is also a good team, so it's one of these coin flip situations. And like we said, Tri got into the losers bracket only because they lost to Hydra. And so I figured maybe they'd spent a lot of their good setups trying to manage through the losers bracket. But nope, they just had a setup that they pulled from their back pocket. And I think we should talk about the bans, because I think the bans were actually pretty ingenious by Tri. They banned the Rattlesnake, and then they took their own flagship Rattlesnake. Now, a popular meta is a lot of cruisers, but the other one we've seen a lot of is just these 2 cores with a bunch of support. And the only good ship in that 2-core lineup, I think, and obviously Tri think, are a Rattlesnake. So they eliminated the 2-core setup and forced a lot of cruisers. But then they banned the Navy Vexor, which they know Agony probably likes. The Navy Vexor compared to the Stratios, Navy Vexor is way faster, and the drones are faster. And the Tri support wing wasn't nearly as fast as other support wings could be. They had a lot of heretics and molluses and things like that. So they forced Agony into taking a team that they wanted to take, but like a crummier version of it, and one that Tri knew they could deal with. And they absolutely did.
Well, and you mentioned the support, you know, they won the support war, I mean, right off the bat.
Yeah.
And then that kind of dictated the rest of the match. It allowed them to play it as they wanted to. And by winning that support war early and holding on to the support war lead, they just kind of dominated it. You know, applying your control bar really gives you control over the match, quite literally. You can dictate ranges, you can dictate when you're going to engage, who you're going to engage, how you're going to engage, and Triumvirate did that brilliantly.
And they dealt with the Frigg logistics really well in a way that we haven't seen many people do before. They used the molluses to damp the Frigg logistics, the Navitas, forcing the Navitas to kind of get in close and kind of stick together, and they can't cut away and help each other nearly as well. So really clever.
Yeah, and switched around target some as well. They started out shooting something that was able to get reps, but then switched over quickly to a Vexor that was a little far away, starting at Stratios maybe, and then switched across. And the Navitas, of course, need to be at close range because of the damps, and so they had some delay there where they could pick apart the Agony team. It was really well played. It was fun to see the flagship Rattlesnake. Have we seen one of those so far?
We saw one yesterday. It was
Okay.
PL versus Gorgon.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. I was kind of thinking it's a little different from a lot of the traditional flagship picks, or at least kind of the more common ones from the past, because often you see Balgorns and Vindicators because you're trying to capitalize on the bonuses, which we see again with Armageddon this year. Like the range bonus just gets like amplified by bringing officer mods, but the Rattlesnake doesn't have one of those particularly kind of synergistic bonuses with the flagship thing. It just makes the ship way more awesome. It's already really solid, and it's kind of more, I don't know, it seems like more of kind of an all-around performer, which isn't typical for flagships.
And it allows you to do what they just did. You ban out Rattlesnakes and then bring one.
Right,
you know,
right.
That's the other kind of meta thing you can do with your flagship. So.
Let's bring up the result screen just so that we can talk about it a little more.
Yeah, that's true. It's actually kind of similar in a way to Dominic's flagships from last year, because they were just a really, really strong core ship, and it just gets way more awesome, which is what we saw some of the really best teams do last year, bring like Hydra had flagship dummy. So yeah, here's the screen.
Yeah, and as far as I was talking about, when you have like a flagship, you have to make a few decisions. Like, do you think the ship is going to be banned a lot and you want to take it, or do you want to pick a ship that scales really well with money?
Right.
So like when you put like really fancy mods on it, does it get better? That's why we see a lot of Geddons and Balgorns, because those ships scale incredibly well when you put more money into them.
That's a nice way to put it.
You know, one thing I'm noticing on the screen right away, if you look at the damage returned numbers on the Agony team. As you'd expect in logistics, you see a big fat 0, but what you would not expect to see is on one of their Vexers, a 0. Meaning, if I understand that right, he did no damage. And I wonder why that is. It was the support ward just won that hard that he was never able to apply damage?
It could be he was the, I don't really remember the name too well. Maybe he like died really early on before he could like throw his drones on.
But I mean, that's obviously a big deal. The 6 points worth of ship, a cruiser worth of ship that just never did anything. So that's kind of something that hurts the Agony Empire group there. I mean, obviously the other Vexers both did at least a couple thousand damage, which isn't a ton, but it's something. Don't know if that would have made a huge difference, but at the same time, that indicates something about the control that Triumvirate had over that match. And there we are. Rise has water.
Yay! Magic water.
So, moving on, as I cross here on my little score sheet.
Don't worry, I'm hydrated.
Next match, that's good. Being hydrated.
It is, it's important.
Being hydrated during rain is very important.
I may have undervalued it yesterday, but today, I have plenty of water.
We learn. We learn from mistakes.
You're damp.
So, woohoo!
Yeah.
So, we now have a match where Razor returns from winning the first match of the losers bracket today versus Solar Fleet. So we have Razor versus the Ronin. Razor banned out the Orthrus and the Worm, and the Ronin banned out Ishtar and the Golem.
Orthrus is an interesting band. It's not one we've seen a ton of bands, spent on.
But we have seen the Orthrus being really effective when it's used.
This is true.
Yeah, so when I see those bands from Razor, if I'm Ronin, I'm going to be like, okay, they're going to bring a lot of Molluses, a lot of small ships, maybe
even Friglogy.
Maybe even Friglogy, that I just don't want the Orthrus to rip me apart.
But this also leaves open both the Rattlesnake and the Gila.
Yes, yes. So, man, that's going to be pretty crazy. I don't know why Ronin went the way they did. They banned the Golem and the Golem and the what?
Ishtar.
The
Jolem. It's the Jolem.
We generally see those two ships paired together when we see them.
Yes.
I mean, not exclusively, obviously, but when we do see them work really well, they work together, or they work well in tandem, I should say. So I guess they just want to get rid of that one setup. Try with their bands, they eliminated like 5 or 6 different setups, and even complete styles they eliminated. So Ronin going for a more focused ban against Razor. I wonder.
That implies that they have a setup that is extremely weak to that setup.
Yeah, so maybe they've got some damps as well.
As we discussed, also tells Razor a lot about their setup, that Razor can bring something to.
Yeah. So if we're guessing based on damps, I'm going to say Ronin are going to have Celestises, and Razor are going to bring Molluses. That's my guess. I mean, they're probably not going to do either of those. But
put your money where your mouth is.
If I'm right, I'm going to look like a genius.
And if you're wrong, you'll just look like a normal commentator on this desk. Yeah. There you go. So what are your guys' predictions? I marked the Ronin.
I marked the Ronin as well.
Yeah, I marked the Ronin too, but I'm not really that convinced about it now.
What if...
I marked Razor, but when I marked it, I thought it would be Solar. So I'm rooting for Solar still here. First the Ronin.
Well, nobody wins for you.
I mean, the Ronin have crazy tournament pedigree. So, I mean, and this is Razor's second match of the day, and in a pretty short time.
That means they're warm.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really hectic. They had to. No, it's just awful.
That was my rationale. Right, we're going into this. Experience is a huge deal. Ronin has tons of it. And fatigue is actually a huge deal. People kind of like, I saw people laughing in stream chat about, pilot fatigue yesterday, but it's actually true. Those matches, you get an adrenaline rush, even if you've flown in 20 of them. So you come down off of that, you've had an adrenaline rush before, you kind of come off a little tired, and then you have to get amped right back up again like 2 hours later. It's hard. It's tough on these guys.
And it's not all about like double clicking in space, because obviously it's not that hard to do this. But it's like the mental fatigue. That
right.
You, like,
no, that's exactly.
What am I supposed to shoot? Should I like position my ship over here? Am I going to go out of the arena? That game is hard.
Their hands are very probably shaking, which means we should just go on and see what happens. Because the match is ready, and we're heading over to the commentary booth for the last match before the break.
Okay, we'll just chillax for a sec, everybody, and then we'll just let Grath explode, and it's gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be worth 500 bill, but it's gonna be okay.
Do I have to
I want
every dead motherfucker out of the alliance.
No.
Every one.
Bro. Nomad.
Welcome back, everyone, to this next match of the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is Razor Alliance versus the Ronin, and I'm CCP Fozzie, joined by Apotheny. We have two really excellent setups here. Not exactly the way that Elise predicted it, but there are some dams on the field. Razor has brought double Eos and Neros, triple Navy Vexor, triple Heretic, Malediction, double Punisher.
The Ronin have brought to us kind of the main archetype we've been seeing today and last weekend. Double Sleipnir with the Simi, triple Larry, the Harpy, double Molus, Crow, double Merlin for that free support, with Damp Merlins being really, really popular in this tournament and the last tournament as well.
Yeah, so we've got a lot more damage from the Ronin team, but Razor's got some pretty good tank, especially spread across those Eoses, and they have the Vexor Navies, which can project that fast drone damage pretty easily over long ranges.
Really good.
So both teams did come in at quite long range. They're quite a ways away from each other, and the match is just beginning now. So we're going to see what drones they drop and how they start to move across.
Like Razor have dropped their drones. Let's have a quick look at that. Looks like they are dropping mix of geckos and infiltrators, I believe.
Yep, with some warriors coming in from the somewhere.
It's like
probably.
Some of the Ronin team are just burning straight into them. Let's see what that is. Looks like the.
So we've got Sleipnirs. The Sleipnirs are charging across. Of course, they feel confident in their tanks, and Razor's trying to kill the Scimitar. So the Sleipnirs want to get some damage in there before the Scimitar dies.
Whoa. Razor focusing on the Simi straight away. They've got a TP on it. It's starting to take chunks of shield damage. Let's see. It boosts straight back up to full. Let's see when they apply all that damage whether or not it can tank.
So
it's
right now,
very
just
doubtful,
the first
but
couple of drones
Razor
have
are
arrived
beginning to lose their first Vexor Navy of the match.
Yeah, the Vexor Navy here, not getting any reps at all. The damps on the Aneros of light shot for Razor are preventing him from. Oh, there you go. He's just got reps on him,
landing,
but it may be too little, too
already.
late. He's right on the edge of armor. He's dropping down pretty quickly. He's still going down even with the reps. This is going to be a significant chunk of damage off the field. Meanwhile, though, Ronin is losing their Scimitar.
Yes.
This is an excellent trade for Razor if they can pull it off.
It's holding, it's boosting
Sholan
again.
just boosted right back. He's in structure, but he boosted his shields back up, got a reload on that ASB, and now the Aneros is taking damage from Razor.
Wow.
He's damped. He's got a web on him. There you go. So
nice.
Ronin has got a web onto the Aneros. That is a huge tackle. Great work by, I assume, here one of the Merlins or the Crow. And it looks like actually that Aneros may die at a pretty similar time to the Scimitar.
Does have an ASB fit. That's going to help him a lot in helping with his local tank. But it looks like he's dropping through now through half armor, getting another boost off. But I think he will be dropping shortly. On the other side, we have Sholan in the Simi still surviving despite having a pain on. We got webs on both the Sleipnirs, possibly trying to screen the DPS off the Aneros, but it is webbed as well.
No, those Sleipnirs are actually on top of the Aneros. When I said, hey, I bet it was one of the frigates that tackled the Aneros, no, it was both the Sleipnirs at the same time. They just charged right on up there. When they were charging across the field, they just got on top of the Aneros. So he got himself caught by two Sleipnirs, which is fatal in almost 100% of cases.
Simi, Molus, Merlin down for Ronin, Aneros, Vexor Navy down for Razor. Both teams still a lot to play for, still undecided victory. Looks like we're losing the Heretic of Alice for the Razor team. However, we do have these Sleipnirs tackled and painted.
Yes, so now it looks like the next primary for the Sleipnir is going to be the Vexor Navy issue of Nakanai there. He is taking damage. Meanwhile, the Heretics that are remaining are still projecting damage across the field and taking down frigates for Ronin. With the logistics off the field, these frigates are very vulnerable and already
Whoa, support dropping on both sides here, but now the Sleipnir of Gargos V is taking lots of damage, hitting his armor. He needs to boost more. He might already be out of charges. No, there's another boost.
He's boosting, but he's not going to last forever. Meanwhile, the Heretic of Ranox for Razor Alliance that died was a boundary violation. He did kill himself by going out of the boundary, and that really hurts. These Heretics are going to be great for killing off the last Harpy and Molus and then applying long-range damage in this fight as it goes light.
I mean, these Sleipnirs are tackles, but they're just living forever.
Yes,
the Razor Alliance are about to lose their second Vexor Navy. That's another huge chunk of their DPS on the field. They do still have both their Eos sitting pretty, but you know, if you lose everything else, you know, the Eos aren't that much.
Gargris is on reload now as ASB, so he's not boosting, and there he goes. So that's him down, but Vexor Navy down as well. And now it's really going to be up to how well Vok can tank. He's going to be the new primary. We see he's got webbed, he's painted. If he can tank for a while, long enough for them to maybe take out the last Vexor Navy, I bet these triple Helas can take down the double Eos.
He's got 15 heavy drones on him, at least. That is so much damage.
He's gone down to half shields really fast, and he's not boosting much. I don't know if he's there. He goes.
There's
he was just teasing us. but he's still actually taking a lot of damage. So he is going to hold on probably for a while, but wow, they're actually just they're killing him through his ASB boost.
Looks like Razor are about to lose their last Heretic, which critically means that Molus has a much better chance of surviving doing those damps, which are so important at
this point.
stage.
Everyone's on top of each other, though. It's going to help them avoid damage on the Gilas, but they need to kill the Vexor Navy issue, which is exactly what they're doing. But Vok is dropping through his shields. He is still boosting, but it's not enough. There's just so much damage. Wow, as he's pulling back chunks. The Vexor Navy is going to go down first. This is right on the razor's edge. This match could definitely go either way at this point. Ronin has the lead in points, but that is not going to be lasting much longer. It's going to be actually 1 point away from each other once that Sleipnir dies. And that Heretic following not long behind. There we go. We are now 57 points, 56 points. Triple Heal, Harpy, Molus versus double Eos, Heretic, Malediction, double Punisher, with notably the Heretic and Malediction in slivers of armor left.
Those heavy drones are so slow. When the Gilas get primaried, if they're not tackled, they can just overheat the MWD, they can get away from those drones, they can mitigate the damage so well. EOS, however, super slow. Those Gilas will be on them forever. However, EOS are very highly tanked. They've got so much more EHP than the Gilas, which means that with both lodges off the field, you know, it's still really difficult to tell.
The slow speed of the drones from the EOS is actually going to be the reason those Punishers and Malediction are so crucial to Razor. They need to get the Harpy down for Ronin, and then keep those Frigs alive as long as possible, and then use them to web down the primaries. Then you get a web on the healer they're trying to kill, and that's going to increase the damage incredibly on it. So if they can kill the Harpy, then that's going to make it a lot harder for those Malediction and the Punisher to die.
I mean, the Punisher isn't a Mar frigate. It's not incredibly fast. It may even have a plate, given that it's an armor team. Gilas are very fast. We're seeing them in
fast
nearly
enough to catch
2,000.
It's gonna. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it's fitted with. If it's like Afterburn fitted, it might not. But otherwise, it will be fast enough to get on top of these heals, especially if they pilot it well and use the three of them to corner one of the healers.
It's going to extend the time that they're chasing the Gilas for. That's time they can be shot at. That's time that the Gilas aren't being hit yet by the EOS.
So
buying the Gilas more
Razor,
time to shoot
the first EOS primary of Razor is dropping quite low. This is actually a great position for Ronin to be in right now. As the damage is not applying from Razor, the Helas are still holding on fine. It looks like Braggle's Hela is the main primary, but he's just not dying quickly. He's keeping himself alive quite well. The Harpy and Molus are both surviving well, and that EOS is dropping. He's just been dropping slowly and steadily, and he is going to be off the field in a moment, and that's going to be about half of the DPS that's left for Razor.
Yep, 1 EOS left against 3 whole Gilas, both, you know, with their shield tanks nearly topped up. The Molus is still barely surviving, and the Harpy hasn't been under much pressure. It looks like the Malediction is being muted off.
I think the only way that Razor wins this is if we change the rules to let them like tag team in the State Raven.
Or suddenly like the boundary just shrinks.
The Punisher is a State Raven, and then maybe they win the fight. But otherwise, it looks like this is going to be the end of the line for Razor. The Ronin with a very solid use of this very common setup with the Mimitar command ships and the Helas, executing it well and getting a win over what's also been a very solid Razor team. I mean, Razor piloted this team well, and they've been piloting well through this whole tournament.
They've done so well this tournament, as you say. And the Ronin, we were saying before the match, such a strong team. Really strong tournament history. They took Ronin right to the ragged edge.
Yep, and this is, of course, been a very close match. The Helos are now putting their damage onto the last EOS. They are going to pretty easily, I think, get him down within the next 2.5 minutes. And then it'll just be the Punishers left. It looks actually like the Harpy is out dueling with the Punisher of Kaika there, and he's going to try to win. Yeah, the Harpy is just like solo brawling with all the frigates. But he's in there with the Punishers, taking them both on, and actually quite easily winning that fight. So the EOS dropping now of Parvati, and that will be the last big damage ship off the field for Razor.
So, Fozzie, tell me, do you think there are any decisions Razor could have made differently after the setups of the came in that could have got them, got them that little bit extra to get forwards and actually win this match? Or do you think it was just kind of once the setups were in, once a few things happened, there was nothing they could do?
I don't think it was any kind of big obvious mistakes. There's a lot of little things they could have done better. If they could have somehow gotten the Simi down faster, so if the Frigs had gotten tackle on him right away, but of course that's easier said than done.
Yeah.
But if they had managed to do that, or if they'd managed to get tackles on the Helas so they could use primary them instead of the Sleipnirs. The Helas are going to be much better primaries than the Sleipnirs, especially after the Scimitar's dead. But of course, they're also much faster, so it's going to be hard to do. There isn't anything where I'd say they made like some big mistake, other than of course the one Heretic flying out of the arena. But that is going to be the end of the run for them. And so Razor Alliance is eliminated from this Alliance tournament. The Ronin will be moving on, and they will be facing. Actually, they're good for the rest of the day, I think.
Yes, I believe they are.
Yes, so they'll be back next weekend. And we are going to now send you off to a quick break. So while we get some food, and we'll be back after that break for the Devils Warrior versus MIF.
Welcome back, everybody. We have now been properly fed and rehydrated, so we're all good to go. We'll go really fast through the bands and our predictions of this match because the teams are ready and waiting on the field. So it's Devils Warriors Alliance versus MIF, and Devils Warriors have banned out the EOS and the Gila, and MIF banned the Guardian and the Oneros. So what are your predictions, gentlemen?
I think it's really interesting to see the EOS Gila band countered with the Guardian and Eros band, just because you take out the armor Lodges and take out the EOS Gila, suddenly your drone ship's left a Rattlesnake, Vexor, Vexor Navy issue, and Ishtar. And we may see an Ishtar, Vexor, Vexor Navy issue comp, but they have to go shields at this point if they want Logi. So it kind of makes for an interesting, I'm curious to see what we're going to see. I think MIF takes this. I think they're a stronger team, but I'm really curious to see what lands on the field.
I've been very impressed with Devils Warrior earlier today, and I'm going to go with them.
Yep, they beat Castle today. I think that warmed them up. That got them moved to some tourney action. They got Devils as well.
Devils for me as well. Let's get right up into space.
guys, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I am CCP Rise here with Sir Squeebles, and we're getting started with Devil's Warrior Alliance versus MIF.
Yes, we are. And MIF is bringing a Shield Tinker, of course the Armorology banned, so this kind of makes sense. They are bringing a Vargur, a Tengu, a Vulture, and 3 Ishtars.
Yep, and up against them, Devil's Warrior Alliance going with Rattlesnakes, Claymore Scimitar, 3 Worms, a bunch of Molluses, 1 Hawk, and 1 Stiletto. So I guess we're going to see if Devil's Warriors have a way to break this MIF Tinker. They do have the damps, so we know that helps.
Yeah, the damp pressure will help. If the Mollusk pilots are on top of their game, then they'll have scan-res scripts in, and they will go in for the kill on any one of these other ships. I would assume an Ishtar. This is a pretty sturdy Tinker, but definitely with 3 E-War ships on field, they've got to be nervous. And instead, they're damping the Ishtars just to delay that cap transfer just in case. So the Ishtars should put out sentries momentarily. They'll have no trouble applying damage. And haven't seen any come across yet, but eventually, probably.
There you see that little cap transfer chain that has to stick together through the entire match. 1 ship short here from a lot of the other Tinkers we've seen, maybe partly because of the Vargur, partly because of going with the Ishtars instead of something a little cheaper like the VNIs. You can see, of course, we are underway now. Missiles flying at that Tengu to start things off, it looks like.
And on the other hand, the Scimitar is getting dealt with. He's low shields. He's boosting back up, but he's not going to be able to survive very long. I mean, that Tengu is taking damage, but he looks a lot more comfortable than the Scimitar on Devil's side.
I'm trying to figure out how far away the Scimitar is exactly from the Vargur. Of course, the MIF team very immobile, but looks like they're at least able to apply quite a bit of their damage. Maybe not enough, though. Scimitar's tanking okay for right now. I have to see, I guess, if he can keep that going.
And it looks like he is going to. The question is, can the Scimitar on Devil's side position himself either with transversal or with range to not take a whole lot of damage? And it looks like he's done that pretty successfully. He's going to be hitting his ASP reload fairly soon, so...
Now, there's something we haven't seen before. MIF actually nosing their own Vargur to get cap. Very interesting twist on the cap chain that we haven't seen much of. And now the Scimitar out of ASB charges looks like he's starting to break under the pressure of those Ishtar bouncers.
Yeah, I mean, even with an afterburning speed right now, he's still not able to stay out from under the damage of MIF, and he goes down, which means essentially this is kind of a closed case if there's not any serious piloting errors on MIF's side, or if Devil's Warriors doesn't find a way to disrupt these cap transfers.
Wow, this is a really, really interesting tactic. They're basically kind of pretending the Vargur has cap transfers, even though it doesn't, by having all the Ishtars nos cap away from the Vargur and then transfer it off to the Tengu.
It does look like he does have a cap transfer.
Yeah, I mean, he may have like 1 of his own, but they're generating more cap than they would be able to otherwise by using him, and then they're handing it off to the Tengu. He doesn't really care about having the cap. He just needs to keep his guns active, unless he gets shot at, in which case they can stop nosing him. So that's a really cool idea. And now both the Scimitar and Amal is dead for Devil's Warrior Alliance. MIF looking like they're in pretty good shape right now, although they did just get a web onto the Tengu. So
yeah, I'm not sure that's going to mean a whole lot because their damage will have been applying pretty well. I mean, those Rattlesnakes, their damage is going to be hitting the Claymore, which doesn't have a whole lot of damage. The Worm DPS, that was all going to apply before the web, and he was tanking pretty comfortably. So the Desperation Web, I think it's a logical choice, but I don't think it's going to mean a whole lot for Devils in the end.
It doesn't look like it. He's having no problem keeping that tank up. And in the meantime, Claymore starting to melt. Going after that next, take the Lynx out.
Well, the Claymore is right in on top of them, and now they're nosing off of him as opposed to the Vargur.
That is another really cool thing about it. You can switch if you get stuff close to you, and then it turns into an offensive tool as well.
Yeah, this Claymore thought they looked a little thirsty, and in he went, and out he goes now as he realizes what's happening. Unfortunately, he leaves with no HP.
And now kind of a bad sign for Devil's Warrior Alliance. They're giving up and switching to an Ishtar, seeing if there's a chance that the tank there is weaker than it was on the Tengu. Probably not going to be the case, and it's always hard to have to switch targets late in a match after you've lost some DPS. Like, they've already down a Claymore, so the best chance they had of breaking a tank is already gone. And they used it on a ship that they've now just said we can't actually break. And down goes one of their Worms. Wow, Tinker looking really, really strong from MIF.
Yeah, it was really well executed. What benefited them is that Devils was really poor execution. I mean, they brought huge amounts of damps, which are awesome at slowing down or even shutting down a Tinker. If you imagine 3 Molluses with scan res damps going onto that Tengu before you can lock anything, they may not have been able to nuke an Ishtar because they're relying on those Rattlesnake drones coming all the way across the field, but they would have certainly bought themselves a huge chunk of time.
They also did have a really significant amount of sentry drones to start. The I don't know if the rattlesnakes dropped sentries, but actually
probably,
I think they did. There's bouncers out on the field, so I think they actually did try to get damage going right away instead of using mobile drones. And so yeah, they missed a window that they could have used where an Ishtar wouldn't have had any reps coming in.
It is important to note also that Devil's Warriors is one of the only teams thus far that has brought Navy Dominixes at some point in the tournament. So you're seeing a small history of poor decisions made. Unfortunately, it happened again this bad. I mean, but really, it does come down to the Mollis. There's not a whole lot more to talk about. Their setup was good, I think. Like, there's nothing innately wrong with that. It's not a new setup. We've seen it.
I think they should have brought Navy Dominis in this match.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tell me more about that.
Well, it's like a rattlesnake in that it does a lot of damage, but it's much less versatile.
Right, and much more ineffective. But it has a wow factor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody sees it coming.
Yeah, rattlesnakes are kind of played out at this point.
Exactly.
This first rattlesnake, okay, forget the name, but this first rattlesnake is going down.
It's Mithrandir Min. I mean,
look, first match in the commentator booth. You got to warm up before you try these things. You don't want to pull a vocal cord. Rattlesnake going down, he's into armor. I'm guessing he does not have an armor tank, so he will not, and that is indeed the case. He's out of armor and into structure.
I think my week would actually improve like quite a bit if you pulled a vocal cord.
Yeah.
It'd be nice.
That's funny because
just talk to other people more.
Yesterday you barely had a voice.
Yeah, I made it though.
Yeah.
I did a good job.
You kind of look like a ghost coming in.
Who's MIF going to fight later today now that they've clearly won this match?
I don't think they do fight later today, do they?
Oh, maybe not. I guess we started our kind of round twos for the day, and even though MIF's only fought once, I guess they won't have one. It'll be tomorrow that they.
Right. So back to how you looked yesterday. You also
I look nice every day. Thank you.
You injured your knee in a breakdancing accident the night before.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed of that.
Yeah. Added a little character coming into the studio, but some remarks were made that you didn't look up to.
We didn't have to commentate and walk at the same time.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah. Although, yeah.
It would have been really hard, but.
Oh, by the way, this rattlesnake's in low shields.
Yeah.
He's
gonna die.
Yeah. Eventually. This is a great start, I think. But this Tinker.
How come it does so much damage? It seems like they had no problem breaking a scimitar. Even
well,
though,
okay. Here's an actual question instead of filler. Why not a golem? Why a Vargur? Because a golem gets a huge target painter bonus, which does help the application from not only the Ishtars, but it would help its guns. I think the Vargur is amazing stylistically, and who doesn't love Mimitar? But I don't understand that choice necessarily, unless maybe there's some super secret in the high slots that you didn't have to use. But even then, you could do the same with the golem. So I don't get that choice.
I mean, my only guess, and something that we don't actually talk about very much, even though it is often relevant, is skill point limitations on TQ. It doesn't come up too much, and I think at this point we kind of assume that all these alliances have infinite resources, but that's of course not the case. And if the best candidate they have for a Marauder pilot, like if you have someone who does have Marauder 5,
but he
doesn't have Battleship 5 for Amar or for Kaldari, then that could be the reason, and they might just be making kind of a second pick. Because it is hard to think of a reason outside of some limitation.
Other than they were just that confident that they thought, like, hey, Golem doesn't look that good. Can we sub a Vargur?
Yeah.
And, hey, there's a Stiletto still left. He's going 3,200, hopefully trying to boundary violate to free us from the remaining minute and 30.
It's so nice to talk to you, though. I think having more time to discuss.
Yeah. Oh, and he's down, so we're done.
All right, great. Well, that was a really strong performance by that MIF Tinker, and we'll send it back to the desk and see what those guys think.
that was a strong showing of a Tinker team, the first match after our break on this 6th day of Alliance Tournament 12. I'm CCP Gargant, joined here by Back and Alien, CCP Fozzie, and Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman.
Yes, I appreciated the tea comments earlier. That was fantastic. I was giggling in the waiting room right there.
I think Gargant is still a little bit sore when your country invaded and easily conquered his.
Ooh. Well, to be fair, most countries have that problem.
Yeah.
Apothny, welcome back.
Yes.
So that match.
Do we have to? You like Tinkers, go on.
Well, okay, so that match highlighted yet another reason that I haven't talked about why I don't like Tinkers. It means we have to listen to CCP Rise and Sir Squeebles talk forever. Now, that said, they brought up the Vargar, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit, because Sir Squeebles actually put together a wonderful list of research of what all these teams have brought. And in every single match MIF has been a part of, they have brought Sleipnirs until this one. And in the first match, they brought Fleet Foons. So they're perhaps skill point biased towards Mimitar ships, and that would explain the Vargar. Other than that, the Gilas, I think, were banned out, so that was the other thing. They brought Sleipnir Gila the last 2 times. So I'm wondering if maybe Devil's Warrior showed up thinking they're going to see something like Sleipnir based, because that's what we've seen in every other match by MIF.
And yeah, MIF showing the strength of that Marauder plus Tinker setup. A Tinker without the Marauder there might have been vulnerable to those damps if they could have gotten damps across the whole team. But in this case, they were able to just apply this, assign the drones to the Vargar. The Vargar can send them after whoever they want.
I think this match is a really good case study for Tinkers. We've seen a lot of Tinkers over the tournament. I mean, Back hasn't been particularly happy about that, but we've seen some Tinkers go amazingly well and some Tinkers fail catastrophically. And sometimes that hasn't just been because of what they're against, it's because, as we said before, they're such a high skill setup. They are so hard to fly, especially for that logistics pilot, that the teams that do them well do them really, really well, and they are the toughest teams to beat.
They can be very tough. I think Tinkers get a bit of a bad rap. What I think Bach hates more than actually just hating Tinkers is low DPS
Low
teams.
DPS, drives me
And
nuts.
so this team actually did just a fine job of killing things, and it ended the match as fast as a lot of other non-Tinker teams would have.
Yeah, I think it's not just the low DPS, it's the fact that nothing on the Tinker team dies if it's executed properly. So you have a very lopsided match that's hard to commentate because everything's dying on one side. The match is determined pretty early on, and it's just like, well, we got 6 more minutes of ships exploding. So I don't know. To credit to Tinker pilots, it is a very hard thing to do. They do a very good job of it when it's executed well, and so I do give credit for that. I just have a personal stylistic distaste for it.
Let's bring up the results screen to see a bit more about this. I also like that CCP Rise appears to have been correct in his questions earlier when he was talking about that we might see more Marauders now.
Yes, indeed. Marauders, very, very solid. Like Lee said, in a very damp-heavy environment. And this is about as damp-heavy an environment as you're going to find anywhere.
This is about as wet as you get.
Yeah, and so yeah, very kind of clear, dominating victory for MIF. Managed to keep their whole team alive. And of course, the great thing about these Marauder plus Tinker teams is that even if the Tinker falls apart, you still have a Marauder. So if they managed to just get some good kills in while the Tango is alive, even if they'd lost it, the Marauder still could have potentially ended the match for them on a high note.
I mean, Marauders tank so well. I mean, the only real way to deal with a Marauder when you've got a low number of pilots is a really strong newt base. And for example, if you look at the Devil's team, newts, not so much, really.
No, I mean, you have the ability to put them on the rattlesnakes, though in this case, the rattlesnakes stayed at pretty high range. And then other than that, yeah, there's not going to be a lot of opportunities for them. Well, I mentioned a little bit before the match, but that the bans of the 2 armor logistics might suggest that a team being a bit of afraid of newts, because a lot of the really good newting platforms are armor.
Yeah, I mean, when you bring a setup like Devil's Warrior Alliance did too, you're putting a lot of your points, as we talked about before, in 2 Rattlesnake Core with the Claymore, you give up a lot of utility slots. You know, if you're bringing 6 cruisers, 7 cruiser hulls, you have utility high slots where you could fit medium newts or something of that nature. You have a few more mid slots to spread out some E-War if you want to throw the odd, you know, an armor tank Vexor, for instance, you have a couple of mids to work with. And their setup here really doesn't have that. I mean, most of your mid slots in this setup are probably dedicated to tank. And as a result, you lose out on that option to have utility to counter something like a Tinker. So,
but with this, the Devil's Warriors Alliance are out. They've made a very good impression on us.
Great.
I really like them. I will say I'm a little bit frustrated by their name because it feels like it should be, as you just said, Devil's Warriors, because it's an alliance. There's more than one of them. But it's the Devil's Warrior Alliance, which always throws me off because, I mean, there's a bunch of them, so they should be plural.
The Warrior Alliance, though, it's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe they're probably gonna let us know in like the tournament forum. The reason for the name. There might be some like very specific reason for it. But it always confuses me.
Yeah, we'll just assume that it's a trap. So moving on to the next match, we have the 4th District against Pasta Syndicate.
This is going to be a great match. I think both teams have shown throughout the tournament thus far that are both very strong, very consistently good teams. I mean, Pasta haven't had to play yet today. They've shown some great matches before. 4th District, we saw, I believe, earlier today, they played against CVA. They took down that CVA Sacrilege Damnation.
And on that note, the 4th District banned out the Gila and the Heretic, while Pasta banned out the Sacrilege and the Proteus.
So it sounds like 4th District are afraid of having their support destroyed.
Sounds like it.
Right, and what were the two?
Sacrilege and Proteus.
Sacrilege and Proteus. Okay, that makes sense.
So Proteus is another ship that actually we saw get banned against 4th earlier. It was banned against them their last match as well today. People worried about their Proteus setup, even though the Proteus setup wasn't particularly strong. It might be that people have some intel and know that they've got some other strong Proteus setups, or this may be just another person with like post-traumatic flashbacks to watching the Agony match from yesterday. All of them viable options.
Possibly even the Waffles match from the first weekend when we went against the Ministry of Footwork, Proteus Tinker, and that was well, a Meepo has its armor, but that was horrible.
Yep.
Maybe they just don't want to go against the prettiest T3.
Could be. One of the interesting things I noticed here with the Pasta, one of the setups they brought was a Armageddon EOS combination setup, and that is wide open right now. There's really no reason for them not to be able to bring that. So it could be with the bans that maybe that's what 4th District is expecting to see, or that's what they want to see. They're trying to ban them into that, and by leaving it open. So yeah,
it'd be interesting to see. Yeah.
So I'm predicting that Pasta Syndicate takes this, even though there were some rumors on the forums earlier that they were broke after having to buy a whole new composition of a team when Hydra banned the one they were using, or the one they were against last, banned the one they intended to use. But I still bet on Pasta. I think they're not quite al dente yet.
I have been pretty much wrong all day. I think Pasta are going to win, but I no longer trust anything that comes out of my mouth.
I actually think 4th is going to take this. Both these are very solid teams. It could go either way, but my gut feeling in this case is 4th.
Yeah, I'm going with 4th as well. I think they executed brilliantly in the last match. They're on their game today. They should be feeling really confident after that, a really well-flown match. It feels good to win and win well, not just to kind of sneak one out, even though half your ships fly out of the arena like we've seen today. So 4th District, I think, are going to be on their game here. And I have faith in them for sure.
I should also maybe apologize for my, well, not apologize, but say that 4th District have proven themselves not to be as boring as their Alliance panel presentation was. It was reputably. Right, the reputation of that was that it was a very boring one.
So you're just like repeating the reputation.
Yes, the reputation is that before entering these matches, but they've shown us wrong. Like watching them beat. Who did they beat?
Sleeper Social Club. No slouch.
Yeah, that was a very convincing victory. Yeah. So I don't think we should count them out just yet, at least. And I think they still have a lot to prove, of course, going through Pasta Syndicate, and then next weekend they'd probably end up against MIF.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, there's a really long road ahead of all these teams in the elimination bracket if they want to make it further. But we do have, at this point, all good teams left. These guys are all doing.
How many matches is from here on? Let's say your 4th District. How many matches do you have left to get to the final? I don't recall.
I'd have to do math for that.
To get to the final,
how many opponents do you face? How's that? Because I know there's some series coming up later on where it's best of 5.
Quite a lot. Yeah, it's someone can look at the bracket and get a better look at it there. But yeah, we're still a ways away, so it's going to definitely be a long road for anyone at this point in the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's a long road. It's the man mode, I call it. I still don't know if the match is ready, so...
well, in the meantime, actually, it's been something we've wanted to talk a little bit about. Bakaniel, you've got an event coming up in a little bit. Want to tell us a bit about that?
I do. I'm working with the... I think we are ready to go to the match, in fact, so we'll jump in on that a little later. That's okay.
Off we go.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, I'm still getting the headshots, it's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, I'm still getting the shots, it's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, I'm still.
Hey guys, welcome back to the action where we're about to see Pasta Syndicate fight against 4th District, even though when asked if they were ready, Pasta Syndicate said, we will never be ready in local.
They look ready, though, and they look ready with the comp that they've flown twice before in that they have an Armageddon, 3 Eos, an Oneros, a Garmer, 3 Molluses, and 2 Talwars.
And as you can see, 4th District surprising us with something completely new once again, as far as I know anyway. Triple Claymore with 2 Orthruses, and then just Worm and Merlin along with that Basilisk. So a lot of new stuff going on there. The Basilisk, not a common sight today.
Right.
And no Molluses, just a lot of damage there in the support wing, even though there might be a little bit of damps. But I don't know, really interesting match. Who do you think's got a good shot here?
I think triple command ship against the Geddon is really tough. These Claymores shouldn't have a whole lot of trouble getting in on top of the Geddon, but they're really going to struggle accomplishing much once they get there, I think. The Claymore can put out some decent damage if it's fit for damage, and I'm sure it is here. But if even one of those Claymores goes down, that's one set of links off the field. I have a feeling these Eoses are probably going to want to get rid of the Orthruses to help support their Frigg wing. And it looks like there is a web already on Tyrolis in the Orthrus, so if these Eos can get damage on him, sink him, protect their own Molluses, it'll make everybody's lives a lot easier on the Pasta side.
I can't believe how fast Capku got webbed. One of those Worms or Merlins made its way across extremely fast and webbed down that Pasta Logi, so that's pretty bad news, and he's taking damage now. Have to see how well his armor tank holds up. They're also going after some of that support. One of the really strong things about, well, I guess both teams are pretty equal, actually, having a lot of anti-support available, but the Orthruses, of course, are whoa, look at that Orthrus.
Yeah, and so X-Sears and the Mollus died. He didn't even catch reps until the very end, but they traded essentially for Tyrolis in the Orthrus, which is great. That possibly is what killed that Mollus in the first place. Looks like the primary now for 4th District is going to be the Eos of Steel Castles, I can say that one. He's just now hitting armor, though, and strangely that Oneros dropped the web somehow and is now coasting around.
That's crazy how fast that Orthus went down. Of course, a lot of delay between damage getting from one target to the next is why it suddenly appeared. The Eos is running heavy drones. It takes them a little while to get there, but man, the Claymore melting as well, just going down super fast.
Yeah, and you only see newts applied to Liddell, so either he's the only one in range, which I find very unlikely, and in fact it looks like he's not the only one in range, but so this Geddon is focusing all of his cap pressure in on one Claymore, definitely turning off his hardener, making his life very difficult.
Yeah.
And short-lived, really. So Liddell about to go down.
The other really interesting factor here is that the 4th District Basilisk has just not been able to get reps active. He's damped, of course, by those Molluses, but it's surprising he hasn't moved into range where he's able to support those Claymores. He's kind of way off on his own.
Yeah, he's way off. He's not slightly off. He's
like
way
not
off.
even making an attempt to get in and rep those Claymores, which is really strange.
Well, if I were betting, I would say probably the Bazzi was relying on these Orthrus to go ahead and clean up Pasta's Frigg wing, so then he could move in and not risk getting scrammed underneath of that Armageddon.
To Pasta's credit, as another Orthrus goes down, they've positioned this Armageddon right between the bulk of the 4th District team and that Basilisk. So for him to make his way across the field to actually support the team and get past the damps, he literally has to fly over top of the Armageddon, which means he probably just gets neuted, pinned down, and killed. So he's in a really tough spot. He needs to fly a big circle around the arena to get back to his team, and he's only moving 200 meters a second, so that circle will probably take quite a bit of time.
In the meanwhile, Trony and the Claymore, also low shields, definitely going to go down. There are newts on the Basilisk. I don't know what from, but presumably
probably the Geddon. I think he's now gotten into range.
Yeah.
It's the only thing anywhere near the
Well,
Basilisk.
I mean, at some point he had to come in. So the support ward didn't go how they wanted it to go, and he couldn't come in safely, but he had to come in all together, or all the same. And that second Claymore down, so this is a really, really strong performance by Pasta.
It is just the Pasta getting newts on that Basilisk. I think it's really impressive they were able to get this positioning situation where they have the entire 4th District team, like the Claymores and the Orthruses, separated away from their own Basilisk by this Armageddon. I
Well,
don't really know how they managed to pull that off, but
that's
it's really well
part
done.
of the power, I think, of this Geddon setup. Like I said, they've flown this now twice before, if I'm not mistaken. And that Geddon's newts are this big sphere of pseudo safety, I guess.
Yeah.
And those EOS can project out really well from inside that sphere of newts, so it's really difficult. And the Claymore not being something that can project huge damage over long range, I mean, it has to get within a reasonable distance. I would almost guess these could even be ham Claymores. But I don't know that.
And I mean, 4th District just crumbling here. They lost their 3rd Claymore. They lost to Merlin as well. And now you can see Webbs as well as Newts on that Basilisk. I'm sure he'll go down super quick once those heavy drones get there. Their support wing will fold as well. Really, really strong, actually. Pasta, you are ready, I think.
I am ready. What?
Pasta's ready.
Oh, yeah. No, I'd say they're ready. I'd say they're ready with this comp. They really haven't had to step too far outside the box, but why would you if this works?
Especially if you're broke.
Right, and they interestingly banned out Sacrilege Proteus.
The Sacrilege at least kind of makes sense. They, they don't want 4th District to bring the Amar team back that they from last match. Just they know they can fly that and that they feel comfortable with it. And I guess it'd be fine against this setup. It doesn't have any cap-dependent weapons or anything, so I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think that must be the reason for that ban. It's just that they brought it before.
So Executus Primus just now died, but was in like 5% structure for the past minute.
They did manage to get a kill on a Garmer.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they did. Angel Wolf 99 died somewhere in there. It had to have been to the worms. It's the only thing that it can still project damage. Merlin down now, and it doesn't look like it's going to be long before this last worm gets caught, and he is indeed already caught. So that was pretty impressive. I mean, I would say be careful of bringing the same comp too many times.
Yeah.
But they were confident going in, and it paid off.
At least good job executing with the comp.
Yeah, they're really comfortable with that.
They did really well with this setup. So nice job, Pasta. We'll see them again a bit later. And 4th District, we will not, because this is, of course, the elimination bracket, and they are now done. With that, we'll go back to the commentators at the desk.
All right, Space Chutney's primary.
My client just froze.
Support, take care of that, please.
I can't.
Everybody else stay on the Vexor of Space.
Lodge is down.
Yep, Space Chutney's primary, followed by Captain Go.
Primary target.
Okay, Space Chutney's now primary.
Racer's about to go down. Rogon, you dead?
Space Chutney's primary, guys. Make sure it's on Space Chutney.
Loot the field, guys. Loot the field.
Pasta showing that they are a mouthful, and maybe the 4th District bit off a little bit more than they could chew.
Yeah, I think 4th District misplayed that a little bit, and Pasta did a great job of capitalizing on that. I mean, for one thing, I think knowing what Pasta has brought, banning that, you expect that EOS comp is going to be open, and it was, and that's exactly what they brought. You figure 4th would have to come prepared for that, and they obviously either weren't prepared for it or were prepared for something different. They thought they had it covered, and they didn't. And then the logistics getting caught out from the rest of the fleet and then cut off by the Armageddon was both, I think, bad piloting on the part of logistics and great piloting on the part of the Geddon pilot. I think it's just really a mistake capitalized on, and that really, really turned the match for Pasta. The logistics, I don't think I ever saw him get a rep on anything.
No.
Yeah, I think the 4th District team, from looking at their past setups, they obviously feel comfortable with using hams. But that kind of bit them a little bit in this. If those had been Sleipnirs instead of Claymores, they would have applied much more damage to the Logi. Because they did get tackle on that Aneros, and they got damage on him. And if you get a couple of Sleipnirs on Aneros, they're going to kill it a lot faster than 2 Claymores.
What did it look like? Those were, you were saying ham Orthros?
I'm not sure. I didn't see They could have been ham. They could have been rapid lights.
Right.
Both of them are pretty viable.
You didn't see the support dying off as fast for Pasta that I was expected from rapid lights. So that was why I'm assuming that you were correct. But
I think it's worth reiterating that point about the Armageddon. Like it has full rack of newts in the highs, it's got that range bonus. You should really consider the Armageddon as this kind of 28-kilometer sphere of death, more so if it's a flagship, and it is the most popular choice for a flagship this year. Anything gets in that range, it's not going to have a prop mod, it's not going to have an active tank, it's not going to be able to use many modules that require a capacitor. Like, you just cannot get in that position.
Of course, for a battleship, it's also relatively squishy. It doesn't have the resist bonus that we've seen on a lot of the popular battleships like the Rattlesnake. But yes, it does have that great like sphere of death, like you said. It's a great area denial weapon in a lot of ways, yeah.
Let's get up the results to see the damage done. And we can see that there was a complete wipe, of course, but it was a very well played by Pasta. Effectively, exactly like you said, with the logistics of the 4th District team, almost never been able to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, like the commentators at the desk said, he was probably relying on his team knocking down those Molluses fast. Just saying, all right, guys, once you get those Molluses down, I can rep. Once you get those Molluses down, I can rep. But it just never happened. And so he ended up getting caught out of position because of that. And basically because he didn't take his responsibility into his own hands for the movement in that case. You look at the ISK lost, Past Syndicate did lose a couple of ships, but 148 million, even they can probably afford that. They should be okay.
You know, you look at the damage done to these Sleipnirs, and it's what, in the 20,000 range, 24,000, 22,000, 21,000. That's not a lot of damage done to a Sleipnir. To kill a Sleipnir in past matches today, we've seen the ones that are getting reps are taking enormous amounts of damage, more than that. I think we've seen 40, 50, 60,000 taken. So just an indication of how much faster, maybe 3 times faster these things were dying, and just really allowed Pasta to walk over them.
Turning off the hardeners goes such a long way.
Absolutely.
This goes to show that teams are built from the ground up, with the support wing coming in really strong again.
Yeah, and it's damps again, which is one of the most dominant themes in this tournament.
In this tournament, and in the tournament format as it is now.
It's worth noting that a lot of the matches that have been lost today have been lost because one team has primaried a frigate or a Desi of another team. They thought they're really easy to kill, they're low tank, we've got stuff that applies great to them. But these frigate and Desi pilots, they are maxing up their speed, they're controlling their range super well, and they're just living forever. And that is buying the time for the other teams to burn through what they need to, and it's giving them a massive advantage. It's so easy to forget how quickly frigates move, how speed mitigates damage so well in Eve, both from missiles and from turrets. And you know, you really need to tackle them down if you're going to kill them.
Well, and the times that we do see those early frigate deaths make a difference too, is when there's a separate support war, when there's a support battle, you know, worms diving into Molluses or heretics going after worms or whatever it may be. It's when there's a separate support wing, or anti-support wing, I should say, going into the battle, and the bigger ships are focusing on each other. And that's when the support battle gets won decisively one way or another and has an impact, rather than, like you say, someone wasting time shooting a Mollus that they can't manage to kill somehow.
But with that, we send the 4th District on their merry way.
I'm sure they'll be back next year.
I am sure of it as well. And move on to the next match, which sees Test return to the field versus Feint Disorder. I said it before, I really like Test's team this year.
Yep, I've been very impressed with this very loose Tinker they've been running. Very high damage, very distributed. It's very different than the other Tinkers we've been seeing, but it's been working. It's 1, 2 out of 2.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's innovative. It's different. It's not just copy-pasting a setup they saw Hydra or PL or somebody else fly. They said, you know, I like the concept, but let's tailor it to our own style. We like flying high DPS. We want a lot of cruisers, a lot of pilots. Let's do it that way and try it. And it's been working for them. So that's been fantastic.
I haven't seen the bans yet, but I think this is one of the matches where mind games are going to be. Test have this great setup that's been doing so fantastically well. Feint Disorder need to have a team that can beat it, regardless of what they do. If they ban Tengu, but if they don't, if they let it happen, if they tempt Test to bring it, they need to have a team that can beat it. On the other hand, if Test are obviously aware of this and they say, well, how do we think this team will lose? Let's bring a comp that beats that team.
Yep.
They can just.
That's something we've seen a lot of good teams do.
Feint has brought Vector Navy issues twice, and I think those were part of Test's kind of pseudo tinker there. So I'd be curious to see if that's one of the bans of one side or the other.
Well, the bans for this match are on the Test side and EOS and the EOS and the Geddon, and Feint Disorder banned the Tango and the Rattlesnake.
Interesting. There we go.
So they've effectively dismantled the composition that Test brought last match.
Of course, Test has the option of trying to fit a Loki into that role, which can work, but it's not nearly as effective generally as the Tengu. So it'll be interesting to see whether they decide to try that out or not, or whether bring out something new. I mean, obviously, Test have some good theory crafters, so it'll be interesting to see what else they've got up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Test again. I've been very impressed by their showing so far. I love the fact that our Test bros are back in the tournament scene. I've always been a secret fan.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
I'm gonna go with Fane. I think they're fresh today. They've been watching Test's match. They've had a couple hours now to really look at that team. Obviously they've now banned it out, but I think that Test now have to bring something new. And I think it's very possible that Test are following the strat. We have this amazing team that's doing so well. We don't know what their backup's like. I don't know whether we can count on Test having these really strong setups. They might have spent so much time practicing this awesome Tengu Tinker team that the rest of their setups aren't as good.
It's a very good question. I am going to go with Test in my prediction here. I think they've been a little bit more impressive than Feign Disorder, but this is, again, another match where it could really go either way.
Yeah, I have Feign Disorder circled on my page. I think Test are going to bring a really strong team. I do think they have to have something in backup. If they came up with that good of a setup to begin with, then they have to have something else too. But I just think, as you said, the Feign are fresher today, and they've gotten to watch Test fly once already, so I think they're going to have an idea of what to do.
But judging from fitting a Loki into Test's earlier Tinker team, it's going to be you guys
They
have
have a lot of options. They could go that way, or they could go with a completely new team.
But you have literally said that doing that is worse.
Yes. It's doing that is worse than the Tengu. It might not be worse than whatever Fein's bringing.
It has Fozzie's seal of disapproval.
It does. That's what I'm hinting at. Yeah. So that's something that they shouldn't do. I honestly hope we'll see something new out of them.
I actually like the Tengu Tinker or the Loki Tinkers can work. They're just less optimal than the Tengu ones.
Yeah. The Gila is still open, so nobody banned that. Maybe we'll see triple Gilas, but
yeah, it's always possible.
It's always possible. Other ships that aren't banned. I mean, maybe they want to take a part in the damp wars that have been going on.
Yep. Well, like Elise talked about before the break, when you ban out the Rattlesnake, you're doing a very good job of pushing the other team into a cruiser heavy setup, as the Rattlesnake really is the best match for that, like couple of battleships and then a bunch of frigs role. So I would expect to see something a bit more in the command ship and cruiser lines. Like Sleipnir, EOS is banned, but Sleipnirs weren't, and neither were like Claymores or Astartes, which all fit pretty well into that kind of thing, or Damnations.
Oh, I'd love to see Astartes.
Yeah, that's one of the things we've seen less of today, like the big Blaster, Galente Rush teams. I love to watch them. I think that they have a couple inherent weaknesses over the setups we've been seeing, which is why we haven't been seeing them as much today, given we're so late in the tournament. Everybody kind of has an idea how the method's doing. But I don't think it's impossible, certainly.
Astartes do have a 100% win rate today.
Yeah.
That is impressive.
And we've seen Rail Astartes in the past, so those do handle the mid-range stuff. And they
have
actually do
a lot of trouble tracking at close range stuff.
That is true.
But they do a ton of damage, yes.
Right, but if you're going up against a mid-range or long-range setup, then, just Astarte Rails maybe.
Yep.
Who knows?
But before we go into the match, I want to sort of address you people who are watching and maybe not be playing right now, or want to. You can get a 14-day trial from below the feed itself. From our webpage, there's a Circle of Two activation
down there
offer.
somewhere?
Yeah, down there somewhere. You can get a Circle of Two activation program going on.
Power of Two, you mean?
Power of Two? Circle of Two.
We're just naming our promotions after tournament teams.
Let's not. They lost, so let's not. That's not a strong move. We've also got a reactivation campaign going for people who lapsed before the 1st of July. So if something is in this tournament is really tickling your Eve fancy, then check out your account page. You might find something that you like.
That'll come in handy when I re-up my Nix account.
Yes, for sacrificing it.
Yeah. So let's talk about that just for a second. I'm doing a charity event for the Extra Life charity. Some of you may have heard of it. You play a gaming marathon of 24 hours on October 25th, and all of the money, you have people sponsor your campaign. All of the money goes to a children's hospital of your choice. I live in Colorado, so I've chosen the Colorado Children's Hospital for mine. And I kind of had this idea. I have a Nix character that is unsubbed at the moment. I haven't been using it. I haven't been flying it. My Alliance really isn't in a place where I would be using it. So I'm going to sacrifice it on October 25th, I believe 2000, so 8 o'clock Eve time, I believe. Yeah, that is. And the idea is I'd like to see if we can raise a bunch of money for Colorado Children's Hospital. I think Eve News 24 has run a story on it. There's a thread on Failheap, and I will eventually post something on the Eve Online forum. So if you want to check it out, that'd be fantastic. I would really love some support.
Losing ships is always good for a good cause. And with that, I hear that the match is ready. So let's see some people try to sacrifice some ships for victory.
That last malediction is at about half armor, and this match will be over before too long. So he's got a raptor right on his tail.
Right, the malediction down. Good save, good save.
Bring us.
I just grabbed 250 million.
This match is going to be.
Sorry, FC cargo full.
Okay, you have him.
Roger.
We've got him.
I'm going to disengage as well.
Pointed.
Hello and welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. I'm CCP Rise here with Sir Squeebles, and this is Test Alliance versus Feign Disorder. Feign Disorder have brought Paraclaymores, some Gilas, Scimitar, 3 Worms, and 3 Kestrels.
And Test Alliance, on the other hand, evidently hit pretty hard by that Tengu Rattlesnake ban. I've decided to go with a kind of greatest hits from the other teams in the tournament so far. So they've mashed together their Gila comp with some Blackbird control into a Tinker. They've got Loki, Vulture, Ishtar, a set of Gilas, a Blackbird, a Vexer, a Worm, and a Merlin. So this is, I literally wrote the term pseudo-Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
kind of
this kind of general archetype is what they want to run. We're finding out that when they lose their Tengu, Vexer, pseudo-Tinker, they have another one available. It's a little bit different, but it's the same basic idea. They're going to go with Tech 3 Logistics. They're probably going to feed it Cap, but they're also going to be willing to lose ships. So it's still kind of this unique archetype that Test is the only one using, and it'll be very fascinating to see how it fares now that it's kind of their second-tier version.
So these Kestrels presumably have damps on the Feign Disorder side. They're applying those now. They've got them spread across the Gilas, which I don't think makes a whole lot of difference, but they do have the Loki damped, which is definitely smart. Unfortunately, he wasn't too damped, and he was able to get reps out on Digital Karen, as I'm told, in the Vexer. Unfortunately, he's only got a T1 resist profile, so it might not hold. Oh, Scimitar is dead.
That Scimitar just, like, I don't know what happened.
What did happen?
I don't know. That's why I said I didn't know what happened.
You should know. I don't know.
This is looking really good for Test right now. That was not a boundary violation. It just went down extremely fast.
Really?
I don't hate the idea of damping the Gilas. You know, it takes their missiles out, just to mention that quickly because you were talking about it. The Test Logi really deserves a lot of credit. We talked before about how one of the big limitations for them is that he can't have the whole team locked at once, but he's managed to save the Vexer they tried to go after initially. He's got reps on the Blackbird, taking damage second, and in the meantime they take out a Claymore as well.
Their damage is insanely high.
Yeah.
We've seen plenty of Gila comps, and we know they have a lot of damage, but for some reason, Test Alliance, you can tell their drones have been hitting the gym because they deleted the Scimitar, literally volleyed him.
And Claymore getting deleted as well, second one.
This one at least got off more than like 2 ASB charges, though.
And the Blackbird's still alive.
So where are the... that doesn't make sense.
They're
because
just keeping him at 30% structure.
Right.
And now with another Claymore down, the damage is going to drop again. And as you can see, he's recovering shields already. Wow. Test putting on a clinic.
That's impressive. It really is. I mean, just the 3 Gilas on the Feign Disorder side with those 3 Worms. I mean, those Worms, if fit in a certain way, can put out upwards of 300 DPS apiece. So if you've got 3 Gilas and 3 Worms, there's really no way on a Tech 1 set of resists that they should be tanking. Not to mention the damage from the Claymores, which is obviously not there, and a Gila just gets erased. That is really, really impressive, actually.
I can't believe this. I mean, like, all credit to Test. I'm really curious about the very first death, the Scimitar. If he's able to stay up longer, it seemed like Feign had the damage to break through the tank, at least on the Blackbird and the Vexer, but once they started losing Claymores, they can't do it. Loki did go really low there, but he wasn't boosting at all, and now he started using that ASB, and it looks like, you know, at least for the time being, it would tank fine. Another Hela down for Feign Disorder. I'm super impressed.
Yeah, I was honestly really skeptical. I expected... The thing about a Tinker that I've said probably 10 times by now is it's all about the resist profile. So Test has been one of these groups that's brought in the T3 logistics, but they've also brought in T1 holes on the side, which are easy targets early on. They had damps on the Loki. The Loki still caught reps on the Vexer and kept the Blackbird up.
Vexer Blackbird, are you kidding?
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It even has ECM.
Yeah, you can see he has ECM. Yeah. So basically, like, these guys should share their fits, I guess, is what I'm after, because I don't understand how they're tanking that much damage. And now there's not much damage left as the third Gila goes down for Fane, but yeah.
And I mean, you know, like Bach and others, and they were talking to the desk right before this, the big disadvantage to bringing these Tinker setups is the low damage, and this test setup looks like it has tons of damage. I can't believe we're at 3 minutes and 30 seconds into this match, and the entire core for the Fane Disorder team is gone.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much damage in this test team, and still they're managing to get through without losing any ships. Like, you know, other high DPS setups we've seen are setups with, like, Frigg Logi, and they tend to trade a lot. They tend to, like, sacrifice ships early. Test keeping everything on the field, even though they have, like, a Blackbird and a Vexer with ECM fit.
The Blackbird is
crazy.
Such a strange pick to me. I don't really get it, because it's a ship that relies on using the mid slots for E-War, right? There's no other point in bringing it unless you just wanted to be a troll, which is not outside the realm of possibility, but clearly it has jams. That's a really hard ship to tank.
Yeah.
It really, really is. But by the same token, assuming the other team goes for it, it does sponge up a little bit of damage, maybe buys you some time. So maybe they're happy to have a pseudo-bait Blackbird there, but it should have at least died very early. The Fane Disorder, you wonder, they should have called for all-out aggression very, very early and try and eliminate those easy T1 resist cap transfer ships.
Outside of just being generally very happy about test setup, specifically ECM has got a really good record today. Like, these token Blackbirds and Kitsunes have been like on teams that are winning for the most part. So I wonder if we'll start to see more of those pop up. And you know, there's a lot less damps. There is damps, of course, on the test team, but not tons of them.
Yeah, that's what's interesting.
They did lose a worm finally.
Yeah. Hopefully he wasn't the linchpin. I don't think he was, but another Merlin is going down.
Test team crumbles.
It is interesting, though, that you mentioned the Blackbird and the ECM working. I think more thematically, that's just control teams working as well.
Yep.
And not just today. I mean, early on, Hydra and Camel set the bar really high with those setups. And while ECM is a little more finicky, I think, than damps in general, the teams today have integrated that a little bit more, and it actually has paid off, which doesn't make sense to me looking at some of the setups. I mean, you think Gilas, if they're jammed, so what? And you did mention missiles, which is true. I had forgot how much damage you can get out of the missiles. But yeah, Fane, that was definitely rough from them. They needed to nuke something right off the bat, and somehow they didn't manage to.
I mean, yeah, they needed to take something down, which seems like it should be completely possible. And I think secondarily, they need to keep the Scimitar alive longer. And I don't know how that happens. You know, again, I don't know exactly what caused it to drop so fast. But if he can keep the drones chasing him for longer, MWD around a bit while those medium drones chase him, then that gives the rest of the DPS on the team time to hopefully start to take the Tinker apart. But I mean, now we're several matches into seeing this test setup, and we keep feeling like, oh, like they just needed to do this thing, but it keeps working really well. So
yeah, I keep scoffing every time it lands. I'm like, okay, now we're done.
Yeah,
test,
it kind of feels like they got away with it again.
Right. Oh, here they come. But yeah, it was really brave actually to do what they did, because they didn't have the Tengu, which is big enough in and of itself where you should be second guessing, and they brought the Loki, and it worked. There for a minute, the Loki went into half armor, and I was about to start saying, oh yeah, they are bad, but they're not bad. They haven't been bad.
I wonder how pushed the Loki was going into armor against what was left when he was actually getting shot at. Makes it look like that tank might be fairly weak. Actually, I have a feeling that's not actually the case. That
probably
that he could have tanked a lot more damage if he had to, but and that he kind of let himself go low, maybe partly intentionally. But maybe that's a weak point for people to check. I feel like whoever's up against Test next has to think pretty seriously about Tengu Loki ban.
Yeah,
and,
I would think so. Yeah,
push them outside of this tech 3 logistics and see what they do then. I mean, I bet they have a plan. They have to know that that's a strong possibility, but it'll be fun to see what that actually is.
I feel like somehow they're still going to sneak. What was their flagship? Please tell me it was a Tengu, because that would be amazing.
I don't think you can do that.
Why you can't do that?
No, your flagship has to be a battleship.
Oh, I don't read the fine print, but it would be impressive if all the same they
flagship
brought that in.
Tengu would be strong.
That would be really, really strong. Unfortunately, that's not going to work. I've just found out. This is I didn't do the brunt of the theory crafting. You might find this hard to believe.
There's lots of rules as well. I mean, it takes like
yeah, several pages.
Some scrolling for sure.
No,
to get through all of them.
I asked for a brief summary and didn't get much of one, evidently.
We can have a meeting later.
Yeah, no, but this Kestrel's still here, so if we want to talk about him.
So we've been able to cover this in detail. But
we're going to explore my incompetence as these frigates continue to extend the match.
You can see 2 drones making their way over to that last Kestrel, hopefully finishing him off in just a second.
Yep.
Test. We've covered it a lot, but they need to collect the loot. It's always an important part.
Well, they really do need to collect the loot because this is one of those matches where even without a flagship, there is guaranteed to be a lot of money on the field. And looking over, you can see augmented Valkyries. Oh, sorry, those are from Test, but I assume Fane was using augmented. I mean, they've definitely a serious team. Oh,
yeah. I mean, they've grabbed most of them by now. There's hardly any drones left on the field. But yeah, there is some of those around.
That frigate's dead.
Match over. Yep. Great job, Test, again. Like, really, really cool stuff. I'm excited to see what the geniuses over at the desk have to say about it, so we'll send it back over there.
Test Alliance's rampage continues, as I think they're out to earn all of our respect. I think that's their ultimate goal.
And this is Test. I'm very happy about it because I'd been wrong in my predictions the first 2 matches since the break, and Test is swinging it around, so I'm going to be straight, like, clear sailing from here.
Another thing that you were obviously wrong about is that the Loki is bad in that composition.
I said Loki is worse than Tengu. You tried to press me on it, and I specifically said it could still be better than what Fane brings. It's worse than the Tengu, but it still can work.
Well, still, you...
One of the interesting choices there, before you two start fighting over me, and like, I'm a child, I shouldn't see that level of violence.
Fighting over you, yeah.
Not in front of a party.
Yeah, exactly. I think, as you said, the Blackbird is kind of those interesting picks. We learn on Tranquility that Blackbird is the primary. If there's a Blackbird on the field, you shoot the flipping Blackbird. But when it comes to Alliance Tournament, there's kind of 2 things. Firstly, you can bait tank Blackbirds really well with a shield tank. There we saw it was jamming really well. So probably what they saw in testing is that there was kind of one setup that really kind of killed their Loki-based Tinker, and that was the Minotaur command ship, as you said. So by just having the Blackbird and then just having those key Minotaur jams in the right places, they negated so much incoming DPS, and it just went so well from them from there.
Yeah, it's very possible. Of course, we're not going to know for sure because it didn't die what jammers it had on it. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's very possible that the jammers would be skewed towards some threat that they identified. Yeah, and that's a great thing you can do with like a single token ECM ship. Sometimes it can be the thing that really gets you past what would otherwise be a hard counter.
Yeah, and I mean, getting lucky with jams can really help too. I mean, I heard there was Elise talking about PL getting an off-racial lucky jam that saved the match for them at some point.
The final match between them and Exodus in the semis last year. Yeah, they got a jam, not only off-racial, but a unbonus jam from like a Harpy.
So ECM, even though it's not as strong as it used to be, I guess it's about a 5% base chance no matter what to get a jam on something. So you throw enough jams at it long enough, eventually something's going to hit. So there is that to it too, and I suspect that Blackbird probably had maybe 2 jammers on it and a bit of a shield tank. Probably not, a full rack of jams as we might expect. And the other thing to talk about was that Loki. That Loki looked like he was going to get melted there for a second, and then he suddenly remembered that little weird sound he was hearing in the background it means shields were all gone. Yes, Eve does have sound. And decided maybe he should turn a shield booster on, and suddenly he was tanking no problem.
Yeah, he just didn't boost for a while. It's for one reason or another, either whether he was just taunting or whether he was a bit slow on the uptake because he was too focused on repping, perhaps. It was just something that Bach suggested earlier. He just didn't get it going. But once he got it going, it held quite well. And of course, one of the things that makes a Loki a little bit weaker than a Tengu for these is that the CPU isn't there as much to do the really big tanks. But by the time that they switched to the Loki, enough damage had been off the field that he could probably handle that just fine.
Let's bring the results up on screen and see more about what happened. So I want also to stress that Feint Disorder are by no means a bad team.
Nope. No, this is a solid setup. It's a setup we've been seeing from a lot of teams. This Minmatar core especially, but also we've been seeing it with EOS's, and this command ship plus Gila core is very popular and works very well. But Test, obviously, I'm sure they practiced against it because it's been an obvious common setup, and they knew they had a way to beat it.
Yeah. Yes, Test 2 pilots under the limit, so they didn't fill their team like you're so fond of people doing. But
if you have a good reason to not fill a team, though, I'm totally on board with it. And Tinker is one of the good reasons. Actually, I'm a big fan of this Test team, partially because it gets you closer to the full size. Yes. And more pilots means more slots for E-War, for damage. It means more ships that they have to spread out their electronic warfare across. There's a lot of benefits to having more ships on any team.
Well, and once again, they've brought a Tinker that does a lot of damage. I am okay with this.
It almost feels like their Tinker is less a crutch and more of a, I don't know, something to operate a lot of damage from.
Right.
Yeah.
It's I would go so far as to say they've taken the original Tinker setup and improved it. So PL's Tinker setup is not just nothing interesting.
I feel like unlike the normal Tinker setups we see, where if you take out the logistics, that wins or loses the match right there. If you get the logistics, you break through everything else before you die because the DPS is so low. This setup isn't like that. This setup is high enough DPS. You can take out the logistics, but by the time you do, you've lost a few ships, and even still, the Test team is strong enough, has enough damage that you're going to trade ships from there on out, and it just comes down to who was ahead when that logistics went down. You know, how far ahead was Test, I guess. So, you know, it's a team that even if the wheels start to come off, they can recover.
Yep, and that's what we saw the first time they brought it out. Is They started losing a bunch of ships, but they were trading with like beneficial trades, and that basically won the match in the same way a non-Tinker would have. Yep. One of the things we saw this team do that most Tinkers don't is they were quite mobile. They, like most, especially Shield Tinkers, they didn't have prop mods. They weren't moving very fast, but they looks like anchored on one of the slower ships and just slow boated across the field to get closer to the enemy, get into missile range for more targets. It's something that most Tinkers decide to stay pretty stationary, but they were much more mobile than you usually see. It's a little bit dangerous in that if a enemy can web off one of their guys and they don't notice it until it's too late, you can easily fall behind and then get out of rep range. But if you're really confident that you can communicate well and make sure you catch when that happens, then it works well.
They also managed to turn our commentators into a bumbling mess because they didn't realize they were just drones damaging ships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these ships died really fast, and the Gilas will do that. The Gila medium drones, they'll go from you're taking no damage to the drones arrive, and suddenly your scimitar is off the field.
I'm quite interested to see, as the tournament goes on, Test facing the harder and harder opponents as we get through the tournament. I'm quite interested to see if Test get that far. What happens to one of the the big royalty teams if they come up against a PL, if they come up against a Hydra, a team like that, who are now going to have had 2 weeks gone. Test love this setup and variants upon it. How do we kill it? I'm really interested to see how the meta evolves with specifically towards Test progression.
And we are going to have a whole week for that to happen. That's the one thing that makes me worry a bit for Test later on, is they have been relying very heavily so far on this kind of team. And I'm sure with enough kind of practice with it, other teams will find ways to beat it. And so they need to have something else up their sleeve. It's always possible, though, that they've been showing this one because they know that people aren't going to be able to react to it quickly enough, and that next weekend they're going to bring something completely new out of the box.
That would be great. That would be the best approach. But with that, Feint Disorder are out, and we move on to match number 101.
Yeah, big one. This is a excellent match.
Right, yes, this is it's time to fire up the thrusters on the Hyperion. Shadow Cartel versus Nulli Secunda. Shadow Cartel have banned the
versus RVB.
RVB.
Yes.
Nulli Secunda won, so I am an idiot.
So Shadow Cartel RVB, two teams that are in the elimination brackets, but that have been incredibly strong performers.
Yes.
Shadow Cartel only lost by a razor's edge to the defending champions PL, and then RVB has won some also amazing matches and then lost against Nulli earlier today. So these are teams that are not ones you want to come up against in the losers bracket.
Shadow Cartel have banned the Gila and the Loki, while RVB banned the Celestis and the Eos. And the match is ready, so you only have a few moments.
Interesting.
The Loki's an interesting ban.
Loki and not Tengu, right?
Yeah.
That's not what you'd expect.
I think consensus that's a weird ban.
Yeah, so I think my heart is with RVB. I think Shadow Cartel is going to win, but I'm choosing RVB because I think they can do it.
I'm just straight up going to choose RVB.
I follow, but I think the main question for this match is how many ships will Shadow Cartel fly out of the boundary and still win?
That has been their tactic. How many? Let's say 3.
That's the over-under.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to win, Gargan?
I'm going with Shadow Cartel.
All right.
I love my RVB, but I think Shadow Cartel have this. Let's go on to our commentators.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. I'm CCP Rise, here with Sir Squeebles, and we are a bumbling mess, apparently.
We are.
We're about to watch a really awesome match, Shadow Cartel versus Red versus Blue. Both teams, this is one of the most kind of mirrored matchups we've seen because in a while, well, one of the first ones we've seen was Rattlesnakes. Both teams bringing 2 Rattlesnakes. Other than that, I guess some very big differences.
Right. It's mostly in the support wing. Shadow Cartel has gone with a Frigate Logi, Nighthawk Claymore, double flycatcher, 3 worms, a Mollusk, and then those 2 bursts, which they've used Frigate Logi in the past to pretty good effect. And on the other side, Red versus Blue is going with a little unusual setup, I think, with 3 Coraxes, 2 worms, 2 harpies, a caracal, scimitar, vulture. This, in my mind, is absolutely going to be a support war, basically.
Yeah, it does seem like that's going to be really important. A lot of it hangs on how good the bursts do for Shadow Cartel, and they, of course, did amazingly last match. Shadow Cartel, I like the fact they have 2 command ships. Like, if the bursts do a good job, getting that extra command ship in there is really, really strong. Wow, look at the damps.
Yeah.
Look at the damps.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive amount of control coming off of a shield team. I do actually favor Shadow Cartel's setup here. Even though you might look at RVB and say, oh, they've got the scimitar, some more rep potential, you can see that that's not going to mean much because there's so much damage on both sides. Already a Corax down, a Caracal about to be down, and that Caracal was really critical. If he's RLML fit, then he was going to be a huge part of taking down these bursts and these worms, and he's not going to be able to do that from beyond the grave.
There's few drones chasing around these bursts, but like obviously RVB really wants them down, but with all the damps there, they're really struggling.
I would
so
imagine
far, no real significant damage going on to them.
Right, and I would imagine, I mean, that one burst of Adam Yall was just going 2600. That's going to be really difficult to apply to, even with those worm drones. So once they realize that they're not applying very well to them, if they can't kill those bursts, that DPS needs to be used elsewhere. Like, they've got to apply it to something that'll stick. That's already a second Corax down. So 3 ships lost for RVB, none for Shadow Cartel.
You can see webs on the burst now. The RVB worms and harpies did finally catch up and get tackle. So burst piloted by Adam Yall, taking quite a bit of damage, but also breaking web now, killing the worm probably that had the web on him, which is a really big deal. So now he gets to slide away from some of that damage. And
in the meantime, in the top half here, we've got the Rattlesnake of RVB. Yeah, I just looked up and saw it as well. But Rattlesnake of Matthias for RVB is slowly going down. The Nighthawk of Hirni, though, has been getting absolutely hammered by these Rattlesnake drones. He's not going to be able to hold on much longer. Even if those burst traps hit, he is going to go down. They need to trade this Nighthawk and so much more for that first Rattlesnake. That Matthias's Rattlesnake is so important. Okay, they did get the Nighthawk down.
Yeah, but not only that, they got the Scimitar on the RVB side. He went down as well in the meantime. This
that
is one of those
part
fights
I didn't notice,
like hard to keep track of because there's like 4 different fights going on. There's
I think that's actually
to
second or third Scimitar I've missed the death of somehow. So
burst down. RVB does manage to get one of those Logi down on the Shadow Cartel side, and that'll make killing the second one really easy. But yeah, losing this Rattlesnake is really bad news. At this point, RVB is really running out of damage. Rattlesnake representing the biggest chunk, obviously, on their team. So that hurts really bad. We'll have to see if there's any way this rattlesnake can hold up long enough for them to get another significant kill, but I don't like the chances of that happening.
Yeah, I think Shadow Cartel understood the first rule of my made-up rules for the tournament, which is that you need to be...
You replace the actual rules.
Right, no, I did, and they also change occasionally, but you need to always be applying damage. And sometimes it's really tempting with things like these high DPS platforms, the Rattlesnake, to go for things that you might not apply for or apply well to and hope that they die. If they don't, you have got to switch. You cannot spend time with 1,000+ DPS on something that that DPS is not connecting to. So it was a good switch to Matthias and the Rattlesnake, and it did work out for him. And yeah, whenever they deleted that Scimitar, that's a bit of an important point.
Yeah, RVB second Rattlesnake now at about half shields, taking a while to kill him. It looks like RVB's also focused on turning around the support fight. They're kind of having their Harpies and Worms fight against the Worms of Shadow Cartel, which is actually going pretty well for them.
Yeah.
They've kind of evened the support side out. I guess there's still a little bit more on the Shadow Cartel side, especially now that second Harpy went down. But I just don't know how they can win the main fight here. They have this Rattlesnake tanking pretty well, but I don't think he can permanently do that with an ASB. They're getting the Shadow Cartel Rattlesnake down to almost even shields with the remaining RVB one, but unless for some reason MacGyver can permatank in this match, it's going to be really, really tough for them to turn this around.
Right, and once he does die, no matter the state of Rathnon on the Shadow Cartel side, once MacGyver is dead, there's just not any pressure coming out of RVB. So. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where you have to slowly watch the ship sink, and I don't think there's a lot they can do.
It
is impressive, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
lasted
both on the support war and on the Rattlesnake fight, RVB made up a lot of ground.
Yeah.
They're not ahead, but they did make up a lot of ground. It was really impressive that they managed to kill those Worms like they did with only a handful of ships left. And somehow, MacGyver
really
is still going.
That they're making this actually close to working. I mean, he's still got shield reps. You can see he's still getting boost cycles.
Yeah.
Although it looks like Rathnon is as well. So
with the lower amount on those boosts, I'd almost be willing to wager he's running an XLASB and maybe has a local injector to help keep supplying cap. But that was really well tanked. Unfortunately, it was too little too late. But it does look like they might get Rathnon. I mean, he's pretty low. He's not moving too fast. This Vulture can score some morale points and take him down, but
I think this match is another really strong showing by the Shadow Cartel Friglogy.
Yep.
Even though they did die in this match and didn't manage to hold out the entire time, they just did such a good job chewing up time. Like at the beginning of the match, if they get tackled earlier by those Worms and Harpies and go down, even just a minute earlier, the amount of time RVB has more DPS to bear is really important. And I think again, like there's just a lot of credit should go to Trousered Eagle and Adam Yell. They're just doing a really good job on those bursts.
The interesting thing about them is, at first glance, you would think 2 frigates worth of reps and a 12v12 fight with thousands of DPS, tens of thousands of EHP, hundreds of thousands in this case. You wouldn't think they make a huge impact, but if nothing else, to your point, they force a decision on the part of RVB.
Yeah.
Do they use their substantial support wing DPS on the primary to help sink it quicker, or do they commit to those bursts and risk just sort of getting goose chased into wasting damage, which they did?
Yeah.
Somehow Gargant using the phrase bumbling mess actually turned me into one. But yeah, good. Enunciating, it's difficult.
You weren't one before at all.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I sense the sincerity in that. From here, as this worm burns around and again gives us time to catch up. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Knee feeling a lot better today.
Good.
Haven't found any spiders in my house today.
Well,
to be fair, I haven't been home a lot, but
yeah, no, they're there. I mean,
I know.
That one didn't just show up randomly. Like he had a family. He had a family.
And if you guys don't know what we're talking about, just Google news about Kill 2 and spiders, and you'll find out.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Front page news. When I find a bug at my house and I run out in the street and tell people about it, the police come and tell me I need to stay inside. Or at least
say, you're a bumbling mess, Squeebles. Go back inside.
They do. They do. I wish this worm would have died before we got too far into this, but he's still going. And his last name is Aderon. You know he's a good pilot based on that last name.
I have something I thought about saying, but I think he might die really quickly and I won't get to finish it, so I'm just going to hold off.
No, start it.
Nah,
he's overheating. You're good. Go.
Look, he just got target painted as well.
Yeah, but he's going 4K. Oh, okay. You were right. He's going 4K.
He's going really fast.
He's
Why
going
are Worms
so
fast? He doesn't even have links right now.
Yeah, Worms actually is a frigate. Oh.
What? He's doing damage as well. Like King Rudel just took a bunch of damage. All right. match over.
Rest in peace.
Sorry to see RVB head out of the tournament. They're always fun to watch.
They
Good
are.
job, Shadow Cartel. We'll go back to the desk and see you guys in a few.
September 13th, the EVE online gaming event. Hashtag EVE_NT. Be there or be a douchebag.
Ruffin tips it away. Bailing it down there. Oh, he got it! He did it! He got it! No! Not possible! Center ice! Yeah! You better believe it, baby!
So now that we've come back from the commentator booth containing the man who balanced the worm and can't believe how fast it goes, I'm saddened to see RVB go, but we made the right call.
I'm especially, you guys made the right call. I'm now just like 3 wrong, 1 right for the second half.
That's where I'm at too. Yeah,
Even machines make human error. So, what do we want to say about this match? Shadow Cartel displayed superiority like, I don't know. I don't even know.
Shadow Cartel are just tearing it up this tournament.
Yes.
Like, it's absolutely insane. They lost the closest match to PL, and they've just been nuking everyone else. Everyone else that's played them has looked a league below them.
And
like,
you know,
Shadow Cartel are totally going to make it into the losers bracket.
They should be even scarier now because they went an entire match without boundary violating.
Yes.
I know they've learned.
Right? So they're improving. They like leveled up there.
Yeah.
Their tactics are evolving.
The team, I think, did a great job of winning the damp war right away and taking advantage of those damps that they had. They were able to eliminate the missile damage from the rattlesnakes right off the bat. They were able to prevent the Simi from getting a lot of reps. So even though the Simi reps a lot more, his reps were delayed because he had to move within range. And that really got them those early kills a lot faster, and then it snowballed from there.
I think this is, again, like the power of the Logifrig team.
Yes.
And it's so few points in your Logi, and it's so much DPS everywhere else. You know, we saw that Carol could get nuked, and the best thing is Shadow Cartel obviously really know Logifrig setups, like really, really well. They went on the field, they're just going to nuke that Simi light DPS. Nope, they went straight for the Caracals because the Rapid Light Caracal is a threat to the Logifrigs. They need to get them off field. Once that was gone, that was when they started picking apart the rest of the team.
It makes me wonder if we're going to start seeing more Logifrig setups later in the tournament from teams that maybe haven't practiced them but want to get on the train. I guess we're coming close to the end of the weekend here with that, so maybe they'll have a week to practice. But if later today teams are panicking, going, God, that's really good. Maybe we need to re-theorycraft last minute.
Because that would be disastrous. They have a week though. For next week, if you survive this weekend, yes. If you haven't been practicing with Logifrig, you definitely want to be getting some practice in with them. Try modifying some of your teams maybe to fit them in. Come up with some new teams that take advantage of how few points are going into your Logi there. There's a lot of great stuff you can do. And Shadow Cartel obviously have not only been probably using Logifrigs the best of any team so far, they've also been front row center for watching the team that used Logifrigs the worst when PL flew the Volt out of the arena right away.
Well, they don't need that to Logi anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, this opens up a whole new avenue of team compositions that we haven't seen before because the 2 Logifrigates free up a lot of points.
Yeah. So they're using up 2 pilots, but only 4 points. So it's a great trade-off there. You either have the larger Logi ships, which use up a lot more points, but you have more pilots to work with, and then the Logifrigs use up 2 pilots, but open you up with your points a lot. So it lets you put in those things like the double command ship and the rattlesnakes, which is a combo that other teams just haven't been able to run because it's very hard to fit within points.
That's a very, very clever way of designing this entire thing. Let's take a look at the result screen to see the damage that was done. And it was a clean wipe, as we know. RVB are out. Shadow Cartel continue on in the elimination bracket to show up again next weekend. And again, this is the support wing doing absolutely great work.
Yep.
Well, we look at both 2 of the 3 core axes on RVB doing 0 damage. I mean, taken care of very quickly, however it was that they got taken care of.
I do think, I may be wrong about this, but I actually do believe that this display of damage only counts damages to ships. So if they were shooting at drones,
that could be.
then
Okay.
that wouldn't count. So if they died before they switched any damage onto ships, then I think that would explain the zero.
Okay, fair enough.
Because yeah, if I remember correctly, it is like drones don't go into this formula.
No, regardless, the third Corax did get 10,000 damage onto something, so evidently that's the one that lasted the longest. But either way, that support war was decisively won by Shadow Cartel. Even the Caracol, again, maybe the Caracol died right away, 212 damage done. Like, that's been 1 volley, 2 volleys, I mean, that's really almost nothing, so.
I think going back again to the design of the whole setup, as we saw with Test's kind of weird tinker that we've been seeing, Shadow Cartel have been showing this Logifrig team. They've done several versions of it, they've shown it a lot. So again, whoever they face next week, they now have a week to say, okay, whatever happens, we either need to ban like Inquisitor Burst, or they need to figure a way how to kill this super high DPS setup. I mean, can you tank that setup with anything at all? Do you have to DPS race them and just try and bring more DPS? Like, how do you come up against that?
Some Tinkers might be able to tank it, but it would be tough. It's a lot of DPS, especially because they have the ability as well. So they went Nighthawk Vulture or Nighthawk Claymore, right? Yeah, Nighthawk Claymore. So that's a combination that lets you project damage really far. So they had the ability, probably fitting the bolt with heavy missiles, but you actually have the option to put variants of that use the closer high damage command shift as well, and then you can take the damage even further.
I'm also interested to see if any teams will be able to put together a Tinker team with logistics frigates.
Well, the Logi frigates don't really need the cap because they can't run like a strong enough tank anyways.
It was a good question though.
Okay, yes, yeah. So yeah, of course, when we talk about the Tinkers, we're usually talking about the comps that use the Tech 3 cruisers.
The Tech 3, yeah.
It would be very possible to be feeding cap to Logi frigates, but that would probably be something you'd use kind of on the side, like maybe have them orbit one of your bigger ships and they can feed some cap. Or use NOS, as we've seen from a couple of teams.
I've got it now. My composition is Maulers and Worms, lots of smart bombs, and 2 logistics frigates.
You can smart bomb your own frigates, I think.
Don't question my genius. We move on to the next match, which is going to be Afterlife versus CVA.
Another great match.
Dot, isn't it? It's the one time you didn't pronounce the dot, or you like call it the dot. So.
Oh, I didn't write it down.
Afterlife has been performing well enough that we can ignore the dot.
Oh, okay.
They've evolved to the point where we just pretend they don't have a dot.
That's a good. That's
their honor at this point.
Yeah.
When you earn our respect, you lose your dot.
They're honorarily just Afterlife.
Yeah, you've earned our respect.
But I mean, both of these teams have earned our respect, I think.
Yes, CVA, I'm super looking forward to seeing them fly again.
And I'm really interested to see the bans, because CVA's had, of course, people ban out, we've seen people ban out the CVA setup that was so strong when Fourth was going to use it. But it'd be interesting to see if Afterlife decide to ban out the...
I really hope CVA have something else up their sleeve. I would be disappointed to see if they're a one-trick kind of pony here. That was a great setup from them, but I want to see something else. I feel like that's something that any opponent that goes up against them now is at least going to have an idea of what to do against it. So
We've seen them use the Sleipnir Gila team as well.
That is true. Yeah. Common bans again, though. You would expect one of those.
And they have to bring something new.
Yeah, I mean.
So Afterlife have banned the Tango and the Loki.
Oh, they just don't want to tinker. Okay.
Just don't want to shield tinker, and CVA banned the Celestis and the EOS.
So it sounds to me, I mean, I would almost guess Afterlife are baiting in that Damnation Sacrilege combo. They banned out shield logistics and left armor wide open. So maybe they want to see that, and maybe they do have a counter, or maybe they just didn't want to see a shield tinker because that's what they couldn't beat with the setup they're bringing. So.
Yeah, a drone and speed team that kites a lot would be something that would actually have trouble versus the Tinker, but would potentially do quite well against the Damnation Sacrilege team.
Maybe CVA are going to pull something out that we don't even suspect they have.
CVA do that to us.
I'm just afraid that if they didn't pull it out against Hydra, they're not going to pull it out. They don't have something to pull out here. That's what worries me. But we'll see.
What are your guys' predictions?
I'm going to go with, well, we're at the point where it's kind of winner versus loser from the previous day. So I had no idea really when I picked these. So I have CVA circled, so CVA will win.
I agree.
Yeah, I've also got CVA circled, and although this is very close, my heart is definitely with CVA because they are such an entertaining game.
Well, how's this? The entire desk is in agreement. I have CVA circled as well.
Therefore, they are doomed.
Oh,
right?
Sorry. You bats are going to mess up my score. Let's go into space and see what happens.
Whether you're into gate camping or jet can mining, you'll find Eve's best music mix at Eve Radio. Visit www.eve-radio.com today.
Do you like waffles? I like waffles.
I like waffles.
Do you like waffles?
Yes.
Yes, I like waffles. And pancakes and French toast.
And welcome back to the 102nd match of the Alliance Tournament 12. I'm Sir Squeebles here with CCP Rise to bring you CVA against the Afterlife Dot. I'm adding it back in because I don't like the comp.
I'm very interested to see how the comp does. Afterlife, maybe one of the few teams that doesn't allows healers through and then doesn't bring them.
Yeah, that is strange.
It's kind of a strange choice. CVA taking those healers though, bringing the Slipner and Healer comp that they've shown before, I believe. So with a Scimitar and a bunch of Molises. Afterlife going with a double Armageddon setup with an Astarte, an Ishtar, Oniros, 3 Molises of their own, and some other small support, Vengeance, Malediction, Merlin.
So the things Afterlife have
that
going
is literally
for them?
the spider that was in my house and is on the front page of
Oh,
Icelandic news
whoa.
website. So I don't mean to creep you guys out, but I had to deal with that personally.
I don't like it being on the screen that's closest to me.
I let it loose in Iceland, and now there's
I
many.
mean, that thing is huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I thought you
scared
were
Icelanders.
exaggerating because
No,
you're
no.
a little dramatic at times, no offense. But so the things Afterlife have going for them, 3 Molises. That's huge. And you can see already that that's playing a part. Unfortunately, CVA has those Gilas, which don't necessarily need their lock to apply the drone DPS. The issue is going to be Afterlife doesn't have a tremendous amount of damage. I mean, Armageddons are nothing to laugh at. They have the Astarte and the Ishtar. They can both project fairly well if the Astarte is railgun fit, and he very well may be. He should be, I think, in this setup. But they have to actually kill something. They can't play this defensive game. The Geddons are really scary. CVA should not come in on them, and it doesn't look like they're going to.
No, they're definitely holding back. But Afterlife actually kind of hesitating as well. They've just sent the drones across the field. They actually held those for a while too. But now the full drones setup from Afterlife getting over there, mostly geckos, but some small drones of course too.
And they are applying damage to the Scimitar, but Geckos coming out of an Armageddon, they have no speed buff, they have no EHP buff. So even though those drones are powerful, this Scimitar is going 2,000, 2,400. He's going really quickly. He's going to mitigate a lot of damage. So I think that's a risk. I mean, he still is taking shots somehow. Maybe cruise missiles on the Geddons I haven't seen.
I really don't see anything else going across. I guess I can check and see if the Geddons have turrets. But
these Geddons need to be doing something, though, because at Amar Battleship level 5, they can cover 37 kilometers radius with their nukes.
Yeah.
If they just split themselves up a little bit, if they're trying to corral the CVA team, they can cover a huge chunk of the arena and catch somebody out with a heavy nuke. It looks like they might be starting to do that. They're drifting a little bit forward, but not quickly. And I don't think they're propless, so they need to get moving and not sit right on top of each other.
I don't know if they are propless, but for now they haven't used any MWDs. They're just drifting 100 meters a second towards the CVA team, trying to sort of back them up against the arena edge, but doing it really, really slowly. And in the meantime, hats off to Star Gunner and the CVA Scimitar. He's doing a really good job keeping the drones away from him, keeping his shields up, and even getting some reps onto his support. He's you know, keeping that Mollis alive, and the Merlin as well now. I think he's doing a really superb job up to this point, but CVA need to find some damage, and there we go.
And there's a little bit of it onto Voldemir and the Mollis. Those reps are coming through, but it took a long time. Oh, it took too long. In fact, he's dead. So now we have 2 Mollises against 3 Mollises. As CVA, if they can clear another Mollis and gain the damp superiority to pressure those Geddons, they have a chance of going in. But something's hitting the Scimitar.
Yeah,
I have to imagine that's the Ishtar and the Rail Astarte.
I mean, he just slowed down. I think he either got close to the edge or just ran out of cap. Like he eventually caps becomes an issue. And you can see he's sped up again now, so the damage will taper off a bit, but it's not easy for him to just sustain this like constant kiting of these drones for the whole map, and and now it's really starting to be obvious as he goes into armor.
That is really surprising. I mean, the Ishtar drones will be able to keep up with them. Small drones off of anything else that has small drones. Maybe did the Geddon switch drone payloads? I mean,
It's actually possible. There's quite a few like
Valkyries.
augmented hobgoblins and warriors
Yeah,
and Valkyries.
okay. So the Geddons were smart. I mean, there's no way that a Gecko can keep up with him at
Right.
3,200 and apply that consistently.
Down he
So
goes.
The Armageddon deployed new
Afterlife.
drones, and it worked.
Yeah, just being happy to sit here, keep control of the damp war. These Molluses on the CVA side not getting to do very much of anything.
And a
We did see the
Merlin.
Geddon speed up for a while. You can see one still going 500 there, so I'm going to zoom over and see what they're up to. But continuing to just put pressure onto the CVA team, and for some reason CVA not able to get any damage back, and now a web on one of the Gilas,
And the difficult thing if you're on the CVA team is you cannot let yourself get under the Geddon newts. And just as I say that, simultaneously Gila's getting neuted. But the issue is, and the thing that Afterlife's comp does brilliantly, is those damps force them to stay close. They can't branch out and try and all spread around and skirt around the Armageddons. It wouldn't work. So they have to stay close to that Scimitar, but they also have to not get caught. So I think really patient by the Afterlife, which made me worry a little bit more. So I think we can drop the dot already. I mean, the match is very, very far from over, but they can just be Afterlife based on this because it's working really well. If they can sink Ice Gorilla and a Gila, which it looks like it's going to be the same thing as the Scimitar, kind of a gradual grind with some medium drone flights. If they can get him off the field, they should feel pretty comfortable up until the point where you let your Oneros get webbed.
I feel like I need to mention CVA has quite a few shield maintenance bots in the air. So
Do they?
That represents some extra kind of repping power that we might not normally expect them to have, but it also means their damage is quite a bit lower than otherwise would be. So that's kind of worth mentioning. And now finally CVA for some reason able to get a lot of damage on this Oneros. And he's going down fast now that something's close to him, even though he's not even tackled.
Yeah, I think something got a web cycle. If I were a betting individual, I'd say probably a Sleipnir that then got neuted out.
Could be.
Maybe. But unfortunately, they've lost the Gila. They are killing the Oneros, though. And I'm not sure why they didn't go for that earlier.
I feel like Afterlife's doing such a good job with control in this match. You can see one of the Sleipnirs is webbed. That's actually just a solo Vengeance. That one Vengeance on the Afterlife side is Afterlife actually loses their Onero, so that's a really significant kill. But this Carvox Velux's Sleipnir is actually just totally caught in the middle of the arena doing nothing, which hurts really bad.
The problem with losing that Oneros is this entire Afterlife setup is about control. It's about being able to reach out, grab something with the newts from the Geddon, and go in and slowly kill it with the sustain of the Oneros. So,
which is actually happening as another Gila goes down for CVA.
Right. They're doing that okay, but I also feel like, I don't know, it's so hard to keep damage off of your Logi when the other team has Gilas. Something just got erased.
Another Mollus, just a Mollus got caught there. But for
I looked over and
went
just
down.
saw a blinking ship symbol and then it disappeared.
Astarte getting really low as well. So Astarte is pinned down. He's close to at least one of the Sleipnirs, taking quite a bit of damage. No Logi there now for them. We'll have to see if they're able to get the CVA Sleipnir down. Like I said, there's shield maintenance bots helping him out, and of course Sleipnirs have a pretty good local tank most of the time as well.
Right.
Kind of surprised they went for him rather than the Gila, but maybe that's to try and shake him off of this Astarte or something.
Right, and if you're these Sleipnir pilots, your guns don't use cap. You have to get in there and understand that you have to commit, put down as much damage as possible from close range, because eventually you're going to get blood dry, which is what's happening right now to Sten Matson. So they actually did really well, if that was indeed his web, which it doesn't look like it was. But this Astarte is going down. It's kind of the same thing as last match, where CVA is not ahead, but they came from a position of really losing, and they brought it back in a way that's kind of hard to explain.
I feel like we should have had a little more like Bacchanalian Fozzie style excitement. This is actually really close. This is like,
I can start yelling if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
No, just kidding. I can't. Actually, this Sleipnir is going down. He's low shields. He's low shields. He's going down. He's running out of shields. The shields are going down.
The Sleipnir's dying too.
Yeah. Oh my. We're excited, but he is probably going to die. Let's just real talk
I think
right
so.
now.
The Astarte is lasting a super long time. He's going to die. Sleipnir's going to die. It looks like Afterlife's in pretty good control at this point and will win the match. But I'm actually, there's just not much damage
There's
left.
actually a lot of shield maintenance spots.
Wow,
still.
with the Astarte down, Sleipnir actually looking more like he's able to tank.
Well,
but okay, it broke.
Those Geddons, 2 heavy flights. Presumably they swap back out to the Geckos. Those Geckos are going to wreck. Yeah, but it is impressive actually. How CVA, they lost a lot really early.
Yeah.
I think they didn't abuse the Gilas like they should have. So you mentioned that Afterlife didn't ban them out. CVA took advantage. One of the great things about Gilas is you can send those drones across the map no matter what your range, as long as you can target and you have the drone control. And you can pretty much nuke logistics, really, and unless somebody is webbing your drones, killing your drones with the support wing. So I feel like it took them a long time for that switch. I wonder where those Gila drones were before they went to the Oneros.
I was gonna say, I'm really curious about the start of the match. I feel like it was really important in this match, and we saw once CVA decided to kill the Oneros, it went down pretty quickly, and they started to do well. But before that, nothing happened for a really long period. There was like 2 or 3 minutes where it seemed like there was no damage at all. And
but this Maul is getting low now. Sorry, but the Maul is dead.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go on with your point.
I think it's possible that CVA was trying really hard to kill those Molluses on Afterlife. That was actually the first ship they were able to kill, and I wonder if they spent maybe too much time trying to kill a Mollus or two so they could swing the damp war back in their favor.
The first rule. My first rule of the Alliance Tournament.
It's a really good rule.
Yeah, see? I'm telling you, take out the restrictions, allow me to write a basic set of rules, and let's do this like Conan the Barbarian style where the strongest will survive.
Okay. I don't think we'll do that, but you could host one on your stream. You could have Tengu flagships.
Yeah, but maybe.
Okay.
Ooh, a Tengu flagship. That would be really good.
It would.
So 2 Molluses now. I'm imagining John Dar is going to be the one that burns around senselessly for 3 minutes.
I hope that happens.
So start getting together the spider story, I guess, in a compact format. It's
a seaworthy spider.
What?
Which I know it's so hard to
believe. Does that mean it has like sailing experience, or is that a?
No, it means it's certified for sailing. It doesn't matter so much.
Is it a
if
breed? It's just a species, right? Nobody breeds spiders.
What? No, people breed spiders. Are you kidding? How do you think you make anti-venom for spider bites? I know tons of spider breeders.
Might explain why they're in your house, by the way.
I can't believe the Mollus is actually, as you said, staying alive.
I'm telling you,
I have a really important question for you. There's analysis we could do. This really was a very good match, but I have an important question I'm going to do instead. Would you rather commentate with me or Michael Bolton III?
I can't believe you've asked me that question.
I know it's tough.
It's tough. I mean, the tension is palpable here even now.
You should have seen it with me and Michael Bolton.
Was it rough?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Mollus is still here, though, as a situational update. I feel like
the match has been over for a super long time.
Oh, man, that's awkward. We were having such a good time.
Thank goodness we can see Fozzie. All right. Well, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah, bye.
One more only, I promise.
Welcome back from the careful hands of Tweedledee and Tweedledum as they talk about heavy spider breeders, and we all wish they would just all kiss. It's getting to that. So what did you think about that match?
I think it was actually a really good match. It could have gone kind of either way for a little bit, but then it kind of swung pretty convincingly. I'm a little bit disappointed that, again, I got the prediction wrong, which means I now have 4 big X's on my second half and only 1 check mark. CVA let me down, but Afterlife is an excellent team. So
Afterlife are showing themselves to be a real contender.
Absolutely, it's really interesting to see. And they just executed really well there. I mean, they did everything right from the damp war of the beginning all the way through.
Do you have any comments? Young one.
I saw an Astarte. I was happy.
Yes.
Astartes are cool.
Astartes are cool.
But no, so we saw a double-geddon team, right? So I really like the double-geddon setup, but it's also kind of scary to fly, I reckon, because you warp in ranges, and the double Geddon is kind of, as we said before, this kind of sphere of you have no cap no more. When you have two Geddons, do you keep them together and have the double you have no cap no more, or do you spread them apart? And within, you know, what is really quite a small arena, you can box people in with those newts. Say, well, you can't fly over here because you can get UG. You can't fly over here, you can get UG. Therefore, you must fly this way, which could be towards, you know, the close range DPS of an Astarte, for example, or something else.
Yep, I think you saw Afterlife pretty effectively box CVA in against the edge of the arena. CVA kept retreating until they couldn't retreat anymore, and then things started to fall apart for them. And yeah, having the Blaster Astarte there along with the rest of the team was a great, basically finisher. It's what it wasn't dealing damage until the fight had already kind of engaged. It wasn't going to be like spewing damage at long range, but it does mean that once you start to get the newts on someone, you bring this ship in and it actually takes them down.
It also seems that the Astarte had a damage control unit fitted, because he did just not die.
Well, as we know, Galente's structure is OP.
Yeah, let's bring up the results screen to see a little bit more what happened. There we go, let me wipe it across your screen. So, the Astarte did go down, didn't it? Yes, it did.
Yep.
But the damage control unit, too strong.
Yeah, it took quite a bit of damage before it went down. It took even slightly more damage than the burst did from that fight earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, as you'd expect.
What's interesting to notice is how much damage the CVA ships took. They did a really good job of tanking for a long time. That was a lot of damage applied. I mean, those Sleipnirs, 40,000, 41,000. You know, even the Helis was 25, 22, 29. So there was a lot of work being done by the logistics pilot and by the local tanks on those ships, but it just wasn't enough. There was a fair amount of damage, and the newts eventually start turning off hardeners, and that's, you know, when you start dying. So.
Yeah, the Afterlife team is definitely a team that wants to fight the long game. It's there for these games that are stretching deep into the match when the newts start really wearing down teams. And CVA needed to be able to use its explosive damage, and it just wasn't able to do that because you couldn't just easily kind of charge at the double Geddons.
You know, I wonder if that was maybe a mistake where something went wrong for CVA as you saw them backing off early, and like you said, they got pinned against the boundary and they really had nowhere to go after that. But once they did get in close, once they were starting to brawl, they were doing a fair amount of damage. And by the time that happened, they'd already lost a bunch of ships. So, you know, that's kind of the decision an FC has to make when you land on the field is say, hey, you know, if we back off, are we going to get trapped here? And as awful as it sounds to charge straight into this ball of no cap, is that what we have to do to win this match?
Yep. Actually, you know what would have worked quite well against the double Geddon Astarte team? Damnations and Sacrileges.
Yeah, that's true.
Rub it in their faces, why won't you?
Right, they just made me bait CVA into flying something different.
One of the things I really liked about that is that we saw the big archetype. We had the triple Monolith Mega Dance with the Mimitar command ships and the Gilas. Like, this team has been wrecking the entire tournament, and we saw a team come up that we've seen kind of bits and pieces before. We've seen Rote bring the double Geddon. They're kind of known for that. We've seen Astartes in a few teams, but it wasn't a team that go, oh, this is another one of X team. This was kind of a team on its own that dealt with this well-done archetype very, very well.
Yep, in a lot of ways it had some similarities with stuff that Rote brought, stuff that Pastas brought, but it was something unique, and it was crafted well, and they'd executed on that game plan.
Yeah.
Yep, and with that, we say goodbye to CVA, who have done a fantastic job of impressing us so far.
We can't wait to see what they bring next year.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah. Keep making us happy with your setups, guys. This has been amazing.
And now we have another really, really anticipated match.
Yes, Outbreak versus Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork. Outbreak have banned the Proteus and the Golem.
Jolem.
The Jolem. The Golem.
That's cool.
And Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork have banned the Gila and the Armageddon.
So the Proteus ban is interesting. I mean, banning out the armor tinker that Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork has shown that they're able to bring, but you can bring the Legion. The Legion actually replaces the Proteus even more effectively than the Loki replaces the Tengu.
Yep.
So you're not going to completely stop it with just the Proteus ban. Although what you could do is bring us a lot of explosive damage and really go for that. Well, no, actually not explosive damage. A lot of thermal damage.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry.
If you believe you're going to force them into it, you could bring that Amar Jammer just on something maybe like a
that is very
Kitsune
possible.
or something. You go, I'm going to force you into this, therefore we can counter it. If they know that Ministry just loves that Tinker so much. I mean, as Elise said, I think it was yesterday, Ministry are the second best team in the tourney. So if they're second best to the team that invented
Tinker,
to add Tinkers, if they're the second best to PL who created them at Tinkers, then they've got to be really, really confident.
Yeah, I'm sure Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork might think that they maybe are even better, argue with that second place, and of course Agony would argue with the whole invented thing since they actually invented it.
Well,
but,
you gotta think with that much respect, given to their Tinker, they're gonna know kind of a key module that was forgotten by another Tinker at some point in this tournament, and that would be ECCM.
And it's really easy, thankfully, to have ECCM on Armor Tinkers.
Absolutely.
You do have those mid slots. That's one of the big advantages those teams have. On the Armor Tinkers or Meepos, whatever you want to call them, you can usually take advantage of ECCM, sensor boosters, and road sensor boosters really, really well, and also do like some crazy things like just throw unbonus damps across your whole team. I've seen
unbonus ECM before.
Yep, I've seen these teams do really effective use of unbonus ECM. Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know quite what to say to that.
So
I'm still caught up with that you called them Meepos, but
yeah, I mean, again,
I haven't heard that yet.
This is more of the tendency of one of the members of PL to just try to name everything after characters from another game, and so that's another one of those names that didn't catch on nearly as well. Some names, you send out there and they pick up right away, like Tinkers, and some don't catch on quite as well. But yeah, Outbreak, Ministry of Appropriate Footwork, these are two teams. Honestly, I think like Outbreak has been a solid team for quite a long time, but they, in a lot of ways, are a little bit past their prime for tournament play. Ministry of Appropriate Footwork, I think, is a team on the rise. This is a team that came onto the scene quite explosively last year and did quite well there, and we're seeing them repeat that again this year.
So the match is ready. What are your predictions?
I'm going to go with Ministry. Again, they beat Waffles, so they must be one of the best teams in the tournament. And as you said, they did so well last year, they've done so well this year. I really think that this is not the end of the story for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ministry of Appropriate Footwork is going to take this.
Well, just to make sure they don't win, I also think Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork are going to win.
I'm on Outbreak on this one.
Yes, that's a chance. Footwork has a chance.
Let's go back into the commentary booth of love.
So, do we have any setups that aren't a Tinker?
Oh no, I bombed.
You bombed us. So.
I'm sorry, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back to the commentary booth. I'm CCP Rise, here with Sir Squeebles, and I want to start this match by saying CCP Fozzie is insanely smart and it's creepy. Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork bringing a Legion-based Armor Tinker as predicted, and I was worried he was going to actually just play the match out in his head and tell us who would win ahead of time.
I think he did.
It's possible.
Yeah.
What's Outbreak got?
Just some rattlesnakes, vulture, scimitar, kitsune, couple worms, maybe a couple mollusks, griffin, talwar, merlin.
And on the other side, with that Legion and the Tinker, 3 Eoses, an Ishtar, a Rapier, and 2 Molluses. So we'll have to see if they're able to keep the Rapier and Molluses alive once this match gets going, which should be in just a second. And one other thing I should say before we get started, I remembered.
Yes.
The Rattlesnakes have come to 0 on the beacon, along with the entire Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork team. So there will be no delay between the start of the match and damage getting applied.
And they also didn't appear to have launchers.
That's true.
So we were hoping for Rage Torp Rattlesnakes, I almost said Scorpions. Not going to get that. Some ECM coming out now onto the Legion from the Kitsune and the Griffin, which is going to be huge. And if that doesn't do the job, then probably those damps will. Important to note that there was one other team that fielded an Armored Tinker featuring a Rapier, and they just got absolutely stomped. I think it's going to be a repeat here. They're going for the Rapier first. which I guess makes sense. That Rapier can put out a lot of threat onto the frigates. Meanwhile, what's in the high sleds for these rattlesnakes? That's really all I want to know.
I probably would have no idea whatsoever, except I heard Fozzie say something in the other room, which was that smart bombs might be a good choice here. Which actually didn't see any of yet, so they might just be holding back until damage actually gets centered on the rattlesnakes. Outbreak just lost a Griffin, but the Rapier did break, as you can see. And there is missiles on at least one of the rattlesnakes.
Yeah, there is.
So maybe just one smart bomber there to clear off drones if that becomes an issue for the rattlesnakes, or if they can help break up the Tinker in any way.
But if you warp to 0 with rattlesnakes and start smart bombing,
yeah.
Again, I don't do a whole lot of theory crafting, but there seems to be a slight problem with that plan.
What's that?
You also have drones?
Yeah, I mean, if they're fighting somewhere else, but like the rattlesnakes are running geckos, which have a ton of HP.
True.
And so, you know, if they can take out medium armor maintenance bots, or if they can take out like hammerheads or something that are on them, it depends a lot on what they come up against, I guess. But definitely a good option to have. I still don't know if they actually have the smart bombs. They haven't turned them on yet.
I haven't seen them, yeah.
It doesn't really look like they need them. Even though a jam hasn't landed on this Legion, Maulus just went down. It looks like they're going to be able to break an Ishtar just purely with the DPS their team has.
Yeah, and that's no real surprise. I mean, those two rattlesnakes are cranking out really, really crazy damage. Really, really nice support wing, I think, from Outbreak. It is a little unusual of the teams that we've seen field rattlesnakes with a healthy support wing, which has been many over the course of the tournament so far. We haven't seen many teams put that much distance between their support wing and the rattlesnakes at the very start of the match.
Right.
So I think it was a little bit risky in that respect. If you would have seen something a little more traditional out of footwork, you maybe would have had to have worried about some assault frigates and some worms coming around the back and really causing some problems. So I think they got a little bit lucky in that respect. They clearly know what they're doing, though. They're executing kind of patiently, taking out the Molluses, buying themselves a little more wiggle room. They did lose that Griffin. Again, let's hope that wasn't the linchpin. It doesn't look like it is.
Well, it's funny, even though like that's kind of a joke that it would be the linchpin, I feel like the ECM is actually playing a really important role in this match. We saw they tried to break the Ishtar, he went really low, and then actually didn't break, repped back all his armor, but now a jam has landed. The Kitsune got a jam on the Legion, and so the reps are off, and they can chew through this EOS without any...
there
got
it
a lock
goes.
back. So even with scan res damps, he's still able to lock back up and start reps again on the EOS.
Yeah, that was definitely good. And now the EOS is mid armor, but pulling back actually, which is really nice.
Sorry if you guys can hear any background noise, by the way. There's literally a construction project going on in the studio.
I don't know who the foreman is.
I intend to. It's probably Fozzie. I mean,
yeah, it doesn't.
It's probably
look like
building an EOS or something.
Ooh. But this EOS is stabilizing, and there's not a whole lot else to talk about.
I feel like this actually is, so the two big things happening right now in this match are clearly Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork is struggling to do any damage. I don't know if there's anything they can do to change that, but they're having a hard time. I don't even know what they're shooting at, but they're really not getting any significant damage anywhere. The other big thing is just when another jam lands, will Outbreak break one of the tanks on the Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork
it's actually really, really impressive that this EOS is tanking. I mean, a Legion's reps are pretty substantial, no doubt about that, and the EOS has a great resist profile, which is why it does fit well into this Tinker.
Wow. By the way, sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you were done.
No.
I noticed something. It's interesting. Just speaking to the kind of importance of the Kitsune, that's actually where all the damage is headed from Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork. I guess now maybe some headed onto the rattlesnake, but there's definitely a squad of drones chasing around that Kitsune, trying to kill that so that they're not exposed.
Rule number one, though.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think it's a good choice. The Legion pilot is probably yelling at them that needs to be done, but it's still, if you're not applying to it, right, you can't wait for that one risky hit. Right, because he's just going to catch reps from the Scimitar, which is still up. I do think it's interesting the amount of E-War that is being spread out. I mean, you've got Damps and TDs coming off of these EOS and this Ishtar, which of course they are an armored team, so it does make sense that they would fit some E-War in the mids. But yeah, they're still putting out tracking disruptors on the Vulture. They're still putting Damps on the Scimitar. So
Scimitar is actually taking some damage now as well.
That's what I was going to ask, because the EOS does have a bonus to the speed of its heavy drones. They can absolutely keep up with the Scimitar. They can almost keep up with the frigate, although not that Griffin or that Kitsune, unfortunately for them. So the Scimitar is half shields. He's going 3,100 though, which is going to be tough. I mean, really nice tanking work done by Footwork, but not a whole lot of progress made. And to be fair, there's not a whole lot of good options for him with their limited mobility.
No,
so
they've tried some different things. Tried the Kitsune, tried the Rattlesnake for a bit. It seems like they are making some progress on the Scimitar, but for now, not breaking it. Yeah, there's actually smart bombs on the EOSs.
EOS, yeah.
Another thing I'm going to mention, because Apotheny made a big sign and everything to tell me about it, I was kind of waiting to see if we'd get a view of it, but Outbreak definitely making some attempts at bumping this Tinker apart.
Right.
Of course, range is a big limitation. For Tinker teams, the Legion only have like 6k rep range or something like that, so if they can manage to charge into one of those ships, send it careening away from the Legion, that might give them the chance to break one of the tanks.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've had a whole lot of success with it, though.
No.
I mean, ideally they would have maybe a cruiser or two that could really pick up some speed and hit into an EOS. They don't have that. Their options are to remove the rattlesnakes, which they've made quite clear they're not going to, or to try and have that vulture, or even the scimitar, come in and bump, which I don't think they want to do. So, not a whole lot of bumping options. I mean, everybody's had time to think about this.
It's so interesting when matches go long like this, the strategy shifts for both teams. They've tried to break the scimitar, now they're going back to the rattlesnake with damps on the scimitar. On the other side, the Kitsune stopped trying to jam the Legion, since that seems really difficult for him, and started trying to jam other ships to break the cap chain.
Right, and they're making headway on
the rattlesnake going really low.
But I don't think it's going to end up being okay, because this scimitar isn't even in range. That rattlesnake has a pretty healthy local tank, as you can see there. I mean, it almost looked like he boosted twice, and there's reps.
And there's the reps. The scimitar did just head back in and give him reps, but that pulls the scimitar close. They can switch DPS over again and try to break the scimitar.
They can, but do they have the tackle to keep him there? And I would venture to guess no, especially if they have damps.
The only tackle they have for the scimitar really is those damps.
So I expect what you're going to see is, there's a worm taking damage. That's interesting. Oh, there's a worm taking a lot of damage. The Simi might have just gotten baited into getting out of rep range of the worm, but he's repping the Kitsune just in case.
It's definitely much more important for him to keep the Kitsune alive than to keep the worm alive.
Yeah, I agree, but the Kitsune also hasn't won them the match by now. So,
no, that's true.
He's repping him. I was cheering for you, Footwork. Yeah, but it is kind of interesting, because typically you see damps used as there to keep the reps from applying, but then the secondary effect is that it draws the Logi into a range where you can capitalize on it. They can't. They just sort of say, you got to burn in, and you're tense for a few moments, then you get there, and they can't hold you there. So even if the EOS were to switch back onto them, the scimitar would kite right back out, and it would be a repeat. So I think
I was just going to say something else interesting about this. This is kind of showing why I think the test type of Tinker is so interesting. We've seen here, Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork, by bringing a couple extra vulnerable support ships, they've actually kind of, in a way, given a really easy opportunity for Outbreak to win, even though they can't break the core of the Tinker.
Right.
But they don't have enough damage to actually do something back.
Right.
They're kind of gotten in a tough spot because of that.
Comparing this to the test Tinker, though, they still do bring what are, by Tinker standards, vulnerable ships with the T1 resist profile, but the difference is they don't bring frigates quite like this.
Right.
So yeah, it is interesting. Like test, the more that we talk about it, the more I realize they've struck a really, really cool balance between buffing the damage to your Tinker while not limiting the survivability. And that EOS did get low, reps are on it. It tanked before, I imagine it has to tank again, but this Tower, it's so close for Ministry. They almost keep like headshotting somebody.
Yeah,
I know Hydra would be upset about me saying that, but
exactly. It seems like they're really close to being able to make a dent in the Outbreak setup, but they can't quite do it. Partly thanks to really good scimitar piloting, I think.
No, the Simi is doing well. Even though these are unbonus damps, and there's probably not a substantial amount of them, I mean, maybe 3, maybe 4, it's still pressure, right?
Yep.
And he doesn't want to expose himself unnecessarily, so while it's not the highest pressure situation a Logi pilot's been in, it's one he could easily mess something up and cost him important ships.
Absolutely.
So it looks like everything might survive here.
Yeah,
which is,
it is looking possible.
Yeah. This is the definition, I think, of why Tinkers are a risk. Like, if you can't punch through the tank of the other team, if they bring something with good sustain, good resist profiles, then you're going to sit there the entire time really content with yourself for tanking, but not winning the match.
Yeah, but to be fair, they did seem really close. I think that's kind of the cool thing about this format is this kind of setup is really close to having the right amount of damage, and it really depends on how well the other team flies and exactly what kind of composition they bring.
With 15 seconds left, I will say I think the Rapier is the biggest issue with this setup.
Yeah, it does seem weak.
They've tied 14 points up in that, where they could have gone with a more, I hate to say this, test philosophy on it, and I think it really could have helped them. But it was well fought on both sides. I just think it was won by the comp of Outbreak being well executed.
Yeah, being well executed by some good scimitar piloting and a good plan for sure from them. So congratulations, Outbreak. And that'll do it for this match. We'll send it back to the studio.
For day 4, that means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best.
Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into his career. So you always let jump, and let the booty hit the floor and that is how the glue comes.
The desk where we are joined by two new joinees. Wow, English is hard.
Clutch.
So I'm CCP Gargant here with Sir Squeeple, CCP Fossey, and Elise Randolph. You just saw an interesting match that had Fossey almost jumping up and down with information that he couldn't share because of the construction work going on.
Well, there was a lot of... I actually really want to see the replay of this match. There was definitely some attempts at bumping, and I'm not sure how successful they were. I've been seeing through that fight, the Legion... part of the reason the Rapier died is the Legion did get far away from him. So I thought maybe a bump caused that. And so we have to look more closely. And then I've definitely seen Outbreak people careening through the middle of the footwork team trying to get bumps. But then I also saw that Legion just like motoring away from his team sometimes when no one else is around.
Maybe he was just trying to like avoid the bumps by elite maneuvers.
I think it might have just been a case of they like had everyone anchor on the Legion and had to like the Legion, let's move the whole team around, but then the Legion was faster than everybody else.
Ooh, that's possible.
Because it was getting some range on his team sometimes.
I think the ships flying through the middle of the Tinker were actually frigates, though.
Yes, they did it with the Worms a lot. They did it with the Vulture at least once or twice, though, too, which might have been more successful. The Rattlesnakes didn't look like they were picked up enough speed to be significant.
Right, they were pretty slow moving, so.
So is that a matter of Outbreak just saying, I know you're going to bring a Tinker team, I'm just going to bring something that I'm pretty sure can beat it and just come at me sort of thing? Or?
It'd be risky because it wouldn't have beat a lot of different Tinkers. I mean, if that had been a Tinker that just had compressed its points into some more durable ships, then they wouldn't have beat it. If it had been basically like the Marauder plus smaller number of ships.
Or if it had been a shield variant instead,
the fact that the Rapier and the Molluses were able to be knocked down for points is the only reason they're able to actually take that. So if they were confident that would beat a Tinker, then that confidence should be a little bit shaken because it had a couple of issues breaking that Tinker. Yeah.
But I suppose that we could say that Outbreak surprised us. Or you guys, I had them marked.
I know, I'm continuing. This is like, what is it now? 5 wrong, 1 right in the second half? I'm predicting exactly what people are bringing, but then they're failing with them.
Oh, you're not calculating the errors of humans into this. Wow, so bad. I'm very happy to say that this was the 4th right one since the break, and overall I'm doing pretty good.
Very nice. I'm just counting on Camel TNT to bring me back into the the good graces.
This is why I will repeat what I've been saying the entire weekend, and the previous people that talk about commentator curses, they were just bad at predicting. I'm just not incompetent.
Apparently I am, based on how many I've gotten right today. But the important part is I've had fun not being right.
I think you should tweet out a picture of your sheet. Once
you do have the best sheet.
This is the best
sheet.
Well,
you know, thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
Did you have like a highlighter?
Well, yeah.
Where did you find the highlighter? That's awesome.
Well, secret sources. I've done a lot of exploring of the CCP offices. You guys have everything.
We do.
Electricity, televisions.
Heat.
Not at all like I expected Iceland to be.
Roofs.
Yep.
Yeah.
To protect us from the rain.
The monkey experiments in the basement.
Apparently spiders, I found out.
Yep.
There's
There are.
some pretty big ones.
There was one.
He was quite famous.
So this was the second to last match of the elimination bracket before of the weekend. Sorry. With Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork going home after a rather excellent display in the tournament, though.
Yes. They did a great job this year, just as they did last year, and I'm really looking forward to what they bring next year.
Next year, they need to be paired up against PL, and each each of them brings a Tinker setup and Ministry wins.
Just have it go to like super time.
Tinker versus Tinker.
That'll be Bach's favorite.
These last couple matches, like this last match, the next match, are elimination bracket matches.
Yes.
But if you had just told people that this match was going to happen with the two teams before this tournament started, they'd probably think, oh yeah, it's going to be a winner's bracket match.
Yeah.
Like these are really, really good teams that have done really well. And the next one is like another great example of it. We've got Tri, again, members of the old Verge of Collapse team, a lot of tournament experience and been doing really well. And Gorgon Empire, who has some members who are part of the old Dark Side teams, has been doing really well in this tournament as well. So these are two really good teams. I'm really looking forward to see what they bring.
The bans for that match are already in, and Triumph have banned the Gila and the Armageddon, while the Gorgon Empire banned the Tango and the Loki.
Okay,
so it's
Gorgon don't want a Shield Tinker.
Yes.
Which is interesting because Tri for the whole tournament has been running shield comps, predominantly shield, or drone comps, sorry, predominantly shield drone comps. They run Rattlesnakes, they run Gilas with the Sleipnir support, so they've run like the greatest hits of drone comps, and I wonder why they banned the Gila for themselves.
Rattlesnake core is open, which is especially notable because Tri already showed us that they are willing to use their flagship Rattlesnake earlier today.
And they can field it without the Gilas.
Yeah.
Right.
And the team they brought with it was a single Rattlesnake team that did a great job last match. I'm sure they've got two Rattlesnake versions of that setup as well. So that's got to be something that Gorgon is going to be concerned about because that flagship destroyed their opponents.
And Tri again doing what they did earlier in this tournament when they had to play earlier. They are eliminating like many types of archetypes by taking out the Geddon and the Gila. It's not like they're just taking out the Tinkers with the Tango Loki. They're taking out many things that Gorgon might be able to field.
Right, and Gorgon has in fact fielded Geddons in 2 of the 3 matches, so I think that was definitely a smart ban.
Yeah.
It's also interesting, a good factor to consider that Tri did fight today, but Gorgon were fighting yesterday. And Triumvirate are coming from a win, so they might be in on an unstoppable streak. Again, English is defeating me.
It's exactly like that ad. They're just like no-scoping everyone.
Oh, I thought you meant the spaghetti one. I still haven't figured out the...
No, that was the Gorgon one.
Yeah, it kind of makes me afraid a little bit. I don't know why.
I think it's an instructional video on how to draw their logo.
It seems far more sinister than that. I feel like subliminally there's hidden frames.
It reminds me of the guy with the bee hat doing the worms with holes, bzz, bzz, bzz thing.
Yeah.
Like they're on the same kind of level, right? It like unsettles you at a deep like animal level.
Like
Like there's a part of my brain that hasn't been activated for like 500,000 years. It's like there is something wrong.
It's just like run, Fozzie. Yeah, that's kind of what I get.
The log shows that area of Fozzie's brain was last accessed 5,000 years ago. It's good that your log is so encompassing. We are experiencing a slight delay about the next match because we're told that
some ISP issues.
Some ISP issues.
Yeah. But I think they're going to be getting back on track pretty soon.
Yes.
Like it's like expected ISP downtime or something.
Fairly soon. Yeah. So I just want to start. Take the time to talk about the activation offers that we have. If you're interested in going back to EVE or trying EVE, if you like what you've seen, you can try out the 14-day trial, which is found here below the stream. It's an open trial. We also have the Power of 2 promotion active, where you can activate another account because you might function better in some sort of Power of 2 mentality. It's extreme. This is extreme.
Extreme close-up.
We have a reactivation offer going in account management for accounts that lapsed before the 1st of July. So if that itch is getting to you, go for it. Other than that, we have a bunch of other things happening. We have what Bacchanalian was talking about earlier, about sacrificing his Nyx.
I've heard rumors that Mr. Sweebles here, you might be joining in some fashion.
But I would be happy to. Unfortunately, a Nyx is not quite my speed, and then it just seems like I'm trying to be like Bacchanalian. So I'm trying to get somebody to broker a deal so that I can fly a hell and actually look good doing it. I care about the kids, but if I can't look good while doing it,
it's just not worth it.
It slows me down a little bit, you know what I mean? But either way, I'll be there and I will lose a lot of ISK, hopefully. Yes, most assuredly.
So another thing that we should maybe mention is on Friday we have received reports that a certain member of the community wants to give back some of the bounties that had been placed on him. It's a member of Eve Bat, who's gotten a lot of bounties on his head. And he wants to undock in something really, really big and expensive to give back to the community.
I've heard it may be big and expensive and sort of like bulbous and long.
Bulbous and long is exactly the word. I think Lise Randolph has had some experiences with these blowing up.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure. I think Grath has something to do with the last one that was blown up. So it should be exciting. I don't know if we can get a SoundCloud clip of him during the Friday event, but
that would be great.
That would be
pretty
great.
good, yeah, maybe a little snippet. It'll probably be safe for the kids. Like
This time it will be in an incursion system, so Black Legion will have to take gates to get there, but that's fine. They can do that, and then they can get on a whole nother Revenant kill. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very fancy kill.
All in a way to give back the bounties that have been placed on him because he's just a nice guy. Other things that might be coming up. Well, in a week we will we will enter the 4th weekend and the final weekend of Alliance Tournament 12, where we've got a lot of pretty great events lined up for you, because we'll be entering the best out of 3 matches.
Yes.
Which will be the semi-finals of the winners bracket and the finals of the losers bracket.
Yep. And then the best out of 5 finals, which was amazing last year.
Yes.
I've definitely it couldn't have gone better if we had somehow like hired everyone as actors.
And in fact, somebody accused you of exactly that thing. So yeah, they were insanely good series. It wasn't. There were some where there was a 3 streak, right, where they went through and won every match, but not by much. There were a lot of crushed computer mice and a lot of sweating going on in between those matches. So, and also thankfully a lot of yelling on comms, which a great many of us enjoyed at the end of last year's tournament.
It creates good history.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know what else is coming up very soon? Eve Vegas. And that is going to be spectacular. I'm going to be there again. I think, Mr. Gargan, you're going to be joining us as well.
There, yep.
And it is a great time every year. We're going to have a bunch of devs giving presentations. I'm going to be giving like 1.5. I haven't picked topics yet. Mr. Manifest is like hounding me to get that to him, but I've been too busy with the tournament.
You're obviously busy.
Yeah. Probably one of them should be wormholes, I think. Like everyone wants to hear about that.
Yes, we've heard some stories that your comment on wormholes is very much needed and wanted. And then I'm going to be there, and there will be some sort of open PvP that's going to be awesome, as it was last year. And yeah, Eve Vegas is going to be fun all around. Next weekend we've also got a lot of good guests that will join us in the studio for the long breaks that we might have. So we'll try to cut up the talking about spaceships between matches as much as we can, so that it keeps on being informative and fun.
Yes, plus the Vegas pub crawl, plus all kinds of great partying. It's going to be amazing. We're going to be right on the strip this year instead of a bit further away where we were last year. So it's a great location. Yeah.
I am looking forward to it. But if I wrench a mighty muscle and get us back on topic on the match that's coming up, what are your predictions?
All right.
It's like, let's start with you, because I like going
Can we not start with me? Because what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to copy Elise, but I'm going to nod knowingly as if...
Just like sage, I agree.
Yeah. So we'll do that.
All right, I'm going with Try on this one.
Yeah, I think Try showed today that they're very versatile and they've got very strong teams. They understand the meta as good as anyone else can. And yeah, I think they're going to make some waves.
Yeah, I think Try is really strong, so I'm going to go with Try. Yeah.
Gorgon Empire are the ones that have the old dark side veterans, which are veterans, as I just said, of Alliance tournaments before. And I actually think I've underlined Gorgon Empire, both because of their ad and because of their talent. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when these teams land on field finally, after this slight delay that we had because of ISP problems. But if we were to guess, what would we think?
I have to imagine that Try is going to be happy to bring rattlesnakes if they can.
Yep.
They've shown that they are really comfortable with rattlesnake comps. They've shown they're comfortable with bringing a flagship, and rattlesnake flagships are very effective. That's got to be something that Gorgon has to be ready for. So yeah, and the Try flagship last time wasn't very vulnerable to damps either, because it did almost all its damage with drones. It only, I think, had 1 launcher on it, and the rest was other utility highs. So it's not even really that easy to counter. It's pretty tough to figure out exactly what you're going to bring against that.
I think, despite the Geddon ban, Gorgon is probably going to field armor. Their only foray into shield was the RLML setup that we saw. which was exciting, unfortunately not effective for them. So I feel like they probably are more comfortable in armor based on what they've done so far. Maybe some Stratios,
perhaps. Yeah,
potentially.
Could be. I don't know. I think it's very tricky to guess what either team will bring because Tri is really good at picking different setups and using different archetypes, and Gorgon always picks something that's kind of weird and not really something you would expect. Like they did the Rapid Light Caracals and Serbs, which no one really expected. They didn't have any Frigate Logi or any Logi at all. So they're kind of a wild card in that regard. But I don't know, I think they're going to try something kitey. And if I were to guess, probably Tri would probably try a very strong control team. Rattlesnakes, maybe. I think they'd feel comfortable with the Rattlesnake.
Don't look at me. I have no clue what they're going to bring.
You think there's probably going to be spaceships? Maybe some smart bomb maulers.
I want smart bomb maulers.
Yes.
I want worms, and I want a paladin.
I've seen all kinds of really great
Worms
ships.
and a paladin.
Yeah.
I am a master
That
crafter.
works.
You can't. You
Worms
can't
and paladin.
understand.
There's
There has
definitely
worked,
good
yeah.
teams out there with worms and paladins in them. The smart bombs, like I've seen some really great places for smart bombs in all kinds of different ships in tournament history, because having some smart bombs is so key, and sometimes you can't fit them anywhere else. I've flown a Hugin with like all small smart bombs in the highs, and where you have like all these frigates that get the drones after them. It's like come towards the Hugin, and then you blow up the drones after them. I've seen Guardians with like reps and then like 2 smart bombs.
We've seen Bazzi in the tournament actually thus far, and it looked really good. It was even against the drone comp, and I think if it wasn't for the reverse tie-dye at the end of the match, it would have worked really well. So that was pretty cool to see, and I don't think it'll be the last time.
But I'm going to delve into sort of a cold reading approach and just say we're going to break the meta this time. And I'm going to say this for every match from now on. Eventually, I'll be right. Let's go into space to the commentators, Bacchanalian and the Pothney.
My nerds, welcome back to the casting booth with Apoth and Bacchanalian. We have a fantastic match here for you between Tri and the Gorgon Empire. 2 flagships on the field. Back, why don't you tell us a bit about that?
Well, I'm going to apologize right up front to Sir Squeebles because there will be yelling coming from me. 2 flagships, 2 shiny flagships, a flagship Rattlesnake for Triumvirate that we saw earlier, and a flagship Armageddon for Gorgon Empire. So what we have from Triumvirate is a double Rattlesnake comp, just like was predicted. 2 Eos, Carries, Worm, triple Mollis, Merlin, and 2 Frigate Logis in Bantams. So Triumvirate may be learning something from Shadow Cartel, and hopefully they do it right. Gorgon Empire, in the meantime, is Dami, Armageddon, Eos, Oneros, triple Heretic, triple Merlin, and Punisher. Those Mollis are going to have a really tough time against 3 Merlins, 3 Heretics, and a Punisher. We'll see how long they last, and perhaps, just perhaps, they will break through these Bantams with that. So I believe the match is... Oh, there is a countdown aborted, so it's going to be just a second. So let's talk about these setups. What are you expecting to see here, Pothney?
So firstly, I want to know what the Dominix is about. We've seen it kind of not appear as it did last year in the winners bracket. We saw a bit in the losers bracket last weekend. You know, sentries are still kind of good, but the overall low DPS and the point increases made it very, very difficult to run. We do have the match starting in...
No, they actually aborted the countdown. So we have a little time to talk about what we see here.
So the matchup, as you say, the Heretics are going to do a fantastic work against those damps. The damp 4 will need to be sorted very, very quickly by the Tri team. Got a very, very heavy drone setup, as we've come to expect. Those Rattlesnakes doing a ton of drone damage, as well as their potential cruise missile or smart bomb highs, or maybe even newts. We've got the EOS as well, bonus to heavy drones, tons of heavy drones coming from the team. Then the carries, which I think is an interesting choice. You can fit one more damp to that than you can a Molus, though obviously it's a lot more points. If you're in a kiting team, you could fit like a defensive scram to it. Obviously, that's not the case here. We've got the worm standard. We usually see triple worms. We've only got one in this case. But yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a very, very cool match as soon as it gets underway.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, the Dami choice as well. I'm guessing additional nuding power alongside the Armageddon. Maybe not as large of a ball of nuding, but it doesn't appear to have anything fit in the high slots that are visible. So some sort of utility high slot setup here. The EOS and Ishtar, again, drone DPS, I really think the support war is going to be key here. You have an E-War support wing from Triumvirate. You have a damage and support killing support wing from Gorgon Empire. And I really think it's going to come down to basically what we're going to see happen, I think, right away. The Mollis will likely win the damp war unless those Merlins somehow beat them out to it, which is possible. We've seen it happen. But if those Merlins win the initial damp war, you know, it's going to be difficult for Gorgon, but really the Heretics are just going for the kill right away. So I guess the Bantams are going to have some work to do.
I mean, one of the things about the Dom is it has a massive drone bay. So, you know, some setups we have kind of a limited drone base. You've got one, maybe 1.5 flights of drones available for your choice. Dommy, huge drone bay, you can choose different types of damage. So you can pick the resist hold of your opponent and really, really hit into it. And that is so important, like when you've got enemy Logi, because, you know, you can have anywhere up to like a 30% difference. That's 30% of your damage gained just by having a good drone choice.
So it looks like we're still having some issues. I think somebody, okay, we have gotten the go-ahead. We have a 30-second countdown now. I guess one of the pilots was not responding. I don't know if he disconnected here, but I think we're underway. We are ready to go. Faffy Waffy's given the okay in local, as has the other captain. So we are on the countdown, and this should be really interesting from the start. Let's see. Let me look at the ranges of these
Both teams have come in from pretty much max range. They want to feel each other out before they get into the action, kind of make those decisions. We do praise teams for taking a second, going, okay, this is what we've got, this is what they've got. What are we going to do here, guys? They get the optimal choice before they get going.
The Gorgon Empire team actually came in at about 30, 40 kilometers there. Looks like the 50-kilometer. Oh, here we go. Match is underway.
Hey.
So Tri was max range. Tri looks like they're pulling back a little bit here, getting a little bit of range. Drones are out on the field.
Yeah,
and damage right on Mollis.
Immediately being target painted. Looks like Damps very quickly went to the Dommy and the Geddon. I wonder if they're range or scan res. If you scan res them, they take a million years to lock out everything, really delaying the time it takes for them to apply their damage.
Absolutely the case. We have Warrior 2s, Valk 2s, and Geckos crossing the field, about to arrive on the Gorgon Empire team, however. So we'll see what Triumvirate's got up their sleeve. A Heretic already stripped their shields.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of those Heretics, trying to save their Mollis and frigates. Most importantly, their Logi frigates from dying. That Heretic's taking a lot of damage, bleeding into structure already. The reps are on it, but they're split on the other Heretic as well. It's going to structure, and the first ship of the match is... Whoa! He's healing back. I was ready there.
He will go down shortly. I think they're not going to be giving up forever. But in the meantime, there's a Mollis about to go down into structure, so maybe they do get that trade. You know, this is something we talked about earlier when we were at the desk, is spending a lot of time with your main damage focused on a support ship can cost you.
Both teams are doing. Looks like we switched to another Heretic now. The Heretic of Raze going down into armor. Can they switch the reps in time? Reps are on the two wrong Heretics, and there it goes. There it pops. Nice target switching from the Tri team. Looks like Gorgon are still focusing down that Mollis. It is not breaking. They need to change their choice. Looks like they're TPing at one of the Bantams of Starfleet Commander. He is going to be next on the DPS race, but that Mollis going into the slightest sliver of structure.
Oh, there he goes. All right, so again, the support war happening early here. Heretic, another one, he raced off the field. And the third one, we'll see if he keeps up, but at this point, Triumvirate are protecting those
Heretics
damps.
for a Mollis, that's a perfectly good trade. Another Mollis now losing all its shield, boosting back up, got the shields on it there from the Bantams. One of the great things about the Bantams is that because they're frigates, they have a really high scan resolution. They lock so quickly. I mean, if that had been a cruiser Logi, it would have not locked that Mollis in time.
And perhaps that's some of the difficulty the Oneros has had. You know, again, doesn't have the scan resolution. That's why that target switch was great. If they were all locked up from the beginning, the Oneros has no indication of what's going to be taking damage next, and he has to try to respond. So Punisher into a little bit of armor here. So we're still on support. Really no damage coming across the big ships as of yet. I saw a Newt there for a second.
I'd love to see how the positioning is on this screen. I mean, it looks like the blue team here, the Gorgon Empire team, they are kind of balled up together with the red team, the Tri team, a little bit more spread out. With
the flagship getting right out front. That sphere of no cap we talked about is right up there in the front.
front, and it looks like I see
Oh,
drones
looks
heading
like
his
drones
way now.
are heading towards again. Let's see how it tanks. It is the flagship, so it can possibly tank a little bit better than the other ships. It's dropped through its shield. Let's see how this armor tank rolls. Taking chunks of damage. Come on, need to get those reps on it. There, the reps land. It starts going up, but it is taking full damage from those rattlesnake cruisers.
Damage on both rattlesnakes right now. God's Cold Blood was taking more. He looked like he was primary for a second. They might have switched to War God. War God is the flagship, I should mention. So that will be a choice that they have made. They are informed of that in local. They know which one it is. Meanwhile, that Armageddon flagship for Nomada is really struggling.
Slowly dropping. Looks like they may have overheated their DPS to come over that. It's going down into the very bottom of armor now. It's in the red bar. Looks like DPS just isn't being applied to the Tri team. Gorgon is losing so much time, and they're losing their Armageddon.
Yeah, and you know, it's something that Fozzie had talked about earlier. These make squishy flagships. They don't have the Tech 2 resist profile. They are a Tech 1 battleship, and as a result, that given that you can't fit resist mods that are officer or faction on them, they have trouble tanking. But in this case, he's pulling back.
Pulling back. Looks like they may have run out of overheat. Some drones might have been smart. Well, looks like it has rep drones on the Armageddon. That might be what helping us catch up. But we can see from the screen it's on fire.
Gorgon Empire are testing the tank now on this EOS. They've swapped to it. Reps have landed on it now, but they're kind of probing around to see if they can get past these logistics. And they are breaking that EOS. He's going to go into armor very, very shortly. If that happens, he is a shield tank, so he will go down quickly. Meanwhile, that Armageddon is about to drop into structure, so he is at very low armor. This is really a DPS race. We just had a heretic race off the field, but it really is going to come down to, can they get through this EOS who's now in armor, or is the Armageddon going to break first?
Yeah, trading a Flaggeddon for one of the two EOSs is not going to be a great trade. They've already lost 3 heretics against just for a Maulus. Another kind of big, poor trade for them is going to go very, very badly. I mean, both ships now seem to be holding. Again, maybe they can't overheat anymore. Both sides are holding pretty well. We've got newts now going onto the one command ship of Gorgon Empire. They might be trying to newt off the links, possibly, to try and break that resist tank, helping the Logi, helping the Geddon's tank. We'll have to see whether or not that is successful. At the same time, the EOS is bleeding into armor.
He's bleeding armor damage, but he's pulled back. Meanwhile, the Armageddon's almost at full armor now. They've switched damage on a Faffy Waffy's EOS, it looks like. This really, they're testing each other. They're trying to test each other's logistics, and meanwhile, Triumvirate are out on head. So if Gorgon Empire don't break through here, then they will lose this match on points
DPS
eventually.
Switching to QUP in the Worm at the moment. He's dropping into shield. There goes some of his armor. Are more reps going to land?
Oh, and the reps are lost.
Reps have gone back onto the EOS, so the Worm will probably drop here. Reps are off the EOS. Can they land quickly enough on the Worm? It doesn't look like...
Nope, he's erased. It looks like to me that the Worm might have gotten out of range of those frigate logistics. I'm not sure. All of a sudden, the reps just dropped.
At the same time, that EOS bleeding into structure.
Oh, Faffy Waffy is in trouble.
No reps landing on it. Looks like the Nearest is damped. Probably can't lock it. And there we go. Lose EOS. That's a big chunk of the Gorgon DPS
now
gone.
with the nose definitely well in front. And the Rattlesnake, God's Cold Blood, is taking quite a bit of damage. There are reps on it, but we'll see. I mean... I don't know. Gorgon Empire seems like they're splitting damage between an EOS and a Rattlesnake right now.
Let's look at the sit rep here. Try down a Worm and a Maulus. Gorgon down an EOS. All 3 heretics and a Punisher. Try are in a commanding lead here. It's not impossible for Gorgon to kind of come back if Try makes some mistakes, but Try are definitely in a solid lead here.
Yeah, and with Phaeton 1 and that Ishtar going down here, it looks like pretty quickly he's going to drop. That Oneris is not keeping up with the reps, so that is just another big chunk of damage off the field for Gorgon Empire. So at this point, Try is really, I think, just cleaning up. They've got a substantial lead. They have 2 Rattlesnakes and 2 EOS on the field that are just going to pick apart the rest of these ships.
I mean, I feel like I must ask. That Dommy is 20 points. You could have easily bought, if you want the extra newts and the highs of the Dommy, you could have easily bought another Geddon. It's got less of a drone bay, but you gain 3 points. You could have upgraded your Merlins into something else. You know, 3 points is a big deal.
Well, or alternatively, you could do something like. I don't know, you could bring a different mix of your smaller ships. Maybe you bring triple EOS.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
drop
you could
the Ishtar,
upgrade that
drop
Ishtar
the Dommy,
into an EOS
triple
quite easily.
Right, and you can drop the Ishtar and get another one. So
here goes the Flaggeddon. Once Try know that they've won this match, they're going for Flaggeddons.
We are going to see, hopefully, an expensive shiny explode here. We will get to see the kill mail if he does, in fact, die. And with 3.5 minutes and him almost in structure, he will die. So, meanwhile, we have a Merlin going to armor.
Micro jump drived. Way out of damage range, not out of the arena.
Not out of
Brilliantly,
the arena.
Surprisingly. Just kind of prolonging the inevitable here, but it looks like Gorgon aren't going down without fighting to the last man.
Yeah, he is at 104. Interestingly, he is still going away. He landed at 100. He's at 105 now. He needs to be careful. I mean, he's an awfully slow ship. He should be able to turn around, but he's not yet. Meanwhile, the Oneros now stripped of its shields.
Stripped of its cap as well. Newt's going on it. I can't tell quite what from, but that EOS is in a lot. Sorry, Neros is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, I think he's not long for this world. There is not much that they're going to be able to do to save him at this point. It's a matter of his local tank if he's got one, and with that little bit of cap that he might be able to pull back, there's not going to be much to save him. I really wonder, is that Geddon going to be able to survive the match? He's at really low structure. He's still taking damage from something. I'm going to look and see what has caught up to him. There are, in fact, some drones on him. Looks like Valk 2s have crossed the field.
Down, Flag Geddon shortly to follow. Tri have managed to keep their Flag Snake alive. They can use that for the rest of the tournament, which they will be going through to. I'm not sure who they'll be going against today, but Tri have had a great day.
And wait a minute, those drones have pulled away from the Armageddon.
What?
The drones have pulled away from the Armageddon. I can't believe. He's like 1% structure. There he goes. 1% structure. It was like the drones turned around and ran. They thought he was dead, and he wasn't. Dami now into armor, and at this point, Triumvirate are just mopping up here.
I was just going to say, Tri have had a fantastic day. They beat Agony Empire, a fantastic tourney team.
Yes.
They now beat the Gorgon Empire, a fantastic tourney team bolstered by Darkside, one of the best tourney teams we saw in last year's tournament.
Merlin running out. Lightwave's Merlin has run out to the flagship wreck. Make sure they get that loot. Always useful, probably expensive, hopefully expensive. Meanwhile, Dami's about to drop into structure. He's going to go down. So the Triumvirate flagship lives to see to fight another day.
Which Merlin did you say was going out to collect the loot? Because the Dommy and the Merlin is good as an act of spite. If he loots the wreck, to try and kill that Merlin, to try and force the non-drop. But the Dommy goes down, another Merlin goes down. Looks like the last of the Gorgon Empire ships are going to drop in what was a fantastic match.
Oh, that was Lightwave's Merlin. We'll see if he survives. I have a feeling we're going to see him do a Benny Hill around the arena now that he's got the loot secured, hopefully.
If only I had my trombone with me, I would play that music.
We do have the other Merlin caught, neutered, probably going down. So Triumvirate's going to have probably a good 30 seconds to focus all their attention at this Merlin. He's going to have quite a job to salvage that that loot. He is running around at almost 3 clicks a second, so he may be able to outrun things, but we shall see. There is a Merlin of Annie Gardel on the Triumvirate team. Perhaps he can run him down, web him, and get the kill.
Yep.
And never mind.
Well, that's the end of the match. We will be now going into winners bracket matches, so we'll send it back to the guys on the analysis desk. That'll teach me to bet against Triumvirate. That's the second mistake I've done with them in today. Wow. Brain farts all over the place.
Another thing we learned is don't try to get loot from Gorgon.
Yes.
They were committed to that. They flew the Merlin out, and then like I don't know whether they shot the wreck at some point. I don't know whether the loot was still in the wreck or the Merlin got it. Then the Merlin ran himself out of the arena, so no one gets the loot.
The most spiteful boundary violation of the tournament thus far, which is pretty cool.
Agmar would be proud.
Agmar would be proud.
It's usually best though when blues shoot the wreck though, when you're trying to loot. Yeah. Shooting wrecks, best practice. With that, we close out our elimination bracket matches for the day. What did you guys think?
I think there were some really great matches, especially these last couple have been really solid teams going up against each other, yeah, some just like teams that are going to be real tough for even the people that lose these next 4 matches to come up against.
We are certainly we've gotten rid of all of the teams that shouldn't be here. I feel
all these teams should be here in their own way.
Yeah.
But, now we have the teams that should be here more than others.
Good. But yeah, the quality of matches can only improve because now we're getting closer and closer to those fabled Alliance Tournament prize ships. Everybody wants their hands on some of those.
Yes, they're quite overpowered this year and also super trolly. I love them.
And you made them yourself.
Yes.
So this is.
I was like, what is the trolliest ship I could make in like this meta? Drones and ECM.
Yes. Hilo with an ECM bonus, not good. Not good. On the bright side, only a couple people will fly them. And based on recent history, they will probably tank 8 guns and accidentally die on a station somewhere. So.
These things happen.
Yeah.
These things do happen. So with that, we're on to undefeated bracket matches, where the first match will be Exodus versus the Tuskers.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that one.
Yes, this will be an explosive match.
Yeah, these are 2 really strong small gang groups. Tuskers really active in low-sec, Exodus really active in both low-sec and in like Syndicate in that area. They've both shown some really great stuff from like these matches in the tournament so far.
And Exodus went very far in last year's tournament as well, so they've got everything they need.
Yeah, Exodus came in 3rd. They've come in, 3rd in the last tournament. They've come in quite high in some other tournaments. They've done really well in SCLs. And I think they're really hoping to try to get at least that far, if not farther this year, because if they do it this year, they get tournament prize ships.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the worst thing is, if you lose this next match, you have to face either Try, who we just saw with the Flaghorn, or Flatel Snake, that's the one, and or Shadow Cartel, or any one of the great teams that are in the elimination bracket, and you definitely do not want to do that. So I think this is a must-win for Exodus and Tuskers.
Well, as for bans, Exodus banned the Gila and the Ishtar, and the Tuskers banned the Sleipnir and the Rattlesnake.
All right.
So a lot of the common metas that we saw throughout yesterday and a little bit of today are off the table. So the drone kiting teams are gone, the Rattlesnake core teams are gone. It does leave Tinkers open.
Yeah, this really screams Tinkers, at least to me.
I mean, you don't get the Tinker plus Ishtar, which has been a very common variant of it.
Right.
But yeah, there are definitely Tinker options available.
It is worth noting as well that both teams have flown very similar setups. Like they've both used Gilas similarly in different setups. So I think this one you could risk another mirror, because it seems like there's a lot of similar thinking between the 2 teams. So. This should be good. And by good, I mean this is the one I will be most nervous about today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm going that far.
There's some nerve-wracking matches today. I just want to say.
Yeah, this is the one.
I may have a stroke.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's coming later. But yeah, Exodus and Tuskers, strangely enough, neither banned damps. Neither banned strong damps, at least. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of control from both sides here. Yeah. How do you think you can deal with that? Like the drones are almost all out. So what are you going to do? Like
Marauders are definitely one way to do it. The Golem is not banned, and it'll do a great job against a lot of these really heavy.
Do you think with these bans, like they're kind of psyching each other out, and they're both going to take like this Marauder Tinker team, and then just kind of be super sad about it?
You want to talk about having a stroke?
Like who's going to blink first?
His head would explode. So yeah.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's possible they could be doing that. It's possible that they could just try to come like with a really high DPS Vexor Navy Vexor team. That's still open as well. So there's quite a lot of options on the table.
I think this is one of the most interesting sets of bans. I think it covers more ground than a lot of the other sets of bans have today.
Yeah, they're very broad. Yeah. They both went the tri-tactic and both of them did the broad ones.
Right.
Yeah, the other actually interesting thing, I don't remember what their flagships are. But with the Rattlesnake ban, if either of these guys, Exodus had a Newton ship, but if any of them did have a Rattlesnake, then this would be great time to figure it out. Yeah.
Maybe we'll see some flagships flexing. I'm not sure. The map still isn't ready, so we can't go just yet. But
we'll look forward a little bit to these. Like we've got 4 awesome undefeated round
these are
undefeated bracket matches. Yes, there we are.
To continue using the Hyperion. My Hyperion is flying full speed for the rest of the 4 matches. And Tactical Narcotics team has done a lot to surprise us and everybody else.
Yeah, I don't think very many people would have predicted that they'd be this deep into the winners bracket. But they're here. They've been getting these wins on teams that everyone expected them to not be able to overcome. And I think it's pretty safe to say that the community consensus is that Camel is the favorites here.
Yes.
Right. But that's what people have said before to TNT. So if TNT can overcome Camel, then I will straight up, I will put on a TNT hat, and it'll be the TNT hype train. I will find the hat, even if it might be in Ireland, but I'll make the trip.
Remember that there aren't any trains in space, so you'll have to find something else. But I can make you first officer of the Hyperion. That'll work. So, and then we have Road Capel versus Pandemic Agent.
Yes.
That's the. We might have to have some sort of EMT team standing by for Elise Randolph here.
Yeah. The levels of smug will be so high, no matter the outcome. The smug will be palpable. Like you could go like this and feel smug all over the place.
Either you will have a stroke, or us three will choke.
Yeah. You'll choke in my wave of a smug.
There'll be smug no matter what from someone, whether it's from Elise or from back in Alien. That's the question.
There were a lot of stirrings between yesterday and today. A lot of accusations flying, a lot of hilarious sound clips about the whole thing. So that one is just going to be entertaining. I'm going to have to pop some popcorn before that, and I'm sorry if it affects your health in a negative way, but I'm going to have fun with that one.
Yeah. And the last match of the day will be Nully versus Hydra.
Another good, I think, excellent match. It's really hard to bet against Hydra in a match like this, but Nully has been super solid, and Nully does have a lot of both the members of the old Nully teams and the members of the old Hun teams combined together into one kind of Super Voltron team.
And
maybe like a Super Voltron Broadsword, Broadsword and Varger team.
That would be amazing. And to Elise's point earlier, I mean, what he said with regards to Exodus versus Tuskers, it being a must-win, that's true for almost everybody else.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
You could look at PL and Hydra and think they're so comfortable and they define the meta like year after year, but there's so many teams that are so dangerous down there now. It is a meat grinder if you don't win your match this round.
I am terrified of Tri and Shadow Cartel. Whoever loses these next matches will have a week of nightmares of Tri, like no scoping them and like Shadow Cartel going out of the arena but still winning somehow. So that'll be a disaster for whoever loses the next few matches.
On the bright side, though, I mean, silver linings, not for the teams, but more for us, is those matches are going to be amazing.
Are going to be amazing all the way through. Yeah. And starting next weekend, we're going to start having like we said before, the best 2 out of 3, the best out of 5 matches. Yeah, and those are historically amazing series.
Yeah. Last Alliance tournament ended with something that I think a lot of people chewed off their nails and maybe some of their fingers as well, or so I've heard.
Still recovering a little bit over here.
But in the end, you should never doubt. You should always believe. And Exodus versus Tuskers. That's the next match. This is the quarterfinals. And I've just been told that the match is ready. So, time to get this.
Get some quick predictions in.
Yeah, quick predictions. I'm on Exodus. I'm on Exodus.
I am, this is probably the only time I'll say it, but I'm officially a member of Exodus, and therefore I must also say Exodus and say a prayer.
I'm hoping for Exodus to help me turn around this really bad prediction streak I've been going. I've only gotten 2 out of the second half, but my bad luck is with Exodus.
So I've got Exodus 2 in my little bracket thing, but I'm going to say Exodus are going to win with Celestices.
Ooh.
The way these predictions are going, it looks like we'll have a very, very, very interesting losers bracket next weekend. Let's see what happens as the Hyperion takes off.
Welcome to Wormhole Space, man. We be flying tech trees and smoking them trees. This about Alliance represented by Pandora Spear and Viper Fleet Inc.
Welcome back to the casting booth with a Puff and back. We have a fantastic match here between Exodus and the Tuskers. Exodus seeming to take some inspiration from CVA, bringing a sacrilege in their comp with their Flaggeddon. They've got an Astarte, a Neros, double Celestis, as Elise predicted, 3 Vexers, True Cores, and a Maulus.
Yeah, Tuskers have also brought an Armageddon, although they did not bring their flagship Geddon. So both these teams actually do have flagship Geddons, but Exodus opted to bring theirs, and Tuskers did not. We have 2 Eos, Oneros, Celestis, 2 Vexers, triple Heretic, and 2 Maulus on the Tuskers side. Interestingly, both Armageddons warped in at closer ranges. They're at about 30 kilometers with support balls around them, and then the main bulk of the cruisers are off at 50 for both teams.
Yeah, looks like the match will be starting in just a few seconds. Let's see, firstly, what the drone drop choice is from both teams.
Well, and again, we have a triple Heretic against like support and Cruor support. Heretics, we saw Cruors not do so well earlier, so this is interesting, but I have faith. Exodus is a good team. They're going to apply these better. Right off the bat, we have Bay RJ and an EOS neutered out. Probably going to have trouble running links.
One of those Cures jumping into his armor tank straight through shield, got volleyed through that.
The Oneros is as well.
But reps are on him. The Oneros also taking a lot of damage.
Boss Hydra.
But looks like reps are going okay. The Oneros does need to split his reps though. That can be a very, very difficult task.
Yeah, this is interesting to see that the damage is almost all across the Exodus team. And meanwhile, Tuskers don't seem to be taking much damage. There's an EOS just losing his shields now. And that was the one that was neuted, but you know, his neuts are off, so his links are probably back on.
Yeah, I mean, the EOS is a very difficult primary. I mean, just when you've got Vexors there, when you've got a Celestis there, I'm not sure why you're shooting the EOS, but Exodus are much better at the AT than I am, so I will trust them in their decision.
Well, we have
Looks like that Cruor is going down further, but no, the reps are still on.
The Damp War is definitely won by Tuskers here, which is bad news for Exodus. They have basically all of their main ships are damped out, including the Celestis. They have Tackle, Newts, Nas, Scram, Web, everything on that Geddon of Latronicus. We will see if that makes a difference. They have started to do damage to him.
I'm quite surprised to see a Newt on the Sacrilege, obviously, as it's got missile-based damage. Maybe they think it's got an active tank or something.
Well, they could be trying to slow him down. He's only moving 200 meters a second.
Oh,
Maybe they're shutting off an MWD, something of that nature. So maybe keeping him from getting past, again, the ball of no cap, the sphere of death.
Exodus now have run out of the shield tank on most of their ships. Obviously, they're armor tanked, but that means you got even less time.
Well,
for
and here we
Logi
go.
to
The
switch
Sacrilege
reps.
taking quite a bit of
Here we
damage.
go.
So they did. And he is right on top of that Geddon too.
Web
he is
down as well. It's going down into deep armor. Will it finish off? Yet going now closer and closer to structure. The Geddon of Tuskers is also taking a lot of damage, but it looks like the Sacrilege is going to fall.
No. Wow. No reps. There's reps. Finally reps. But
then less reps.
Can we do it? That Sacrilege is going to go down, and nothing in trade. Nothing in trade. The Armageddon's still at half armor for Latronicus, so Exodus giving up a lot of points, giving up an important ship, and getting nothing for it.
Now, both the Armageddon and the EOS tackled. Not going to do much. Going to help a little bit, but not, you know, they're slow ships anyway. Looks like the other Armageddon, the Armageddon of Exodus, is also tackled. Looks like the Cruors now of Exodus. They're really trying to get those webs off
Boss
field.
Hydra is losing armor very, very rapidly, struggling to keep with his local tank going. He is webbed and neuted down, and he is not long for this world. So that Oneros next for Exodus is going to go down. This is looking grimmer and grimmer for Exodus as it goes on. That Armageddon is being repped as well, and Oneros is down. That Armageddon is still getting reps. Exodus are not breaking that Armageddon, and they really don't seem to be changing targets.
I mean, Tuskers still have all their pilots together. I mean, this is so good for them. They've barely lost anything. They've still got a healthy tank on all of their ships, and you know, for the Exodus team, they've lost a Sacrilege. They've lost an Oneros, and really, if you're looking at targets, like that's got to be a morale break for the Exodus team. The Sacrilege is probably a tankier ship there, as they lose a Celestis and a Cruor at almost the same time.
Well, look, here we go. The expensive one is tackled. The expensive one is taking damage. There'll be a Cruor. He may survive for a little bit longer. He's target pendant, but the Armageddon flagship for Exodus has just lost his shields. Now, the last flagship we saw explode in the last match was only worth 8 billion. I have a feeling that Exodus flagship is worth quite a bit more.
Cruor down. That's a little bit of new power. That's those special webs off the field, making it much easier for the smaller ships to move around. Looks like the Geddon itself is webbed, still taking chunks and chunks of damage. Look at that control bar. Boost the top as the newts of the Geddon are applied to something.
Oh, wow, look at that go. And that Oneros, by the way, of Sainsbury is starting to take damage on the Tusker side. That's about the most headway they've made in doing damage to anything in the other team, but I don't see it sustained. Meanwhile, that Armageddon of Exodus, half armor and dropping.
Oh, the Oneros, yeah, of Tuskers, as you say, is dropping. Looks like he's just about managing to hold reps. The Armageddon of Exodus is now getting into very, very low tank indeed. Looks like it is going to go down, but frankly, I am just amazed that the Tuskers have come up against Exodus and have, we can say pretty much they're going to win this match, but they haven't lost a single ship against one of the best teams of last year.
I'm astounded, and my bracket is crying. Another ship, that Cruor finally dropped, and that Armageddon flagship goes down along with it. This is dire and frankly over. Exodus have not killed a single ship, barely have the Oneros at half armor, and they have lost a Geddon, an Oneros, Sacrilege, Celestis, and 3 of their frigates. They have very little left. They do have some damage left, but they're facing a full team now with half a team.
both these teams known very, very well on Tranquility throughout the rest of the year for their excellence in small gang and solo piloting.
Absolutely.
And I think that this match has really given them a chance to test their reputations against each other, and Tuskers have got to be smug about this for a very, very long time.
There are a lot of medium rep bots on that Oneros, so that means that the Tuskers team is really not putting out as much damage as they possibly could, and you can see that reflected in their attack bar. The red is the actual attack damage that is being applied. The rest of the black is potential, so perhaps damage drones pulled in to put rep drones on their Oneros, keep it alive. At this point, they don't need their full amount of damage. They have won this match pretty comfortably. They're starting to web down.
Look at this massive control bar even. It's even bigger than the defense bar. They came into this with a Celestis, with 2 Maulers. They've got the huge newts of the Geddon. Like, they can exert their will on this match so well, and they have done so.
This is just really a shocking result to me. I mean, all credit due to Tuskers for this, and they're not a bad team, but Exodus just have such a good history, such a history of doing really well against really tough teams. You know, we watched the series this morning, a Pandemic Legion against Exodus, before we started, you know, from last year, and that was just a really close series all the way. So this is no slouch team from Exodus, and they are just getting handled. You know, from the very beginning, I pointed out the Damp War was won right away by Tuskers, and ever since, the Damp War has been held by Tuskers. They have had the damp spread across whatever ships they needed to have it spread across the entire fight, and dictated the match as a result. And here we go. Celestis down just in a starting to clean up. Oh, sorry, Vexer down 2. Vexer in a starting to clean up, and Tuskers do not appear that they are going to lose anything.
Yeah, so this means Tuskers go into the final weekend in the winner's bracket. They are guaranteed to have the least matches played, or equal matches, to any of the other opponents they're supposed to face. They're going to be better rested. They're going to be able to consider a smaller amount of matches that they need to prepare for. Being in the winner's bracket, in the undefeated bracket, coming into the final weekend is such an incredible boon.
Well, and with the end of this match here, Exodus going into that elimination bracket, the elimination bracket just got a lot nastier. It is not where you want to be. And they, I have a feeling, are going to really put up a fight down there. These guys will have their backs against the wall. They do not have a flagship any longer. And, well, the Astarte is going to go down here very slowly.
They're going to be something of a final boss at the end of loser's bracket. If you have a team that, you know, dropped in the early rounds, you know, they fought their way through match after match after match, and then you have to face Exodus.
Well, you know, you say that, but there are an awful lot of good teams down on the loser's bracket that have gone there today. So it's going to be very interesting to see. However, we have that Astarte slowly but surely dying, although he seems to have stopped taking damage. Like, he's regenerating a little bit of shields
They might just be waiting to loot that flag getting, get all the expensive mods, get it nice and safe,
entirely likely,
warmed up in their
because
cargo.
He is tackled down. He's got ships all over him. He's just not taking damage. So.
Yeah, so looks like the Vexer of Coolvin is actually taking damage from the Astarte. He's still trying, bless his cotton socks, he's still trying to get damage on that Vexer, take down a kill, not have it be a whitewash, but you know, at this point it's just not pointless.
Bless his cotton socks?
Yes, I did.
I can
say
I have never heard that in my life. I love it.
Visit England more often.
And here we go. The Astarte now taking damage. I've been to England a few times and still never heard that. The Astarte is taking damage again. They must have successfully looted the flagship. We have just under 2 minutes remaining, but it's going to take a lot less time than that. He's already into structure.
The Astarte, massive props and congratulations to the Tuskers Co.
Hats off.
We'll send it back to the analysis desk.
Kill the thingy. A thingy just landed. Okay, align to that territorial thingy. Kill the thingy. Snow get thingy. Starburst. Kill the thingies.
So that's how poor alliances are made. They lose flagship Armageddons. Exodus go in a flaming pile down to the elimination bracket. How do you feel? Sir Squeebles?
You know, I'm not. That doesn't bother me at all. I don't know. That was pretty calm.
I wish I had some baked potatoes so I could put some salt on them.
Yeah, let's just move on. We got another match, right?
So what did you guys think?
Yeah, well, at least you can talk a bit about that. But I agree with what he's about to say in that was a kind of a weird setup.
Yeah, we predicted like Dams would happen because neither team banned out Dams. But for some reason, Exodus decided not to take Molluses with their Celestis. So their Celestis has lost a Damp board to Tuskers who had Mollus and a Celestis. So those Crewers that they took, like we talked about it earlier, the Blood Raiders faction stuff, kind of awful. They look good on paper, but they're actually awful in the tournament, and they have a really low win rate. So if you downgrade those Crewers to Molluses...
Well, yeah, actually, I got the math wrong originally. If you downgrade them to like a Damp Merlin, then you could, save some more points. Or you could just swap them for Molluses straight up.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you
options.
swap it to Molluses or something, or maybe fast-locking Dams, then your Celestis, which you invest 12 points into, can actually win the Damp War and control the Damp War throughout, which is what that Exodus team really, really needed. I mean, it was kind of bizarre. You had an Astarte, you had a Sacrilege, Flaggeddon, which was probably cool. I don't know. Was it blinged out? I think it was blinged outrageous. But yeah, I mean, all the credit should go to Tuskers here. They flew their setup amazingly. It was a great setup. I really, really liked it. And the bad part is that Exodus now have to face the winner of Shadow Cartel and Afterlife. Those two teams are in the losers bracket because those two teams lost to PL, the last year's champions. So that's going to be really brutal. That is going to be super mega brutal.
Yes.
Super mega brutal.
That's pretty brutal.
That's almost top tier brutality.
So like those three teams all have experience like coming within spitting distance of beating PL. Because Exodus last year in the losers bracket final like got that close to killing a PL Tengu that
Tengu
was breaking.
it was not breaking. It was totally fine the whole time.
So the Tuskers managed to surprise all of us and earn us a big fat X in our prediction sheet. And the way this is going, because I suspect we all know who picked what for the rest of the teams. So you guys better start counting on some outside factors, apparently. Maybe it's not just incompetence that makes these teams lose. On our part, that is. So let's move on to the next match, which is TNT versus the Camel Empire. This is something that we've been looking forward to. And I'm going to go ahead and give you the bands immediately. TNT got rid of the Sleipnir and the Claymore, while the Camel Empire banned the Vargur and the Golem.
All right. So I know exactly what I would be expecting Camel to bring from that.
Yeah, me too.
The Vargur Golem has been banned 3 times in this tournament, twice by Hydra, once by Camel Empire, who trained with Hydra, and every single time it's because they wanted to bring Artie Sleipnirs and all the Damps, every one of the Damps.
But they can't this time, based on the bans.
Well, they can't bring the Sleipnir.
But they can. But you can swap other stuff out.
Yeah,
like the Sleipnir is not the part, like the most defining part of that.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a Sleipnir team with Damps. It's a Damp team that happens to have Sleipnirs on it. So they can just swap those out. I mean, you could probably even put like a Nighthawks in there, and it would probably work just as well. So if I'm TNT, I've got to say, man, I hope my mojo works, and I hope Camel Empire can screw up, or at least have some answer to Damps.
Yeah.
I kind of want to break a rule and raise this up here so I can talk about go back to the Exodus match that we were just looking at.
Sure.
Your flagship was rather blinked out, wasn't it?
No, I think we should just keep on Camel and, yeah.
So 20 bill.
Yeah.
I think this is the most expensive loss yet.
Yeah.
That nets you the top of some charts, at least.
Good.
I don't think it's the most expensive flagship we've seen so far, though.
No.
But lost.
Yeah, definitely lost. The Try one, the Rattlesnake, that one seemed to be doing an awful lot of damage.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure that one's pretty blingy too.
I'm also pretty sure that it's going to be brought out again. Hopefully it'll get destroyed. We really like kill mills. We really like kill mills. So let's move on again. Now we can leave it behind.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
The
I'm over it now.
So things that Camel can bring with the Damps. Honestly, like you can swap in a lot of things for 16 points, or you could actually shift around the point values. They could go with Astartes or Eoses. They could go with, like I said, Vultures or Nighthawks. There's a lot of kind of options there. They could also go strategic cruisers. They have the option for those. So there really is kind of a lot of things they can slot in here. What'll be actually kind of interesting is because I will expect that for a setup like this, they tested it a lot back and forth between Camel and Hydra. They practiced together. They probably practiced a bunch of variants. So actually, this might be a hint about what Hydra might bring.
Yeah.
As like what they swap into this kind of Damp setup. when they get the Sleipnir's banned out that may actually indicate to future competitors against Hydra what they would swap out. So it's actually very useful intel for that.
Interesting. Having such a close practice partner is maybe a weakness after all. An extra source of intel. So we can go through the obvious stuff, but I feel like that's sort of not something we should be looking at now. Like the Gila is open right now. The Rattlesnake is open. The EOS has not been banned. There are a lot of the other setups that we've been seeing today and yesterday that are open, but I super suspect, you've got me saying this now, that this is not something we should expect.
You might expect it from TNT. Because we don't know what TNT is going to bring. They've been kind of, they've, I think, had a pretty good variety. That's fair to say, and their bans are nearly as kind of directed as Camel's bans. Camel's bans are explicitly to counter anything that could get past a really heavy control team.
As Elise put it earlier, it seems that TNT have a special module they fit somewhere that makes the other teams bad.
Yeah. So, I don't know, I think there's no way TNT win this one. But there is a way TNT can win this one. I don't know, I think they can. This is where the bans get really tricky, right? Because Camel Empire did something that's so obvious, even we know what's going on. So are they trying to like outthink TNT, or are they saying, hey TNT, I bet you're going to expect dams, so I'm not going to bring any dams, so you're going to waste all of your slots into countering dams, and I'm going to beat you that way. Or are they just actually saying, we're going to bring dams, and then bring dams?
Yeah, I mean, if TNT has a good team with a Paladin, we actually saw that attempted against these bans before with the No Holds Barred guide against Hydra. They obviously ended up falling to ECM against their Tengu, but that's the kind of thing you should at least consider in this situation. It also could be what Camel's expecting, but that's the wheels within wheels stuff, like you said.
But now the match is ready, so I think we should just, we've all set our, no, let's do predictions. Yes. I'm going with the Camel Empire.
TNT did field the Navy Dominix in their first match, so that alone, by default, Camel Empire.
You wouldn't have gone with Camel Empire otherwise.
No, they look shaky.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to go with Camel Empire on this. Although I would, again, like I said, if TNT wins this, then they will have my undying just hype.
Agreed.
Because that would be spectacular.
Yep. They are the team of destiny, TNT are, but maybe their destiny is going into the elimination bracket and then just winning through there.
And then having to run into
it's a terrible destiny.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if they lose this, they're going up against, Outbreak or Triumvirate. Whichever wins that, that's not going to be fun.
Yeah, that is not pretty. So I'm guessing Camel Empire are going to win this one.
So, 4 on Camel Empire. Let's take it to the youth and the appeal in the commentator booth.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
Welcome back to day 6 of Alliance Tournament 12. We have a match for you here between the Camel Empire and Tactical Narcotics team. I am the appeal, and next to me here is the youth. We are looking at 2 very interesting setups from these 2 teams, and why don't you tell us about them, Popney?
So TNT bring a super strong team in the form of 2 Armageddons, 2 EOS, and a Neros for Logi, 2 Heretics and 3 Towers, which is a lot of anti-support, and then 2 Kestrels to fill them out on points. Camel Empire, on the other hand, have their own 2 EOS, instead going for 2 Ishtars, some more drone damage, and a Neros as well for Logi, 3 Heretics for their own strong anti-support, triple Morless for some super heavy damps, and then a Malediction.
So Camel has come in with E-War support, and TNT, in theory, have anti-E-War support.
Yes.
We shall see how that pans out, but in recent matches, it has not panned out well.
I really don't know. I mean, Camel have their own heretics. If the heretics kill the towers, then it'll be harder to kill the Maulers, but the heretics and towers might kill the heretics or Maulers first, and you just can't really tell. I mean, I am wondering what the Geddons are going to be able to do in this match. You know, drone damage is not relying on cap. It's going to be more about controlling who moves where, who has cap for their prop mod, a little bit more stuff to do with that. So we start, and already damps spread beautifully across the support wing of the TNT team, and a Kestrel taking a lot of damage.
This is why we play the matches. Kestrel down. What this looks like on paper may not be how it turns out, but so far, this is what we expect. The Molluses are absolutely just terrorizing the TNT team. Look at all the damage going down. Those heretics absolutely doing work.
Oh my god. Camel realized that the support war 1 would win the match, and like I've never seen a support wing die so quickly in an AT
they
team.
Absolutely erased the support on the other side. Looks like that, well, I was going to say that Talwar made a run for it and got away, but he's gone too. So, absolutely, I mean, they just devastated the TNT team right off the bat, 45 seconds in, and TNT have 2 heretics and now about to be 1 heretic left as support. Meanwhile, Camel Empire have a little bit of armor damage on their own arrows, so doesn't look stressed.
Reminding us why we have so much faith in them after the kind of the hero run of the TNT team. That was absolutely incredible. And now they're going to work on the final heretic. The Aneros is also taking a lot of damage. There's the ASB boost, which you can fit on the Aneros. Heretic going down. It's TP'd as well. I mean, reps are holding fine with the Camel Empire. Actually, having said that, one of the heretics is going down, but no, rep cycle gets on. Heretic does have an armor resist bonus, so reps apply very, very well to it. And now the Aneros going down for TNT in short order.
So the Oneros has a lot, the Oneros on the Camel Empire side has a lot of light armor maintenance bot 2s around it, but is absolutely getting eaten by all these infiltrator 2s on it. We shall see how this turns out. That Heretic doing a drive-by to get some reps there for Water Ubersnall. Oneros is starting to go down a little faster, but you know what, at this point, Camel Empire is so far ahead. They break that EOS, and I think this match is all over.
Pretty much. I mean, Camel Empire just smacking TNT down. They saw an up-and-coming team, much like themselves, and just went, nope, this is our tournament.
Yeah, it's really, really an incredible display here from Camel Empire, just decisively shutting down TNT.
Ooh, they might
may lose
get
in
the
Aneros.
It might not be a whitewash.
But you know what? They're going to trade an EOS for it.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I mean, they've still lost, but it would be nice to get a kill, wouldn't it?
I mean, we're, what, 2¼ minutes into this match. That EOS just went down for TNT, and Camel Empire's logistics is still tanking. He is running for his life and got 5 drones on him, but a lot more rep drones.
I think
feeling
with that, Camel have just terrified every other team still in the tournament. If they can do that to a support wing that quickly, like, do you even dare bring a support wing against them as of such a form?
But you have to win the damn
You have
war.
to.
You can't rely on just Celestis to win an E-War battle. And you see right there, one of the heretics taking some damage, but you know, really, you have to practice against that. You have to learn. Watch this match. You know, maybe check it out on LSEC. Watch the 3-dimensional view that they've got, and look at the flying. What did Camel do so well to absolutely crush them?
I can tell you what they nuked range damps on the TNT team support. Those Kestrels could not counter damp. Those towers could not do light missiles. Those heretics could not do light missiles. Their support was safe. Then they had their own heretics really, really nuke through all of the support wing very, very quickly, probably even popping light drones on the EOS and Ishtars to begin with to just take them out. I mean, I think the only thing they possibly could have done is like maybe try and fly behind the Geddons so the drones pass through them so the Geddon smart bomb maybe, but even then, you know, it all happened so quickly, probably before they could even react. They went, okay, let's do this, this, and this. Hey, where did all our small stuff go?
So Armageddon down there for the Tactical Narcotics team. One thing to mention here also is both these teams landed about a 90-degree angle. They warped in a 90-degree angle from each other. So although they warped in at range, they were closer than the 100 kilometers you might expect a 50-kilometer warp-ins. So that Oneros for Camel has pulled back an awful lot of armor from those rep drones. He is safe and sound, and Oxygen 02 seems to be the next target who will drop.
Yep, that will wrap it up here. I mean, we've got that Armageddon taking more and more damage. Camel slowing down the DPS application. Those Geddons are still probably running smart bombs, making it very difficult to get the drone-based DPS and even the missile-based DPS onto it, given the light missiles can be exploded by firewalling smart bombs.
Yeah, that Armageddon is about to bleed into structure, and this looks like it's going to be a clean sheet for the Camel Empire. Maul is still taking a little bit of damage off and on, but the Oneris isn't seeming to have any trouble wrapping
I say
himself.
the word firewalling. You know, we may have some new players watching the stream. Why don't you explain to us what
Alright, so
firewalling
firewalling is if you get like a smart bombing ship and kind of put it out as the vanguard, and you put it out in front of your fleet. The smart bombs can actually blow up any missiles that are flying by. It was popular to counter Drake fleets, which were kind of the meta a while back, and a tactic you'd put a bunch of maybe Geddons or Abaddons. I don't know. I didn't do the Sovwar stuff, so I didn't know exactly what ships were the ships of choice, but you'd blow up the missiles as they went by, you'd blow up drones as they went by, and it can be effective in a small situation like this where you're countering drones in particular, but also, again, missiles is possible.
Yep, so that EOS finally bleeding into structure. It is going to go down. A fantastic and solid win here by the Camel Empire, joining, I believe it's Tuskers in the winners bracket. I think they'll be facing them next. Ooh. So with that, we will send it back to the analysis desk.
War target has engaged bait. Jump, jump. Target has been broadcast. Kill the pod. Red versus blue, shooting people in the face all day, but best friends after.
It looks like TNT did what TNT does and went boom. Somebody said that this wasn't a surprise, but I was hoping for more of a less of a Cinderella catching fire and more of a happy ending story. I don't know.
Well, I mean, TNT's still in it. This is just the next step in the Cinderella story. This is the point where like the pumpkin has gone away, but she's still going to find the prince eventually.
Yes, they went
like
for
the thing is turned back into the small pumpkin.
They went for the kill.
I'm a great storyteller.
They went for the kill too early. They weren't ready. Now they must go back and train and come back twice as strong next weekend. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's obviously, if you've ever watched any sports movie, this is exactly how it goes. They come up against the evil Camel Empire, and now they're going to somehow defeat Try or Outbreak.
Yeah, that was. I remarked before we came back to the desk that it's kind of sad when a match that's executed that perfectly is not at all surprising. Like, nobody was jumping up out of their chairs like, oh my goodness, because Camel is just expected to perform like that. They've done it so consistently so far. That doesn't make it less impressive on a technical level, but going into it, you just thought, okay, if they bring a damp setup and they win the damp war, we know how it goes. They've done it, and they keep doing it. And TNT, unfortunately, it's one of those matches that they started at a huge disadvantage with all that E-War hitting them, and they didn't have, I don't think, the best response for it with that comp.
Yeah. So many damps that they needed an arc. Get it? I don't think there's anything else we need to say about this match. It was pretty.
That if you want to counter that type of team, don't ban the Sleipnir.
Yes.
Ban the Mollis.
Yes. Agreed. That's what Elise keeps saying. It's a damp team with some other stuff thrown in, and yet again, they sold that.
Yeah. That's very interesting, because that brings me into the bans for the next match.
Of course. Right, so PL is up next. Let me predict. It's going to be all damp bans from PL. If there's one, this is about as reliable as like anything in this tournament so far. Like every one of their bans.
The next match is the second to last match of this weekend, and it's Road Capel versus Pandemic Legion. So now that I've hyped it a little bit.
Yeah, this is going to be a really awesome match. The last time these two teams met, Rote won. Wait, no, that was the second last time they met.
Yeah, in the last tournament, 10.
So PL won the last one, Rote Capel won the one before that. And so like these guys have traded back and forth.
Yeah. It should be very interesting. Rote are a good team. They've had PL's number before. But I mean, PL, they kind of seem, I don't know, they've got something going on. Their first match, they won just barely. The second match, they needed like divine intervention to win. And the third match, like Manny almost died again. I don't know. I think maybe they're just betting on like my heart condition or something. I just want to see how close they can get.
They've actually just taken out an insurance policy.
Yeah,
So
it's very
to
possible.
underline the pressure that you yourself and Bacchanalian are under, sorry, one of you represents PL, the other represents Road Capel. We've put a live feed of the volcano up. That's going on right now in Iceland. It's just a fissure. There's no danger to us here. It is like 300 or 400 kilometers away from the capital. It's pretty. And I think it demonstrates the heat that is in the Hyperion right now.
Yeah, that's why right now, that's me. That's my heart.
So Mila is the company that put up the webcam that's looking over this right now. This eruption is in the middle of the highlands, or like in the wilderness of Iceland, so I would not recommend for anyone to even consider going up there.
Because not only would you die when you get there, but the travel will actually be miserable. You know what I mean? It's raining out, and it's windy, and you're going to have to walk through a bunch of glaciers, and then you'll just melt.
I think if we really wanted to sell how dramatic this match was, we should have found a way to send a few of us out there with a desk and commentate from in front of that volcano. Maybe Elise and Bach, so when it all went however it's going to go.
We just push the loser in.
I can just throw myself into the flames to end this.
I like the way you think.
I'm just, it's a little more dramatic. And
So I've kept you long enough waiting for the bans. Road Capel have banned the Gila and the Etana.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's actually a very smart ban, I think.
Against PL, yes.
Yeah.
Pandemic Legion, however, banned the Maulus and the Scimitar.
Okay.
So the Etana, for those that don't recognize it, is a pretty good tournament prize ship that got handed out for what, tournament 10?
That was 10, yes. So Alliance Tournament 10, first place prize was a special, like kind of faction and Tech 2 version of the Basilisk. It can actually cloak. It's super awesome. But in the tournament, you don't care about the cloak. You do care about the extra mid slot. You care about just a huge amount of cap, the extra hit points. It's an awesome.
Yeah, it reps more than a Bass. He has like 50% more cap, 50% more HP. It's super sexy.
And you can't field it.
Yeah, we can't field it, which is a bummer. But
at least they're just hoping. They haven't banned the Malices.
Yeah.
And the last time PL brought Malices against them, it went actually really well for Road. So maybe they're trying to bait PL into Malices.
It could be. I mean, I'm just grateful that we're not losing an Etana today. So
I think that ban might have been a poke at your riches, and therefore you go, oh wait, we got all these other fancy shit that we could lose.
Yeah, there's no Moracha ban in there, so I mean, we could do that one.
That's right. That's the prize ship from last year.
Yeah, maybe Road aren't like afraid of the Moracha for some reason. They should be. They should be very afraid.
That's the secret weapon.
Bach shaking his head in the corner. So I don't know. There's a lot of things to expect from both these teams. Both of these teams are veterans, to say the least.
Yep, both of these teams, with having given away, I mean, other than the fact that Road knows that PL has been has setups with the Etana, which is probably a pretty good thing to guess, even if you don't have other intel. This doesn't give away a whole lot. The Maulus ban is something that I think PL has banned in every match so far.
Yeah, in Alliance Tournament 10, PL banned Dominic's Maulus until the finals. So every single time they banned a Maulus because we hate Demps. And we just recognize how strong the Maulus platform is. Like you saw in the last match, those Mauluses just completely wrecked face. So no Mauluses here. PL's banning the Scimitar, which they did against Gorgon last time. I don't know, I guess.
Maybe that was like a counter ban against the Etana. It's like, oh fine, we can't bring our super expensive one. We're going to ban out the cheap one as well.
Yeah. We were like, okay, plebs, no Scimitar for you.
You really should have banned out the site.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, PL has fielded different teams, different archetypes every time they've played. I don't remember what Road are doing because my blood pressure is so high. Like, my memory is gone.
So Road started out with lots of Cap War. They've also run, I think they've run some Mimitar core teams, like the Sleipnir kind of stuff, right?
This year?
Yes, how they are remember
according to my very pretty and extensive notes, they've run Geddon and EOS comp twice, and then they have also fielded a rattlesnake.
Oh, okay.
So I'm putting my 5 ISK down on there being a rattlesnake on at least one, if not both sides.
So predictions.
I think PL's going to win, but I have no idea what the setups are going to be. Like, sometimes I can do some cutesy stuff and say, oh, so it's going to bring a Celestis, and be right half the time. But no, I have no idea what either team's going to field. I am actually scared.
Well, don't stop believing, hold on to that feeling.
Yeah.
Fuzzy.
This could go either way. I think it's going to be kind of close, but I'm going to go with PL. They're the kind of more tried and tested performer in this tournament and in previous ones.
Yeah, Elise is closer to me right now than Bacchanalian, and Bach's arms aren't long enough to hit me from there, so I'm going to go with Pandemic Legion.
I am afraid I'm going with PL2. I just expect too many explosions from their ships to sort of ignore them. I mean, Road Capel are fabulous pilots, and great players in the tournament, but I think Pandemic has this, and let's see what happens.
Okay, we'll just chillax for a sec, everybody, and then we'll just let Graphic explode, and it's gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be worth, 500 bill, but it's gonna be okay.
Do I have to like go through it?
I want every
that kind
dead
of like
motherfucker out of the alliance.
No,
every
no.
one.
Bro.
No mad.
Welcome back to the casting booth with Apoth and back, and also Elise's Aneurysm, as PL have brought an 8-man, 0-Logi team consisting of a Golem, Eos, Double Ishtar, Vexor Navy Issue, and Triple Vexor. Rote responding with their signature Double Geddon, followed by Triple Eos, Vigil, Double Malediction, Double Punisher, Double Navitas. Back, how are you feeling?
I'm a little scared. I'm looking at a lot, and I mean a lot, of Pandemic Legion DPS. And Rote's logistics situation is a Double Navitas, which is really not going to do much with that. Really, what Rote's going to have to do is blast through some of these big DPS ships early, I think, or figure out how to clear drones, because 3 Vexors, a Vexor Navy, 2 Ishtars, and an Eos is an awful lot of drones, and an awful lot of really ouchy drones. So timer is counting down, and we are go. We will see what happens. A bunch of the Rote team, including the Eos and the Geddons, warped in at 0. The support for Rote is up top, and they look to be, let's see, we have some Malediction.
What drones did the PL team drop? I really want to know. What drones have they
we have
dropped? They have dropped
Bouncers.
Bouncers
and
field.
Tyrus, Tenebros,
So
Eos,
it
straight into armor. Straight into armor. That's just so much damage.
That is a huge amount of volley. With the PL team just kiting off, trying not to get tackled, there is a web on the Vexor Navy. Johnny Go, the Eos goes!
Tyrus is down, just amazingly fast. Unbelievable volley from PL, and another Eos straight into armor. This is an incredible amount of DPS being put out by the Pandemic Legion team.
This is a team we have not seen before. Pandemic Legion have come up with something completely new. However, their Eos is tackled. It's one of the slower ships. It's probably their link. It certainly is their links as well if they have any. That Vexor Navy is taking it down, but the second Eos
by the time
explodes.
the Eos got tackled, Sakura Nihil's Eos is down. There's another third tackle on it. I'm guessing it's Lucky CCS.
Here comes
He's going to last
Eos.
about 3
Another
volleys.
huge amount of DPS gone. The Rote Capel team will have basically no DPS after this is gone. It will have whatever drones the Armageddons have. It will have then a bunch of Malediction guns and Punisher guns. What is this?
The Vexor Navy issue might go down, but it's certainly not going to matter. They might even do some damage to that Eos. But Rote Capel just absolutely manhandled by the DPS Pandemic Legion brought. They said, Agony wanted a DPS team, but forget their DPS team. We're going to show them how it's done, and they absolutely are doing it.
Bringing kill 2 because PL are bringing sentries back.
Oh my goodness. Snake O'Connor Armageddon now half armor already. Pake's Eos is barely into armor. This is all but over for Rote Capel. There's really no way back from this.
My God,
really
the
tragic.
Armageddon, as you say, it was Snake going down. The other one probably to follow. The Eos of Pandemic Legion is now muted. It is going to go down. We think it's painted and everything, but here we go. The other Armageddon down. That's way more DPS off the field.
What PL did beautifully here. I mean, it looks like Rote had a very aggressive comp, but not really a high damage, win the game right away comp. They had a kind of longer term. That's what those Armageddons are for. And Pandemic Legion just brought out this instant volley to your face from right where we start. Like right from the first second, they were just doing overwhelming damage, and Rote Capel had no answer.
Given 2 matches ago, when PL's 2 bursts flew out of the arena at the beginning of the match, Seamus has balls of steel to allow his pilots to fly a kitey setup.
I mean, to be Yeah, to be fair, they are. They starbursted around, making it really difficult for Rote to run anything down. I mean, really.
That getting going down as well. PL have lost their EOS and their
EOS
Vexor
kill.
Navy. They've got a giant point lead at this point. Look at the attack bar of Rote Capel. There's nothing left of them. I mean, what do they even have guns on the Malediction? Punishers, possibly. Navitas to wrap them up. But, I mean, now we're at the point where the Bouncers will have a lot of trouble tracking these smaller frigates. The Vexors even don't have any tracking bonuses to their weapons. However, Vexors do have 75 bandwidth, 125 bay. They can very easily drop to lighter drones. Ishtars can do the same. I'm sure the Golem paint will help a lot in them catching up and applying that DPS. Looks like the Malediction of 5th Dimension is about to go down next.
It does. You know, I don't even see missile effect or anything, any turret effect, anything coming off of these Maledictions. I think they're purely tackle fit. So really just not much left. The Seamus Orzo's Vexor is taking a little bit of damage. Those probably hero punishers there trying to do some damage.
He's getting neuted, but it's newts from a frigate. That's not going to turn off its cat mod with near the ease as an Armageddon will.
Vigil just vanishes there.
Wow, this is an amazing showing by PL. A brand new team idea that we really haven't seen this tournament, executed perfectly against really what is I really think is a very scary team, taking that Shadow Cartel influence of the Logi Frigs combined with a ton of DPS with that Rote Capel spin of a giant amount of
ultimately,
nukes.
I think Rote Capel brought a mid-range setup. They brought a setup that if it makes it to 5 minutes, it's a really, really nasty setup to contend with. But Pandemic Legion said, forget that. We're going to win in the first minute. And they did. I mean, 45 seconds in and Rote had lost pretty much everything. It was unbelievable amount of damage from PL.
What was that volley from the Bouncers? It was volleyed an EOS to half armor.
About 1/3. I mean, really, it was about 3 volleys to kill an EOS from there. And those EOSs, I would venture a guess, are not under-tanked. You know, they're not gank-fit EOS. So that was a respectable amount of damage there. We'll see if my friend Ruri Hoshino and my other friend Tenor Hitoshi decide to do the honorable thing and die here. They looks like they've split off from each other pretty far. So, ouch. Ouch is about all I've got to say.
As the last two Navises do go down, looks like they're kiting around, trying to prolong the fight to not lose in under 5 minutes. They're not allowing PL to get the agony record of however long that was for this tournament. I mean, that team has left, I think, us both pretty speechless. I mean, like, I don't see, like, where kind of this is inspired from. I think this is a brand new setup that, you know, the theory crafters in PL, who are, you know, very famous for being so, have kind of seen this comp. I remember at least saying he got a couple of texts from Seamus saying he had a fantastic idea. I remember you saying you got a mail from Tyrus saying, like, we've got a cool new comp as well.
I almost think they either changed their minds last minute or were just trolling me a little bit. I know there was some stuff posted on our forums that looked like an OPSEC kind of leaked in a fairly public area. That was a huge boundary violation. There goes the final Navitas. But that's not what they went with. So I will be having some drinks to, you know, cry in my beer tonight with along with Sir Squeebles, and we're going to go back to him and let him gloat over me.
Back to Elisa Smug.
Smug alert. That went almost as expected with a new team composition that we haven't seen in this tournament. Although we did see a full drone team fielded.
Yeah, full drone, no Logi is something that PL brought out on the second to last weekend, I think, or was it the last weekend of the last tournament?
Yeah,
one of those last 3 days at least.
And today we saw a team that brought only drones as well. But they did not fare as well as PL did now.
Yeah, I think, I mean, at the risk of, I'm just going to give that a minute to sink in.
Yeah, no, I'm going to need some time here.
I think that Pandemic Legion comp was about as cool and unexpected as anything they could have brought. Like, when I heard no Logi, I was like, okay, this is definitely PL, confirmed that it is Pandemic Legion. But that could have been executed so poorly. But there's something so genius about the drone DPS that projects, you got that golem anchor that makes no sense whatsoever to compete with, and then the entire team, in the event of, say, a mass MJD into the middle of your team, can just like shotgun out and pleasantly kill you from range if they don't want to all stay together. Yeah, that was a surprise. Even expecting to be surprised, I was still surprised.
Yeah, when I heard piloted team, there wasn't a Tinker as well. I was thinking, oh man, this is they've just gone off the deep end. All right, well, but no, it did the job. I officially add that fit to the list of fits that I will allow to have less than 12 pilots.
So now that your grin allows you to talk,
I don't even know.
Randolph, what?
Never stop smiling. That's something I learned from Shadu.
You know what? All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the Rote team was actually, it was pretty smart. It was a smart team. It was kind of, the MJDing was actually pretty textbook, and I really, really liked it. Unfortunately for them, the PL team was extremely kitey and extremely, extremely high damage. This is sort of a setup that PL has brought before. It's what we introduced in the last Alliance tournament. It was sort of the meta buster last Alliance tournament. I don't think that it's going to be as repeated and as effective this Alliance tournament, but I still think it's very strong. And it just shows the respect that PL had for the Rote team. They took a very, very strong setup and piloted it fairly well. The one bad thing is that we lost Pake, which is the EOS that survived barely the last 2 times. And
the lucky charm is gone.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's pretty harsh.
Another thing about that match that unfortunately the people watching didn't get to experience was as soon as the camera zoomed in and everything on Rote Capel's side was MJDing, instinctively, as if on a roller coaster, our hands all went up, and everyone was like, "It's more fun if you put your hands up," and it actually was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the silver lining to that, of course, is that Bach now feels my pain, and that yeah, we will be out in Reykjavik later tonight. Forgetting about those matches.
The good news, or the silver lining, if there is one for Rote, is their path is not nearly as hard immediately. So next Saturday, it's not going to be a total death match. They won't have to face Shadow Cartel or anything else. So they'll have a little bit of an easier path, but it's the elimination bracket. It's going to be hard, and you don't want to be there.
They're up against Ronin or MIF, right? Yeah. So I mean, it's still going to be tough, but it's not quite as intimidating as Try or Afterlife or Outbreak or.
There are no more easy matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't many easy matches today, just based on how they all went. There was a lot of this loser's bracket, though. It's really
the creme de la creme, as they say, in very, very bad languages. So the last match of the weekend is up, where we have Nully against Hydra.
And we end as we began today with a Nully match. And I think this is going to be another great match. Anytime we get to see Hydra on the field is always a very anticipated match, I think. And Nully's also been super impressive, so it's going to be great to see.
These teams, though, because they started today, have been waiting for 7.5 hours to fight again.
Right.
Yeah.
That has to be nerve-wracking. I can only imagine the amount of pressure they're under.
And even if not nerve-wracking, it can be distracting. Because unlike a team that wins early and walks away and has lunch and comes back and watches the match as the day closes out, they've probably been watching every single match. And over the course of 7 hours, some crazy ideas might start to sound good as you see the matches develop. I mean, there's something potentially toxic about being locked in front of a screen that long because you know you have something coming. I think they're smarter than to fall for that, but it's just something to consider. Most people have that mental break, and the whole pilot exhaustion thing sounds sort of like a joke. It's definitely there. I mean, this is a lot of Eve to watch and still be that nervous.
Yeah.
So, Nully have banned the Gila and the Ishtar, while Hydra banned the Tengu and the Loki.
Okay.
All right.
So, no Tinkers, but a Golem is free, so is a Rattlesnake.
Tengu Loki's the same bans Hydra used against CBA.
Yes.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Yeah, I would predict by those bans, like if I was in Nully's shoes, I'd be like, okay, Hydra just are going to run what they ran against CVA and then sort of go from there. But it is really hard. Like, we had 7 hours between the matches, but you can't really come up with a team. You can't really reliably buy the fits, get everything set up. So hopefully Nully had something in their back pocket that they could have brought out for this match. Otherwise, it's going to be brutal.
Yeah, this is... Nully are banning something different from their first match, so it's. I'm going to assume they're bringing something else. But My prediction is still going to be Hydra. They show such, like, I don't know, they're so competent at flying in this tournament. They're so bad at being bad that it's just legendary.
Yeah, I think after a couple of years of doing this whole circling predictions thing, I just instinctively circle Hydra, the word Hydra, whenever I see it in the rest of the world. And yeah, it's I think that's who I've circled here again. I think it's really hard to bet against them in this.
Not only have the chance to surprise us with something good, though. They have that reputation from the past.
Yeah, they could bring some broadswords or onyxes or something like that.
Or they could go the other way and go Vargers.
Yeah, they could do that. They could bring Vargers, which aren't banned, oddly enough.
Yeah,
for this one. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with Hydra on this one. I think the only way Hydra lose here is if PL lost the last match, because then Hydra may have been tempted to crash into the loser's bracket and knock PL out. That is probably a maneuver that they would feel comfortable doing.
Are you telling me that teams are trying to game my system?
No, not at all, not at all. I'm just saying that they would be like, they would have enough hubris to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, the thing is, like, that wouldn't even really be gaming the system. That's just always an suboptimal choice.
Objectively, that would be the worst decision they could make, but it's something that they might want to
But Garmin
consider.
would just scream really loud, and then they do it anyways.
Yeah.
The screaming is the best part of it. Though.
Oh, yeah. That's the hallmark of any good FC is to scream your lungs out.
I really hope that's the ad we see in the break.
Although all the ads are really good.
Yeah.
All of them
they are hard to beat.
The player ads this year have been fantastic.
Yes, yes they have, and creepy, like, thoroughly creepy.
But this is the last day of the match, like I said. We'll be back then with day 7. Day 7. We're doing this for a long time.
We have a lot of days.
We have a lot of
so many days.
Day 7 of the Alliance Tournament will be on Saturday. It starts at. We go back to starting 3 o'clock.
Yeah, 1500 Eve time. Yep.
Yeah, Eve time. 1500 Eve time. That's good. Everybody knows that. And
if you don't, you're probably watching the wrong stream.
Probably. But we're in for some exciting matches there, and I can, with confidence, say that the Hyperion will need to load up on fuel because.
Yeah, there's going to be a spectacular set of matches. Everything at this point is getting, and at that point, people are getting they're within reach of the prize chips. Because the prize chips are now much further down than they were before. You don't have to get to first or second. So these people are going to be tasting the delicious chameleons.
Yeah, that's something everybody wants to taste. Some delicious chameleons.
Actually, I bet they taste like chicken. Chameleons?
Reputably, everything tastes like chicken.
Yeah, statistically, I think that's the safe bet is chicken, yeah.
So, Hydra's possible loadouts for this match. Would it be safe to call it, I don't know, hubris if they bring the same stuff again?
There's been a lot of excitement. My circuits have overloaded. I actually forgot what they brought in the beginning of today. Do you guys remember what they brought in the beginning of today?
Hydra today brought 2 EOS, 2 Ishtar, and a Celestis.
Okay. Yep,
so it's actually really similar to the team.
Camel
Camel fielded under bans, which is interesting.
I'm told that the match is almost ready, so we've gone through my prediction, and you've circled Hydra instinctively.
Yep. I went with Hydra as well, and I don't think it would be hubris if they bring the same setup. Like, that's sort of their style. We'll bring the same thing over and over again, and we'll just beat you with it.
Yep. They rely on having them being extremely heavily practiced. They know the ins and outs of the setup. I've seen them take setups that other teams have invented and just practice enough to get better at it than the teams that invented it.
Yep, and the teams themselves, they're not like scrub teams. They're actually meticulously theory crafted as well. Every little hair, every module is perfectly in line. They probably even overload them and do that really cool stuff that I never do. So
thermodynamics.
Maybe fly near the edge of the arena without going out.
Yeah, wow.
And Squeebles?
That's next level.
Yeah, I mean, I would be ridiculed for all time for not picking Hydra, but I would certainly be okay if Nolly brought something cool enough to win.
Right. Red alert on the Hyperion. Commentators, take it away.
another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic systems.
This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Welcome back, guys, to the final match of Day 6. Hydra Reloaded against Nully Secunda. We have a flagship Geddon on the field that you are looking at right now. Nully has brought their flagship along with a rather interesting comp here. I'm here with Apothene and Bacchanalian. We have a Golem, Armageddon, Proteus, 2 Eos, and 2 Jaguar from Nully, who warped in at 0. Apothene, what did you tell us about the Hydra team?
Hydra team have bought their typical triple Mauler setup. They love those damps, and possibly even with the damp 2 Merlins. They've got a Malediction that fills out the support wing. Then on top, we've got a super heavy DPS team with 2 Eos for a ton of links as well, 3 Vexor Navies, and an Aneros for Logi. We have about 10 seconds till the match starts. It is interesting that Nully would come in at 0, you know, taking the center of that field with that Meepo, the armor, Tinker getting that great projection, and that Golem, I think, is going to be a linchpin of their comp here.
I am scratching my head a little about the choice of the Golem and the 2 Jags with this, but I'm really interested to see how it works. And right off the bat, Hydra just damps on everything. Everything but the Golem is damped. Meanwhile, a lot of damage coming down on the Hydra team,
looks
actually.
Looks like Nully are going to go for the headshot, going to try and get that Aneros. Looks like they applied damage to the Vexor Navy first to put its reps on it, and now the Aneros has to decycle those reps. It used up a little bit of its cap, so it now has to come and rep itself. It is TP'd by the Golem, that bonus TP, extra damage going to it, and it is now going into its armor tank.
Yeah, they are all in on that Oneros. We'll see if they actually break through it. Those Jaguars starting to take damage. We'll see if Nully can keep those up in the meantime, but if those Oneros start taking a lot of damage, that could be really problematic. Dark Soldat is taking damage. He's repping, but he is in armor, 81% right now, 79. Damage now coming down on the Proteus and the Eos on the other side of there, and the Jaguar
looks
hanging
like
armor.
the Proteus does have an extra LSP on it, similar to how you build an Aneros to max out the tank on it. Oh, here we go. Lots of things taking lots of damage. Damage is pretty split across the Nully team, trying to confuse the Proteus Logi. Looks like Hydra are taking a lot of damage on that Oneros, but it is holding thus far.
This is absolutely just crazy. The Soneros at 56% armor, 52% armor. The Soneros is really struggling with this damage, 54% armor. If Nully Secunda can break through the Soneros, things are going to start coming apart for Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, we've got tons and tons of rep bots on the Hydra and Neros. That is helping it out a lot, but you know, 42%,
41%, he's taking more and more damage as we go through this match.
Slowly burning through his tank, slowly bit by bit by bit by bit. Looks like the entire team is, of the Nully team, as you would expect, is just crowding around, as we can see on the stream here. The Hydra Reloaded kind of surrounding them,
he is going extremely fast. Dark Soldat is doing 2,200 in his, he just slowed down, he probably turned. That means some more damage catches up to him here, but he's just burning away, trying to get away from these drones. Imperial Navy infiltrators.
Whoa, the Aneros taking another huge chunk of damage now into the Bono's armor.
That's exactly what happens. You slow down like that, it's going to catch up.
Kill this Aneros and then manage to kill
He's going into structure. This Oneros may go down here. 1 or 2 more volleys could really hurt.
Are Nully going to break Hydra? Are they going to do it?
Just no appreciable damage sticking to Nully Secunda. And meanwhile, the Oneros is less than half structure. The Oneros is really struggling. A little bit of armor coming back. 5% armor, 40% structure. Can they do it? One more volley, 24%.
Nully gets first blood against Hydra.
Oh my goodness!
If Nully can take a DPS ship off the field, they are already managing to tank. If they can make take more DPS off, the Proteus has an even easier time, and we may have possibly the biggest upset of the tournament so far on our hands.
Astounding. Absolutely astounding. And it just gets deleted. Vexor Navy off the field. Have to see if that might have been a boundary. That was a boundary violation from Duncan Tanner. Uncharacteristic. They are flying out of the arena. They say, forget it. We're going to the losers bracket. We are going to dominate.
With the loss of the Aneros, Hydra lose all confidence.
Unreal. I can only imagine their comms. They are, every one of them flying out of the arena because they don't care anymore. They lost their logistics. They know this is over. They just want to end it and go to bed.
Hydra have lost to Nully. They take it as a giant insult. They say, we are not worthy to stay on grid with these amazing foes with N3, and I've just completely given up. What? What?
I'm amazed. I'm unreal.
What a way to end the day!
Jeez.
We do still have the
Heart
Eos
SP.
of Hearts SP on
He's burning. He's burning.
on the field. He's burning, but he's like, what's he doing? The rest of his team
He's
left him
119,
behind.
he's
saying,
120.
we don't need no Logi. We don't need no other ships. Our solo Eos can take your team, but no. It goes out of the boundary. They have lost. Dude.
Dude, I don't even know. I was an incredible match.
Let's calm down. That was an exciting experience. Let's send it to the analysis desk because they will have something to say more than blah, blah, blah. Oh my god.
Hey, we're back.
Hey. Can they hear us now?
Yeah, let's assume that you're all hearing us. So, welcome back. That match was very good. So what happened?
I was not expecting that.
What?
So what happened?
We all said Hydra.
We cursed. The commentator curse is that powerful. It somehow defeated Hydra.
No.
So what happened was, because the logistics cruiser died, they realized that their match was lost and decided to boundary violate all their ships so that their secrets stay safe.
Yeah, because there's no kill mails when you boundary violate. So, but there's still going to be the Crest API.
Right.
Data. So people will be able to reverse engineer most of the fits, but if they had things like, you won't be able to tell how many tracking enhancers to gyrostabs, but obviously not in that case. But those kind of modules, passive modules, don't show up. So you can say
or I'm going to think that they're trying to make me very happy by simply boundary violating everyone. It's a tactic nobody suspected, and bravo, Hydra, you have won my heart. Through legitimate means, flying over the boundary has never been so violated.
I was really excited when I saw Duncan fly to the arena because I'd be like, yeah, I'm like a good pilot now. But then the rest of the people crushed. So I've still got some work to do, but eventually I'll get there.
So this is something that we might be able to discuss for the entire week leading up to the next next weekend of Alliance Tournament. But we won't.
So that means we're going to be seeing in the winners bracket, what's left is Tuskers versus Camel and PL versus Nully.
Yep.
That's pretty huge on its own. Those are going to be some great matches. But then also it means that Hydra is down in the losers bracket, and they're going to be facing the winner of Pasta and Test.
Yes.
That's kind of painful to even say.
Now here's the question: will PL reverse the technique that you thought about earlier?
Not. No, I don't. I just don't want to see the losers bracket ever. It's like just Murder City down there. I'm just gonna avoid it. Please, just
think about how many hashtag swag tweets there would be. Think about how many times you could use the word Gucci
on
over
a
the course
scale
of that
Gucci,
match.
that would be like a 0.
Zero.
I don't even know what not Gucci is.
So I think actually though, what we probably just missed, it's that Hydra is doing the dive in the losers bracket because they really want to knock out Test.
It could be.
Oh,
Maybe.
Wow, that is spiteful to a new level. Yeah.
They have obviously contracted some great spin doctors that will be working on this. I know one alliance that might be able to lend them some.
The thing is, though, actually, knowing Hydra, they don't really need spin doctors. They're not going to try to spin this because they are just confident enough that they perform well. Sometimes they win most of the time, they lose some of the time, and they tend to be made up of some pretty good posters. So I doubt they're going to be trying to spin.
So yeah, we should talk about this setup because that's what kind of led the thing. So in the tournament, Hydra's been banning Golembarger or Tinker.
Yes.
Because they know their setup, they know what the limitations are. So they made the setup that they took today twice, and they said, okay, well, there's no good armor Tinkers, so we're just going to ban the shield Tinkers, and we're going to go full ham. And that's what they did this time, but they found an armor Tinker that Nully had that was actually amazing.
Well, but that's the thing is, that Nully Tinker was weird.
It was weird, but also amazing.
Yeah,
it was so good though.
Yep, it did. I mean, so the other thing is that the Marauder itself is something that, although they didn't ban them, obviously, it's still something that all of Hydra setups are vulnerable to. A Golem is bad news for all of them. Right. We saw No Holes Barred try to come in and outthink Hydra and just bring the counter to what Hydra's been bringing, and they obviously weren't quite successful because they didn't have the ECM strength. But Nully was able to take advantage of the fact that I think Hydra was probably trying to save setups. Hydra was already thinking about the next matches. They're thinking we need to save more of our setups. If they can get through first 3 weekends only giving away 2 setups, That's pretty huge. That would be a great success.
Yeah, because the new format of the tournament, it's 4 weeks now, so this would have given potentially PL an entire week to reverse engineer one of the Hydra setups, and I don't know. I mean, that Proteus was so weird.
It was. So our control room just exploded because I think they're on autopilot and said that the next match is ready, which is it not. There is no matter, but
I mean, can we just watch that one again?
Like 6 days.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, I'm going to be rewatching that one. Always. Like.
The fact that there was a shield boosting Proteus.
Yeah, that was like a
armor
real crippled.
repping
That was a real crippled Proteus. That was so weird.
Yeah, conceptually, like it was. That was just cool. I'm a fan. Does Noli have a gear store? Because I need to go. I need to buy some stuff.
So with that, I'm going to call this 6th day of Alliance Tournament 12. It has been an honor to be here with you guys. I hope you like the desk, the blue desk, which isn't that blue. If you do it. If you see, it isn't. Yeah! So if you tune in for next weekend, Saturday at 3 Eve time, you'll see a lot more of this. So Squeeples, CCP Fozzie, Elise Randolph, back in Alien Apothony, CCP Rise. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. We've enjoyed ourselves immensely. I've had a lot of fun. I've gotten to listen to my own voice a lot. I've had brain farts, alerts
puns.
on my Hyperion, bad puns. I'm doing everything.
Yep.
And are you not entertained?